may not fuck with me. But first and foremost is because I'm not going away. I'm not going to stop being me. I committed my life to this, and you might put fear into me, but after that's over, you're not going to stop me from being faithful. Okay? I don't want any problems, but when I can't run, I respond and address them accordingly. And my mouth is my best weapon. I'd rather be loving and non-confrontation and tell them, listen, fellas, I get what you guys do. I mind my business. You guys do your thing. Just let me do my time, and let's not have any issues here. You guys need anything with legal, lawful stuff, I'll work with you. We'll work together. We'll create something. We'll build on the street, whatever. I give them an opportunity, like I do the cops, to just be the best version of themselves and move on to somebody else to slave. You want to push the issue, we all know where it goes, right? And nobody really likes it. I don't think Bloods, Crips, police, anybody really like it's the same thing they dish out coming back at them in some way, right? It may be what they live for, but again, they kind of want a reason to do it. If you don't give them a reason to do it, it makes it that much harder. You want to act like somebody or not? You want to be like these orders? Oh, I'm a man. I got rights. And then when they put you in cuffs, whine and cry, they fucking laugh at you, right? When I come loving up front and they beat the shit out of me and I lay somewhere, wherever, I say, I'm crying. I say, fellas, you did this to yourselves. This is what you all stand for. If you think it's great, fine. I think that it's reprehensible. I think it's pathetic. And I think you could all do better. Right? If you got no conscience, great. Continue on with your life. Most people are affected by that shit. I've seen gangbanging, low-life scum, quote unquote. They're human too. And they have love in them too. And they want better for themselves too. They just don't know how to live it and get there. You give them an opportunity, they might take it. Especially when everyone else is pretending like they're so fucking big and bad and tough. I might be the biggest motherfucker in the room who's also the most loving and caring and willing to work with anybody. If you would just be real with yourself and the rest of us. Your thoughts, expert panel?
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Love your response was brilliant.
He's sauced up, this guy. He's over on Australia. He's upside down right now. He's in a different time field. He's upside down on the globe Earth, and he's fucking sauced out on that peanut. He's on that peanut.
I got a boogie, Paul.
I've got a cold at the moment. Sorry.
He's on that Australian port wine, that ghetto cheap port wine that he got it from a gift shop.
I got to take off, Paul.
Look at that shit. That's some shitty wine right there. Hey,
yo,
thank you.
I got to leave.
Thank you, John. Come up, man. I always love when you come up. You always bring.
Okay. Yeah. If you're going to be around later, I'll try and catch up. See, I just got some shit to do right now. But
right.
Thanks for everything. Have a great day, guys.
Have a great day. Have a great death. You too.
I got to jump out for like a half hour too. I'm going to come back on.
All right, Steven. Double salute for both of you. I look forward to having you guys back.
Thank you.
We'll make some room. I'll put the link down. Other folks want to come up. I need commentary for this next dynamic. This might be triggering. I don't know.
Man, I just ran everybody off, man. I apologize, Paul.
Yeah, no. Okay, sir, you don't have to let your insecurity kick in. You didn't do anything. These people have tired of me rambling and doing monologues with them on panel. It's clearly my fault. And they have other stuff to do. It's getting nicer out. They got some kind of life to live. That's a good thing. Let them go in peace. They love you.
Yeah, not here. It's been raining heavy all day, and it hasn't rained in weeks, so it was kind of nice.
They love when you come on camera with those hats that you have. Could you just fucking spend the extra $5 and get the damn fitted hat if you're going to wear it backward? It's just one of my things. I know it's not the 90s anymore. No one wears fitted hats. You all are so poor and broke trying to fake flex that you buy the $15 snapback and then wear it backward, right? The snapback is not to be worn. Again, I know it's a new style now where they purposely do it, but I come from a time where if you're going to wear the damn hat and you're going to wear it backwards and look like a punk, at least get the fucking fitted hat. Because I didn't wear the hat backward. I'm not fucking Eminem. I wear the fitted, but it's like Italian style. I don't know. They say I'm a wigger, but they just don't. I'm like in this gray area where they think I'm a wigger from some places, and then if I go some places, they think I'm a racist Klansman. So I can't really win. Yeah, there you go. That's the better way to wear the fucking hat. It has a brim on it for a reason. Usually you don't wear the hat in the house. But if you're going to do it to be stylish or to just cover the top of your head, You know, I did that for a while. I just look more attractive with the hat on than off. You know, picture that. If the more I hide my face, the more attractive I am. I got it. My bizarre head shape. You have an extremely bizarre head and head shape. Hold on, sir, please. Could you take that hat off so everyone can view you? Your bizarre looking head and head shape.
Mate,
His early baldness.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't even need to be
Which one?
bald. I know you have. Hold on, sir, please. I know you're chomping at the bit and all sauced up. No, that's a whole other. You got a Grandpa Al Lewis thing going on. Remember Grandpa Al Lewis from the Munsters? Used to come out of that cave under the house with that hairdo. Just let it go, sir. You could just get rid of that. The last vestiges of once was a civilization of hair. Just let it go. Let it be deluged away.
I can't let things go like that, Paul. You can't let things go. I can't let things go.
This is way beyond the fear of loss. This is like denial. Okay, there's fear of loss, and then there's already loss that's occurred, and you're in just complete denial about it.
Denial's about 10,000 miles away from me.
Right. Well, Pineal Power, if he's going to do the bald head, he's got to do the whole shiny bald head deal. Because if you don't do the shiny bald head, if you zero it out, you just look like a cancer patient. You look sick. Okay, so
yeah, or if you let it grow out, then you might, depending on what kind of bald head you have, you might have like the bowling ball thing going on. You might have the
yeah, you got to do the bowling ball. It's phallic, shiny, like the head of a phallus.
The Costanza, they might call it.
If you imagine a phallus with a bumpy head, tough and brittle, it's diseased. Right? It's like one of those things they show you at health class. I don't know if you ever did that in my health class. They showed everybody pictures of different STDs, and I realized, you know what, I'm probably never going to have sex anyway because I'm completely unattractive, but now I'm definitely not having sex for my own reason. So I went from involuntary celibate to voluntary celibate in an instant because I saw these bumps and lesions and just all types of bizarre. They traumatized me, these people. That's why I've been watching porn all my life and masturbating furiously alone, because I'm traumatized not only with co-creating with a slave and maybe bringing up the next generation of slave, but also getting some unsightly disease on my genitalia. Sorry, I'm digressing. I'm trying to lead into I'm desperately looking for a segue to lead into the male-female dynamic, and I figured STDs and UTIs and stuff like that are the way to do it. I'm a master of segues, clearly. Your thoughts, Agent of Chaos down there? Hello? Okay. Good stuff. Let's just go to the damn video already.
A guy's thinking, when my woman go cheat with a man, she's emotionally invested unless she's a...
She don't love
Only prostitutes can sleep with a man she's not emotionally invested in.
Facts.
A woman has to have a man can literally stick his dick in a gas tank.
That's facts, though.
He can literally stick his dick in a hole around.
Get that jerry can sex.
He's not emotionally... A man
so that makes it okay.
A man has no emotions tied to his penis. So when he lays with a woman and you say, well, you've been sleeping with her for years, he don't even like her. But when a woman lay with a man, it's something about him she has to like. That's
right.
What hurt a man even more. A man is saying, man, I'm sleeping with this woman. I don't even know. I sleep with somebody I don't know. I don't even like. None invested. But for you to lay down with this guy, you have to have something invested in it. That's what hurts more.
The fact that you say that is even
true.
worse, because it then means that I have absolutely nothing. Like,
well, you have to understand a man.
Doesn't catch me outside.
you can stick it in a gas tank.
Like,
and then
that
you stick it in your woman.
This is what a woman have to understand. What a man does with his penis has nothing to do with his emotions and his value.
Thank you.
Which sucks. Which most men don't really even show emotion.
Then y'all should never have anything to do with a man, is what I'm telling you. Because a woman, everything that a woman does. So if you ask a woman, what do you think about this? She's gonna answer with her feelings. She's gonna say, well, I feel like. If you ask a man, well, how do you feel? He's gonna say what he thinks, because he's not emotionally in tune with his feelings.
Yeah.
By nature, we're hunters, right? So we have to be analytical. A hunter can't be in tune with his feelings because he wouldn't hunt out of fear. When it's dark outside, when the world had no lights, then he wouldn't provide food for his family because he would be afraid. So there's something in us that supersedes our feelings because we're analytics. A woman is more emotional because she has to nurture, she has to give life, she has to breathe life. And so when a man knows when my woman sleep with this man, she's way more invested into this man than I am when I sleep with a woman. A man will sleep with something he hates, a woman won't. So it's much more impactful when a woman lay down with a man because that's her heart. Her heart is between her legs. A man's not. So women think that our feelings are tied to our penis, and a man has no emotions when it comes to sex.
Don DeMarco.
None whatsoever.
Is his presence what gives the woman like the heart? I'm trying to understand, where does the heart come from?
Where is the heart located?
In a man, like, because there's no emotion. So where is the heart?
Listen.
We're talking about
The way to a man's heart is through his belly.
Yeah, that is a good saying. Yeah,
You're saying a woman didn't feed you enough, and you go and stick your penis in whatever was moving.
Obviously.
It's like you didn't feed me enough.
Listen. Talk to your grandmothers.
Yeah.
Talk to your grandmothers and your great grandmothers, and I promise you, they will tell you a way to a man's heart is through his belly. A man that has a woman that'll feed him supersedes a woman that'll fuck him.
Shout out to Mo.
oh my gosh,
That's powerful, man.
The average today's women think that they can win us with their pussy.
No, I mean, like, for a man
They
to
can,
show
though.
the love, not how the woman gets the man.
Watching a woman give birth to your child will change how you treat her. A woman forgiveness, a woman forgiving you when she catch you lying will cause you to stop lying to her. A woman who expresses her hurt without anger will cause you to stop hurting her.
I guess it depends on the man.
Nah, it surely does.
Yeah,
because some men have no heart at all.
I want to comment on that.
All men have heart. When they meet the right woman, they'll stop doing whatever they was doing before they met that woman to keep this woman.
Facts.
When they meet the right woman, they'll jump through whatever hoops that they have to jump through, even if it means denying themselves for this woman. But how do you know?
Actions.
I was just about to say actions.
Most women don't understand it. Like, for the right woman that's for him, he will cut off, like you said earlier, a bunch of other girls. He'll say, you know what? All right, I'm gonna make a choice because she's worth it. However, if you're not worth that value to him, he's gonna play the field. He's gonna have fun with you and you because you're not worth the value. So he's saying in a nutshell, if you're a woman of value to that man, he'll put in the work for you by actions.
Think about, and I hate to bring this up, but I have to. Think about how great we say Dr. King is. Dr. Martin Luther King was a whoremonger, slept with many a women, and his wife knew it.
I did not know that.
Everybody knows that.
I did not want that perception.
Everybody knows that. But most women will say because he cheat, he's not a great man. Most women think because you've cheated on women that you're not a good man. Good man cheat. It's hard for a woman to believe that. Good man cheat because all men cheat. All men will cheat, except for the right woman. He don't want to hurt her. So the hurt that he see that he causes her will stop him from cheating because he don't want to cause her that hurt. So it has nothing to do with a man feeling some type of way more or less than it does a woman. It's in his nature. It's in his nature to not be with one woman, except when he meets this one woman, he decides to go against his nature and deny himself so he don't hurt this woman.
Right, and this is where this is not. See, there's parts of the whole thing. Thank you, sir, for talking over me while I'm talking. The time to talk is not while I'm talking about the clip. Oddly enough. So there's parts of this broadcast that I wanted to get into. I need to find them because that wasn't the best clip of what I wanted to talk about. However, he has a point there where I go the other way with it. The next level, I guess, is it's about, again, honorability and respectability and trustworthiness and co-creation and vision. When you meet a man or a woman who meets a certain level of objective value standards, you will want to keep them in your life, so you'll be more willing to push past boundaries. So I think that goes both ways. The key is not dishonoring yourself as a man in your nature, which typically, from what I see, is non-monogamous. It's about providing the understanding that you're going to do and be who and what you are, and that the women who are going to be in your life are going to be of a certain objective standard and value. They're not going to be goofy hoes with STDs and you bringing forth children that are going to be a problem and uncared for. So I think it's one thing for a woman to get past her ego and understand that a man on some level has his nature. He can honor that as long as he does not dishonor her and their relationship by disrespecting himself and herself in how he's acting and who he's choosing to co-create with. So I'm shooting here for the middle ground, gray area. I don't believe that it's functional for a man to dishonor himself and what his body and or spirit is telling him is natural and appropriate, to not hurt her ego and pride. I think that's dysfunctional. Your thoughts? Jack Talcott is here now. And then I have another one. We'll see what that one is. I got to find the right ones, really.
Was that Nipsey?
No, it's Charleston White.
Oh, he sounds like Nipsey Hussle.
Right, all black people sound alike and look alike. Good job.
I'm just saying. I'm saying Nipsey Hussle had like royalty, like bloodline. He was from he came from royalty. Nipsey Hussle.
I missed most of the clip. I got what you said, Paul, and the difference between what he said. You got to be loyal to you, and if loyal to you is being with the one who's right there with you, you got to judge it. And just be honorable, be fucking honest with yourself and honest with whoever you're with. I think Paul's right.
That's true honorability always, right? How is a woman going to respect you if she knows and you know that you got eyes for other women and you're completely shutting that part of yourself off, even if it's natural and meant to be? It's not honorable. The honorable thing to do is say, this is who and what I am. This is what may come about, but you can have trust that by virtue of the fact of who and what I am as a principled being, that I'm not going to just be out here doing anything with anybody causing us all problems. Right? First of all, whoever's next to me is only in my life because they're honorable. I don't need a woman in my life who's not honorable, doesn't see what I see and have a common understanding with me. I'm not that desperate. Okay? So I enjoy making love from time to time, but beyond that, I don't see a need for it. I don't need anybody to wash my clothes and cook for me and do all that shit. I'm not a little boy. I don't need a mama. I do all the things I need for myself by myself, and I like doing that. Right? I don't have a woman there to complete me in my domestic tasks. That's a being who's next to me because when we share time and experience and a vision, it's better than not doing so. Simple. And as soon as that dynamic changes and we can't work back from that, I'm on back to being with myself or whoever else wants to share time, energy, attention, and experience with me to whatever level we're both willing. Because I spend most of my time, energy, and attention on what I do here and things surrounding that, right? What I stand for. What's the priority for me in my life? That has to be the priority for women and children. So that's what I give most of my time, energy, attention to. Whatever's left over, I share that with folks who consider me to be respectable and I consider them to be respectable. And, of course, attractive on some level. There's no conditions before or after that. There's no manipulation away from who and what I am to fit somebody else's egoic narrative of them being the only pussy that I have access to. Ridiculous. I'm not going to love all beings. I'm not going to use sexuality as a form of communication of love because you don't like it. Fuck yourself. Go find somebody else who's only going to love you all day, every day, and communicate with you about love sexually with only you all day, every day. I think it's nonsense. Why would I want to live in that? I want to live in that life. It's dysfunctional. We're meant to love all people. Sexuality is a form of communication for that love with people at some times.
All right. There's another side to that story, and you're overlooking it. But
go ahead, tell me the other side that you're living.
Oh, that I'm living.
Right.
You want to bring that condition.
And they're alone with their shit.
Look at what you're doing. Look at what you're doing. You're bringing up that condition so that you can reject the fucking wisdom that I
cut off all women in your life and the ability to share love.
God bless. This answered my question.
I'm
asking a question. You all can't take me.
I'll check you later. Have a good day. God bless you. I love you all.
Don't leave, Jack. Don't leave, Jack. Jack, don't leave. Don't leave.
3/4 of all these men tell me about monogamy and love. They cut, please, sir. I don't give a fuck what you think about Jack leaving. They cut all the women off.
I wanted to.
Sir, I don't care. They cut all the women off in their life to focus on one goofy bitch for her ego. And when she's up and out with that love and half your shit, you're back to being alone. And men have 3 times the rate of suicide and drug and alcohol addiction from destroyed relationships because they're dishonoring their nature. When a man has options and multiple women in his life who he respects, who respects him, he don't go to wanting to blow his brains out when the only goofy bitch he ever loves up and leaves with that love and half his shit. So you can call it ego. I call it our nature. And the more we embody and honor our nature, the more secure and confident we are, and the less able to be manipulated and dishonored we are by goofy bitches. Sorry. Your thoughts, expert panel?
I'll just say I've been with my partner for 14 years. She's got 3 kids. She's older than me. But I love her. I respect her. I would never cheat on her because we're like this on the same level. We are like intertwined. We think exactly the same. It's uncanny. This is uncanny with us, Paul. We think the same.
There you go. Here we go. No, we have to address all the words and terms no one understands. Faithful does not mean giving your body over completely to one other person and becoming their prisoner. Faithful means fidelity. Semper fidelis. Does the military give their genitals over to somebody forever? Or is semper fidelis, fidelity and faithful have to do with honoring the truth? So you could tell me about faithful, but the spiritual scripture says 7 wives. So were they cheating and being unfaithful when they had 7 wives, or are they absolutely faithful to who and what they are and how they're created, so much so they're going to live on that and lead through understanding and acceptance and co-creation out of the feminine ego that's running everybody's lives?
Well, I'm not so caught up on the scripture, but I do know it says do not trust women.
It's not in a woman's nature to sleep with multiple men at once. If she does, she's a hoe. It's in a man's nature to sleep with multiple women at once. If he's able to pull it off, he's deemed as more valuable, as long as they're not broken hoes and goofy bitches. If they're honorable, respectable women who all see honor and value in him and he sees it in them, and they're all on the same path, co-creating and communing, that is higher value. That shows higher levels of communication. That shows higher levels of evolution and the ability to commune and co-create separate from what we all want and don't want. I didn't say to ultimately honor the hedonic nature of the body so much so you rebuke the spirit and principles and values. I said there's a fine line where the spirit and body work together to create an idea that works for everyone if we let it be, versus divide us all, pair up, and become dysfunctional with mamas and daddies all over again.
Yeah, I'm just saying at my age, I'm at least 15 years older than you, mate. And at the moment, I'm
waiting for the slaves to come up. There's a bunch of them down there getting triggered. This is why I love this subject. Please come on up. I want to hear from you. Respect goes both ways. Tell me about respecting a woman by disrespecting myself. Tell me more about that. Tell me more about a woman feeling respected by me disrespecting myself. and dishonoring myself and my nature. Tell me about that.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
I'm not saying you are, sir. I'm talking to the folks down there typing who I want to hear from their controversy. They don't agree with me. They think that monogamy works for men. They think it works for women. It doesn't.
You know what? I remember one time, or a couple of times probably, if I really focus and pay attention. But when I was married to, I remember my wife. I would say, flirting with other guys, but I wouldn't get jealous, obviously. But I would see it, and I would always, I never got mad, or like I said, I didn't get jealous. But I was like, you know what? She's flirting with the guy, and the guy's flirting with her. And it's like, that's interesting. And then, but if I were to take it to the next level, be like, you know what? If you guys are, if I would have told her, you know what, you like that guy, you're interested in him, go ahead, go get his number, and you guys can hook up. Go ahead. And then,
right, if you really want to get down to it, if you
listen
listen to these goofy bitches talk and be really real with themselves and each other, not like how they do down there, really real.
Go ahead, go.
Like they'll say, yeah, I get tied up and leave a man once I realize that he's not going to give me what I need. So that's okay. It's okay for a woman to say, I'll completely disconnect all feelings, get up and leave somebody, cause them to become dysfunctional, right? But I'm so loving and empathic. No, you're egoic. It's just feminine ego. So you won't do what I say and be who and what I want and give me what I need. Well, I'm just going to leave. Where's all the love at? Where's all the communication and understanding?
Yeah. It's
right.
Weird.
So no, they're more egoic than a lot of the men because we give up our nature to try to please their ego, and happy wife, happy life doesn't work. They just get more masculine and controlling and domineering and wind up being your mama one day, like DD214's wife.
Yeah.
But he's down there saying monogamy works. It doesn't work. You think it works because you think it's working for you. I'm viewing it and telling you it doesn't work. Your life is my nightmare.
Yeah.
Your life and lifestyle is my nightmare. You wake up every day. You know you have to tell that woman what you're doing and where you're going. You know you can't go where you want without being questioned. You know if you find a connection with another woman and want to explore that, she's going to threaten you and fuck up your whole household and take you to court. So cut it the fuck out. Yous aren't friends first. You have no understanding of men and women truly. You don't explore and push boundaries. You're in a completely provisional, egoic relationship that has no depth and no truth to it. Because you can't be honest with your women, because if you are, they're going to get triggered and they're going to harass you and nag you. So you go to pretending to be two different people. Right? You're not going to convince me. I know. I've seen it all my life with all these people.
Unless DD2 unless himself and his wife grow together to the next level. But
if it worked, you wouldn't have to constantly yell about it like he does. You wouldn't have to constantly type down there and say, no, it works. I swear it works. It works. It works for me. It works for me sometimes. He doesn't believe what he's saying.
If they both wake up and level up and grow together at literally the same time.
Right, there you go. Trish is confused again. That's where you're wrong. Women will forgive cheating faster than a man because men and women know it's in men's nature to cheat. Women, it's not in their nature to fuck multiple men at once. So when a woman does it, it's a betrayal. It's a betrayal to herself and to her nature. It's not in a woman's nature to spread her legs for anybody without an emotional, self-selective connection. It's in a man's nature to be open to procreating with pretty much any attractive woman. Women use emotion to get to a physical experience. Men use physical to get to an emotional experience. But you can't figure out how it all complements and works together. You think men are from Mars, women are from Venus. No, we're opposames that complement each other through understanding, separate from ego. So when a woman goes and sleeps with multiple men while she's in a relationship and claims to love a woman, it betrays her nature in the relationship, proves she doesn't really love. When a man goes out and embodies his nature and deals with other women and keeps coming back and caring for you and loving for you and being for there, it shows he is loving and he's honoring his nature and not a betrayal. Okay, so you're confused. A man that really loves a woman can go out and be with any other woman and still want to come back to her and with her, co-create with her and share experience. Because loving other women does not mean anything about me loving or not loving you. That's your insecurity and ego.
I'd say my
when a
brother-
woman does flirt with other men around you, she's telling you she don't respect you. She's telling you you're low value. She's telling you this motherfucker right here is going to fuck me better, love me better, lead me better, and I'm into him. Because I've seen him do it and I watched the man get angry. Why are you flirting with Fat Paulie at the festival? I got 6-pack abs. I got the button-down shirt from Macy's, the best cologne, and a BMW. Because he's archetypally got something you don't got.
You know what? And when I would see, the few times,
value system.
Yeah, the few times that I did see that, I was like tripping out, like just internally, right? Because like I said, I'm not jealous. Like it just didn't bother me.
This guy
for some
doesn't
reason.
even know the difference
But-
between you're and you are. I'm not going to listen to you.
Yeah.
Because you don't even know how to write correctly, let alone.
You know what?
Sorry, Mister.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I don't want to lose the thought, but or the feeling that I was feeling at that time, and so yeah. About respect. You said respect. She didn't respect me, right? In some level, and so that's what. At the same time, I reflected that back right at her. You know, it's like, what are you doing? And so it's like I lost respect for her. At the same time, she didn't respect me. Well, what but me seeing that made me not respect her, or lose a little bit of respect for her, or question her loyalty, right? I was questioning her loyalty, but whatever. It's just a thought.
Right, men are weak now. So now we're going to go to her demeaning the man and her ego. Men are weak. They have their own pussy, and when they find out another male has been in there, they go insane. No, you're wrong again, Trisha. It's called the way that a man is geared to be as a chimpanzee. If you give him only one woman, he tends to prioritize that as his property. So when someone comes along and interferes with his property, he goes insane. Now, a man who has multiple women, therefore he's present and aware with himself, and all of them, doesn't see them as property. He sees them all as an expression of life. So he's not going to treat one or the other like property. He's going to lose because he doesn't need to treat it like that. He's got options. So you don't understand psychology and ego, what activates it, what deactivates it, how to keep it from activating and deactivating all in the right places and time. So if you would stop forcing men into monogamous relationships where you become their property, they wouldn't treat you like property, which you also don't like. They would treat you like one of the beings of the community who they share a certain connection with. Okay?
You know what?
So there you go. Thank me later.
Me thinking deeper into what I finished.
You're a loser because you can't control yourself. That's simple. No, I'm not meant. Excuse me, Mr. Agent of Chaos. 1 second. I'm not meant. The word is loser. You can't spell either. It's not looser. I always am suspect of folks who constantly make that mistake on social media. Don't know the difference between looser and loser. So you are the loser because you can't control your ego and want me to control my natural impulses that God created for your ego. No, get your ego out of the way because a man like me is never going to want to fuck you and or stay with you because you think I'm going to run my life and my inner space by what you want and don't want. You need a daddy. That's what you need. And even if you had the right daddy, he wouldn't enable your ego to get in your own way. So you're another one who will wind up alone, miserable, angry, guilty, and resentful. Because you don't understand a man. You don't want to understand a man. You want a man to be a man based on what a woman thinks he should be. Foolishness.
See, you guys don't comprehend that words are the key to everything we know. And when you speak like that, people like myself and Paul are both going to blast you. It's just idiocy. You're much older than a 7th grader, yet you're holding a 7th grade comprehension level. And this is the sad thing about it because it's been going on for eons. People think once they're done with school, they don't have to learn anymore, so they don't ever pick up any more books or anything. That
Keith,
is sad.
Will you please tell this old bag that I never had a mama, so she ain't gonna run the egoic.
We never had a mama.
Right, she's not gonna run the toxic feminine ego on me and try to reduce me to a child with her anger and bitterness. No, I'm not a little boy that plays with my ding ding too much and needs to stop because mama don't like it. I'm a man. I'm primal and carnal on some level. I'm a physical, grounded creature. I'm the same motherfucker that might have to kill a motherfucker for coming in to take your pussy. So you ain't going to run my life with your pussy and even furthermore, your ego and emotional dysfunction. I'm going to run my life and this household to some degree, because when it gets hot and rough, you're going to expect me to do all the shit you ain't going to be able to do or want to do, as always.
And when it comes to the words, terms, and conditions, guys, real quick here, Wobbly, then you're up next. I see in the chat everybody using this term dies, and I don't know how many times I'm going to have to tell you about it, especially since yesterday was the Passover. It wasn't speaking about people dying. It's about people passing on. You don't die. You pass on. The energy passes on. What remains is consumed by the other energy forces. I wish you would quit using that term, please.
Hey, she says, the slave down there says you'll be alone because no woman is going to make a life with you, let alone babies. That's funny because I've had multiple women who've made a life with me and asked for children, and I'm not ready to do that with them or anyone at this time. I don't know. You have to know it when you get there. So don't tell me about what you projected onto me, because you're a lonely, angry hoe who's disenchanted over men being little boys, as you say, because you know you're affected. You're affected by men and your relationships with them, and probably your daddy. So quite the opposite. There's probably many women who would be willing to share life with me and create life with me. I'm not willing and ready. Matter of fact, I'm like one of the few that I know in my life. I know a lot of men in my family and around. They're better looking than me. They have more fiat than me. They have pretty and nicer things than me. But what they don't have is self-respect and principles and honorability. So I would think genetically, I'm like one of the few that women would want to bring a child with, even if they weren't really that like turned on and excited by all of who and what I am. They'd say, man, genetically, this motherfucker's like on it. Like, do you see the way he speaks and how he thinks and what he stands for? If I'm going to take something into myself, it might be something like that. No, but see, you're not a woman, so you try to demean a man and call me a little boy and then go shack up monogamous with a little boy who's never been a man, playing house, trying to complete each other through love and a relationship while you go deeper into slavery and don't stand for nothing. A power couple.
Well, Paul, I've got a bolt out at 7 a.m. here. I just want to say thank you so much again, once again. And to Wizard, he's looking good. Stay safe, stay free, everyone. Much appreciated.
Thank you, sir.
Later.
Salutes.
Salute from Australia.
Salute to Australia and all the slaves in slavery over there, following false religions, state contracts and marriage, completely destroyed communities and villages, no valuable currency. But, you know, Trish and the rest have all the answers, right? They'll have all the answers, how they're going to get in love, get married, have their slave children, live happily ever after, wind up cutting up each other's food like children one day, and never be able to go to the bathroom alone ever again. That's my worst nightmare.
They need a flashlight.
It's funny how they express so many times, and I've told this before as well, that as if though they're their babies. See, those kids, those children, they're not yours, they're God's. Get over it. That's a big part of the ego, is people coming to this communion to create babies because they think that's the ultimate thing. No, the ultimate thing is that you created a life form, and that life form is an extension of our Father which art in heaven, so it belongs to him. I yield.
That makes sense.
I want Trish to come up and tell me more about me and her life and what life's going to teach me, right? Because she said life's going to teach you. I want to know more about what life's going to teach me that it's taught you, about a woman telling a man how to be a man better than he would know how naturally. That's interesting. I want to know more about that.
All
right, let me
finish my thought, if I may. Just real quick, it won't be long, then I'll shut the hell up. So I was saying that my ex-wife didn't respect me. In return, I didn't respect her. But why? I was questioning myself. Why did she didn't respect me? Why? Well, that's simple. That's because I wasn't a real man. Back then, I was still lost, confused, corporatized, fucking just doing all whatever. I was part of the sheep, doing whatever everyone was doing. I was trying to do, and I was failing. And she wasn't helping. Obviously, I didn't understand what narcissism was, but she wasn't at the same time. She wasn't helping me reach those levels, even though she was keeping us down. It was horrible. I don't know what the hell her problem was. But she didn't. What was I getting to? She didn't respect me. But why? That's because I was going back to that. Pretty much, I wasn't a real man. I wasn't a real man. It's just simple as that. And that's where it comes from. The trickles down from the man. The man has to be the leader, the one that everyone looks up to. The pillar of the family, and then from there, everyone has to be in the same level and same mindset, or else nothing is gonna stand. All right.
You have to
See you
be
guys.
trustworthy. Your word is your bond. A man is judged by his principles. If you can't be trusted to be yourself and who and what you are and stand on that, a woman's never going to respect you. Most women don't respect the boy that's next to him because they know he wants to fuck other women and is attracted to other women, but he's going to lie to her to protect her feelings. So just off of that, they think they want to be lied to, and then they let him lie to him. They don't respect him because they're lying to him, even if it's a white lie to try to be nice. So a woman's going to test you to try to give her what she wants. If you give her what she wants rather than what we all need, she's never going to respect you because she knows she runs your inner space.
Yep, she was playing a game. But now that I see that now, with the knowledge that I've been gaining after that, I was like, wait a minute. Oh my! I started seeing everything.
A lot of it is subconscious,
the whole
man. They're
game.
not sitting around thinking about this. It's subconscious. They know on some level, whether they're aware of it or not, you're not who and what you need to be, and you don't keep it real, and you're not authentic, and you're not empowered, and you're not inspired. If you were, you'd be living that and being that, and there'd be no question. So she's got doubts about you, and well, she should. I doubt most little boys who come through here, whether they'd actually stand for something or be something or live for something or care about the fucking truth. So I know why women don't respect the man next to them, no matter how attracted to them they are, no matter how much they love them, no matter how much money and things they're going to give them to take them away from their slave poverty lifestyle. Doesn't matter.
As soon as that's gone, they're gone.
Thank you, sir. At the end of the day, it's all going to come down to one moment where you're going to be defined, where she expected you to be the man you needed to be, and you fucking folded like she knew you would. Whether it's her feelers, whether it's her fucking tire that has to be changed, whether it's some court paperwork, whatever it is, you're going to show yourself to be inadequate, incompetent, unworthy, dishonorable, and untrustworthy, and not respectable. You're going to have to get some other man to do the work for all of you. And she's going to call him daddy. She's going to go suck that lawyer's dick and call him daddy because he's going to get you what you can't get for you and her and the family.
Paul, what do you think about these girls that call you daddy? Because I had a couple of them. What do you think about their psychology? I mean, not all of them call you daddy.
Listen, the men do it too. We're playing with an egoic idea. We're all from broken homes. Okay. Is there a component to that might lead back to our dysfunction collectively? Possibly. That's part of why I do it. Because I'm playing with this egoic idea of daddy. I don't really consider myself that. I embody a fatherly state of consciousness. So it's a play on the father God consciousness of ultimate masculinity. You're going to call me daddy and like it. And they do love it because I exemplify that. They wouldn't call me daddy if I wasn't living it and being it. Right? And I might be more of a real daddy than their own real daddy. So yeah, there's something to it psychologically. Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I noticed.
I'm 56
I know.
years old, and I call him daddy because it's the concept that I understand. He's bringing truth as our father does. I yield.
Now that you say, I noticed that the ones that called me daddy, they were from single moms.
I understand where you were going with it, sir. I already said there's probably a component there where, what do you call a single mom? There's plenty of fathers in a household who these women have lived their whole lives around them and their uncles and never shown them how to be a man or what to stand for, how to communicate effectively, and how to love without the ego bullshit. So it doesn't matter if they're from single or not. They've never met a man who was honorable and trustworthy. If they have, they remember him and they say, Paulie's just like Grandpap. Paulie's just like Uncle so-and-so. It's all one experience.
It's just another reminder here, Isaiah 54 in whole, where it talks about we're supposed to sing out the barren mothers, for there are more desolate children than there are of the married wife. And then as you read on, it talks about the flood of Noah and God's repentance of himself, for he forsake the women of the world by destroying the one thing that they were most powerful in, and that is bringing forth life. He destroyed life, which was the purpose of man. Male and female created he them, and he called their name Adam. So either way, it's a dual duty by both of us that we're supposed to enhance each other, whether we've got one wife or 7. It's a pairing of people that enhance each other, and that's it. The more you grow in that, the more the enhancement grows, the more the children of the desolate grow, or excuse me, the more the children of a married wife grow, and we overcome the tongues that prosper against us and rise up in placing judgment against us, because this is the inheritance of the servants of the Lord, and the righteousness is of me, saith the Lord. So again, I fear not, for I have been redeemed. He has called me by thy name. I am his. That's all it takes. And I guarantee you, if you learn how to speak it appropriately, anybody in their right mind, believing in all this religion, no matter what religion it is, will comprehend exactly what you're saying. You
have the women becoming like the men because they can't reconcile with the men. Okay? You know, you have women rebuking the true feminine qualities that made them attractive and desirable beyond physicality. Now all they have is makeup and physicality and no feminine qualities, and wonder why no man is going to be in a successful relationship with them who's honoring themselves. I'm not talking about the average citizen slave who's paying tax and thinks because they put on a costume they're honorable, right? There's just no reason for it. There's nothing in a man that leads a man to want to get with one woman and stay with them except for fear of loss, insecurity, or the need to recreate the family they never had. Because any of that comes about organically anyway. It either comes about or it doesn't. These folks get feelings from nature that they're supposed to procreate, and they go, I've heard it. I've heard the women tell me, I didn't care who it was. I had an urge to have a baby, so I got with whoever and had a baby. Right? They don't even control their inner space. They let life do them, and they wind up having a baby with someone they don't love and don't respect, who doesn't see the same vision. The statistics tell the tale. There might be exceptions to the rule, but 80 to 90% of divorces wind up at court, and the two parties do not reconcile and do not love each other afterward in an action-based way. They could say they do, but they don't live it. So that means there was a problem from the start. I don't have these experiences. I don't get with hundreds of women only to shack up with one. This is what they all tell me. We fuck hundreds of women, then we shack up with one to be our mama one day when we're tired of the empty, vapid relationships. I've never had one or the other because there's a middle ground. I don't need to fuck hundreds of women I don't respect who don't respect me to find out it's a shallow, vapid lifestyle. I don't need to shack up with one woman and make her my mama to know I can have a deep level of love and care and honor and respectability and trust with a being. Okay? It's called being functional. It's called getting out of my own way. It's called living life, not letting life live me.
Hey. You're right, Polly. 100%.
Greetings, Mrs. Bastone.
How's it going?
How are you, ma'am?
I'm good. I just wanted to jump on here and just say.
You better tell your sister if she keeps putting pictures of herself in bikinis up on the web, I'm going to inseminate her.
Listen, my brother's on the YouTubes now too, so be careful because he might be walking around in a bikini soon for you too.
Well, if he looks like her, I might inseminate him too. I hear there's a new thing, ass babies, that came about. And
I
I'm
think so,
interested
yeah.
to see what one of these looks like.
I heard. Yeah, it'll look like a mixture between you and Lou, so that's scary.
Oh no! Oh no! That's a hell of an ass baby.
So I just wanted to come on here. I wanted to come on and say I am not the same Trisha. It's not me. It is not I. I don't share the same sentiment as that other being with my nickname. I actually have quite the not opposite. I'm somewhere in the middle, I guess. I have my husband and I have been together for like 14 years, but we have a very unique relationship where, or maybe not unique at all, but it took me a while to figure out, why I had the feelings I did, but I've always felt like, he goes on tour, and when he goes on tour, I've always allowed him or encouraged him to do whatever he wants with whoever he
Oh
wants.
wow! Oh my God! This woman's got out of her ego, and she says, not in the way of, yeah, go do what you want, and then when you get back, she's got your shit lit on fire. It's like, no, I actually love you and care about you, so I want you to know yourself and have all the experiences that are open to you that you feel you should have. Wow, what a way to get a man to really love and respect a woman than let him be who and what he is authentically. Tell me more.
100%. And all I ask is of him, or require of him, really, it's not an ask, it's a requirement.
To be honest.
Is to be, no, actually, I prefer not to know. That's just me personally.
Even better. So you're not needing to micromanage. Whatever he does, You're okay with that. As long as he doesn't bring you a child and a disease, you're cool with it.
That's it. My requirement is for him to be there for his daughter. His number one woman in his life needs to be his daughter. And I've always taken the number 2 seat with him. Like, his number 1 is his passion, which is his music. I'm now moved on to the number 3 seat, and I'm happy there. The number 2 is his daughter, and the number 3 is me, and that's okay. And I don't want to hold him back to be, on tour for 6 months in Europe, playing shows every night and having girls throw themselves at him, and for him to come back and resent me when I know I am the bottom bitch, and I like that. I don't want to know about it, because I am an emotional being, and I might get down on myself. I don't want to risk that, but I don't care. Even if I think about it and if I know something happened, I know how he is
so
with
at
me.
some point, you became aware that either all or the majority of men are not monogamous by choice. So rather than you be inauthentic to yourself in the situation and force something you may think you want, better to just allow it to be, try to understand that, and see if we can co-create within what is already there, right? Now, if this being is honorable and has principles, he will explore to whatever level is authentic to him, but he will not disrespect you and himself and the truth, and he will not take that as a license to act like a fuck up. Right. Yeah. So again, there's a difference between letting a man be a man and thinking a little boy is going to go off and be a man with the same benefits and privileges that you basically, it's not that you allow, you just say, well, I want to be in your life. You want to be in my life. And we're not going to set conditions on how we love. It's unconditional love. There's conditional respect and trust, though, because it's an action space.
Yeah. It's not letting him or anything. It's just an understanding, and that didn't come naturally for me or even for him. I had to learn it. We both had to learn it, and we learned it when I made the choice to leave, and I moved across the country, and he stayed here. And when I left, I said, listen, maybe we won't be together forever, and I don't want to force you into this relationship, so do what you want. And if we feel like talking to each other, if we feel like continuing this relationship, regardless, like with the distance, then we'll see where it goes. But feel free to do what you're going to do, and just don't tell me about it. And it kind of evolved from there. And now, we're not technically married, but we're married. We had a wedding, and we have a child, and we have an amazing family. But the fact of the matter is, like, I'm happy doing my thing, and he lets me and supports me in doing my thing, and he's happiest doing his thing. And I don't want to hold him back, because if I hold him back, he's not going to be the man I need.
Yeah, you're not searching for a completion through people, places, and things. Your lifestyle and your process and you coming to know yourselves while sharing time together is more valuable than shacking up, pretending to be two people, ignoring all the shit that's uncomfortable and waiting for it to come out on the back end 20 years later and destroying the child's life. So again, because you're present and aware for yourselves and each other, you're present for all beings, but you're able to care for yourselves and each other in a way that is functional without dishonoring yourselves and each other. That is the key.
Right. And that has nothing to do with the marriage license or this Trish gal. You are fucking so disillusioned. It's 14-year relationship without a quote corporate license, and you think it's not going to last? You think her old man is going to leave her for good? What do you mean for good? They have it good. You think they don't realize that? This is the problem with people that think they know everything about other people's relationships. You don't even know enough about your own. You're disillusioned as a woman thinking you have to be boss and make a comment about she understands that she's a bottom bitch. That's her own words.
We're ride or die.
Place. She knows her place. She needs the man to protect her. This is the construct in almost all nature, with a few exceptions. Asexual creatures don't have the female gender thing to protect each other. They have size and color, things like that. In the human race and many others, it's the male that protects. Period.
Right. Typically, what you find in these relationships is the woman is wanting and needy. She feels she's not getting enough attention or resources or whatever it is, and goes, well, I wasn't going to share anyway, but if I'm not going to get everything I want and need, then I'm out the door. And it's like, so your option is, rather than co-create with beings you have a connection with and try to make it work based on who and what you all are, and maybe work on yourself, because you're not really making it work. The more you work on yourself, the more it just works, it would seem to me. Because I don't have to make a relationship work. It either works or it doesn't. If it doesn't, there's more work to be done on each self. Once you do that work, it just works because there's an understanding there, right? It doesn't always have to feel great. There might be some fear and confusion at times, but when you have the understanding, you go, well, I'm not at a fear of loss here. Like the man just said, I'm not married to you. I get up and walk out anytime. The fact that I've been here for 14 years, whatever else I'm doing, means obviously I care about you and our family, and I'm in this for a long game. So we don't need all the false attachments and bondage that keep us together and make it work when it's not working. If it's working, you don't even need or want that shit because you go, what we have is real. It's authentic. It's true. It may not be the prettiest thing around like everybody else's false presentment because I hear the stories. All the housewives are lying and cheating. All the husbands are lying and cheating. Or all the housewives ain't getting fucked, so they got a dildo and the man's lying and cheating. Or neither of them are fucking. One is fat and obese and the other one's out in the garage tinkering with cars all day, avoiding fucking each other. So, and if you think the man ain't out working on his cars, going to the gym every morning and looking at a bitch up on the calendar who may be the next piece of pussy he may want naturally, right? There's a whole dynamic going on here that nobody wants to talk about. And everyone seems to be dishonoring themselves and each other and or disrespecting themselves and each other and or dividing within themselves and with each other. It doesn't work. So I know Dee Dee and the rest keep telling me it works for me. It works for me. So you say. You're also somebody who I wouldn't want to be like you, look like you, act like you, live like you, get the results you get. So I guess it just comes down to ego, right? I'm just so focused on completion and success and self-actualization and realization and understanding of men and women objectively and what our roles are that I can't get in my own way anymore. Right? With what I want and don't want to be true. It's going to be what it is one way or the other. I'd rather try to understand what that is and let it work the way that it's created to be rather than confuse myself with the way I want it to be or don't want it to be and try to overlay that and cycle through relationships with the same themes coming up. You folks have the same relationships. They end the same way. They begin the same way. They have the same themes all throughout, and you can't figure out. You're supposed to be learning, not trying to complete through these people, places, and things.
Yeah, there's another part to this that I've been learning about myself and doing some work with, how I was raised, who I was raised by, and what my childhood was like, and my parents' relationship. And growing up, I always thought, okay, since seeing my parents' relationship, how they interacted and how the decisions that they made, I thought, okay, I never want to get married because I never want to be hurt like that. or whatever. But what I've now learned is it's not about that. That was such an unhealthy relationship that was forced, and it took a lot of like real looking into what I thought was actually truly important to be able to come to the understanding that it's like it's not all about me. There's a difference between cheating on somebody and just letting people naturally be themselves. It's not because it has nothing to do with me at all. So I've done a lot of work on that, and I've never thought about it until I started hearing you talk about it, because that's just kind of how we were, and I thought I I just never thought about it, like we're not polygamous. I'm not trying to have a sister wife, even though maybe that would be nice. I'm not sure. Like, but it's just my home is my home, and when we're at home together with our daughter, we're at home together with our daughter. What he does when he's gone, and he's gone for 6 months at a time, it's none of my business. But
Right. So DD214, let me just comment real quick, Trish. He thinks that being happy is he's at a place in his relationship where someone writes him little notes with the lunch he packs every day. That's great. That's great. But are you the man that you have to be, according to her, to get those notes in the lunch every day and the lunch to get packed? Because I suspect if you were to like really look into yourself and really start honoring different aspects of yourself and not being the person she wants you to be or thinks you are, the lunches and the notes would go away. See, I used to get little love notes from Jennifer, maybe sometimes here and there. I get different notes now. Thank you for being one of the greatest inspirations in my life to help me change me and become more free and loving and empowered and inspiring. A little bit better than a love note, a little sappy fake love note where you all feel something, right? Like, this is life-changing, this information, this understanding and lifestyle that we're living. So I don't get sappy little fake love notes that then turn into subpoenas down the road. I get testimony and bearing witness of God working in everybody's life and folks going past their egos and triggers and insecurities to become more secure, empowered, have more clarity and understanding, and more options in their life rather than limitations. So if you're happy, you wouldn't have to keep verifying to us, DD214. You're proving what you're saying is false. People who are happy in their relationships don't come on and have to keep telling everyone 10 messages per chat how good the relationship is, how much she does for you, how she writes you little notes. Are you proving it to yourself? Us? Who? Because I still don't believe you. The more you try to convince me you have a great relationship, the more I suspect you don't even really believe that, right? Or it's a false sense of security and empowerment in a false relationship. Because, again, I'm pretty damn happy with me and Jennifer and our progress and where we're at. I don't come on and ever talk about how great it is. When it's going great, there's no need to talk about it. You only talk about it if it's not going great and you want to feel like it's going great. Right? Like when you put your pictures up on social media, look at me and the wife, we're at Disney World, smile for the camera. And you could tell in the eyes, you just finished arguing or you're going to argue 10 minutes from now over some bullshit. Right? So cut it out with the whole what you show here is what really is, because it's usually never the case. And when I dig into who and what you all are 9 out of 10 times, it's fear of loss, fear of abandonment, confusion, trying to replicate the household you never had, or replicating the household you always had, never going outside the boundaries and confines of societal cultures, what you learned through your cult. So, I'm, again, for me, a being like me, you have to show me rather than tell me. I'm like the show me state guy. I'm about show and tell, not tell with no show. So show me a life, a lifestyle, a man or woman who I want to be a part of, be with, live with. And then I will say, I will decide for me whether you're happy, whether it's something I'd want to be a part of. Maybe you are happy. I wouldn't want to be in it because I wouldn't be happy. Is that fair enough? I don't know what you're showing. You're distracting me and confusing me. We can't read any.
I'm so sorry, but I have to go. I got to start driving again. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Trisha.
Bye.
So we'll see you later. So yeah, again, it's very simple. If you were really happy and empowered and successful, you probably wouldn't be here arguing with me. So you're already off, right? I am happy to some degree. I'm at least fulfilled and peaceful. I think happiness is a moment. Happiness is a series of moments that comes about generated by your lifestyle and your practice. So I don't go around saying, hey, I'm seeking happiness. No, happiness is a result. It's an effect of a cause, which is the way you live, the understanding you have, the empowerment and the peace that you share, and the love, obviously. So because I have that and I feel that, I don't feel the need to talk about it. If anything, I'm more interested in talking about how you all don't have that. Come here to tell me you do have that. And everything you show me is nothing that I'd want to be a part of or live like. So maybe we're just confused. And again, it's no confusion to me or coincidence why, whether it's relationships, spirituality, DD214, someone who says he doesn't believe in God. So there you go. Check, check. When it comes to what you do for a living, he's a military man. Check. When it comes to how you look, body full of tattoos. Check. When it comes to how you live, smoking, chain smoking, Marlboro lights on camera, drinking alcohol. Check. So every step of the way, I wouldn't want to look like you, be like you, live like you, get the results you get. And I wouldn't want to be in the relationships with the people and part of the associations that you seemingly can't get enough of. Your life and everything you say that makes you complete and happy is my nightmare. So maybe that's why there's such a disconnect. We're entitled to our beliefs, aren't we, and our perspectives? So why is it I just come on and be and live who and what I am and speak my understanding, and you all collect around me to argue with me about it? It's almost as if you know what I'm saying is better or more true or more correct or more desirable, but you don't want to admit it. You'd rather try to tear it down than just go your own way and live your happy lifestyle. Pretty bizarre, huh? How subpsychology works? Right? Because I'm sure, Andy Taint, other folks who are like fucking a lot of beautiful women who also he respects and they respect, and they're working toward a vision, and they want to get set up as traffickers and have the whole system come down on them, whether they're fake or not. He might be an agent. I'm sure you don't want to live at all like how he lives, have what he has, go where he goes, stand for himself the way he does, sacrifice and go to jail, and also understand the law to some degree. Right? I'm sure you don't want anything he has, live any way how he lives, and you definitely don't want to stand how he stands and not be a punk-ass coward afraid to go to a box or give your life for something other than someone's corporate ideals. Right? So you're not convincing me or Andy or anyone else, whether you think we're all real fake agents or not. I don't want to be you. Being me is better than being you. Call it ego or not. That's my feeling, and it was always not that way. I thought you were all better and smarter than me, because you were successful in the world is what you said and showed on some level, but I never saw what was behind the scenes. A punk-ass coward who's lost and confused, destroyed like a little child who's never gotten over their familial trauma. So they're destroying themselves and everyone around them, claiming to be happy, but not knowing anything about God, anything about spirituality, anything about the law, anything about philosophy, anything about language, on and on and on and on. So I'm not buying it. If you are happy, you're supremely unintelligent. For you to be this lacking in apprehension and completion and achievement and be okay and be happy shows you're of low intelligence and low morale. Because somebody who is of high intelligence is rarely ever happy in this realm. They're only happy if they're constantly working on change, whether it's themselves or in the world. It's only low consciousness, low intelligent people that sit around in a cave, drink alcohol, fuck one woman, and tell me they're happy while they take on the orders of the state. Only a peasant, cave-dwelling slave with no real ambition for anything true and beyond self and lifestyle of culture would be okay with that. So that just might be who and what you are, right? Go ahead, sir.
Excuse me, Paul. Can we get some push-up from the pyramid guy?
Right. Can we get some push-ups from him? Not me, of course, because I don't want to be made a fool of.
Oh, no, you're talking now, Paul.
Right.
I don't want to.
Go ahead, pyramid guy. Do some calisthenics for this guy. He's been waiting all broadcast.
No, and he got the time. Thank you.
All right, so one more clip maybe, because this was a triggering subject. This is why I like it. Folks get really triggered over
it's always triggering.
male and female relationships, especially black people and panels of goofy bitches. So if you throw in black people, panels of goofy bitches, and complete disconnect on who and what men and women are as a beingness, spiritually and physically, it just really gets everybody going.
Paul, can I say something real quick?
Hold on. I just hit the wrong thing.
Why aren't you guys in successful or great relationships then? What was the problem?
Because it's not only our problem. It's not women aren't only the problem because the relationship is about two people. Two people have to be working on a relationship.
So you guys saying that women have gotten smarter. I'm trying to say the women before you went through the same exact things that you guys are going through.
But they weren't successful in relationship is what I'm trying to say. They would just shut their mouth and hold on to their families because they didn't have a job, they didn't have a career, they didn't have anywhere to go. And God forbid they didn't have families to go back to with their children. They were stuck with that same man who were cheating on them.
That's smart.
So
They have families, though.
hold on. So you guys, you guys are in y'all 20s. So you mean to tell me the 1990s women kept their mouth shut?
No.
The 1980s
They
women?
didn't, but they probably put up with more because they
put up with a
couldn't
lot
do
more,
it on their own.
They
That's-
could, hold on.
I mean, that's far of a difference of like. Sorry.
The women who couldn't do it on their own was in the 60s. The women in the 80s had food stamps, welfare, Section 8, and child support.
That is true.
So the women I'm referencing don't need a man. They've been doing it on their own since the 90s.
Yeah.
But they still had men who cheated on them. Most women have been taking care of men since the 80s and the 90s. You guys are talking about grandmama and them from the 60s who needed a man. We talking about the women from the 90s. My mother was born 60, never had a man in the household.
Wow.
I was born in the 70s, so I watched a whole group of women never needed a man.
Right.
But most women today are dying single with no male companionship.
I'm just going to comment quickly, Trisha. You didn't listen. Next time you need to listen. I said just because I play clips from people that everyone else automatically agrees or disagree with doesn't mean I automatically agree or disagree. I listen to what's being said, I evaluate it, and I apply my own experience and understanding. So I don't agree that it's healthy to even deny a man his own nature because he finds one woman he finds more valuable and honorable than the rest. It's still not functional. So I agree that a man is going to be, if he's a student of life and cares about truth, he's going to be introspective and retrospective anyway. He's going to care about his reputation and how he presents and who he's fucking with. So all that means is if you meet a woman you don't want to not be in your life, you'd rather have him in your life, you're going to be a little bit more careful about how you move and choosing the right words, just like a woman would be with a man. It doesn't mean you dishonor your nature and the truth. It just means you're ultimately honorable and authentic. And you make sure that even if a woman's going to leave because she doesn't like who and what you are and your nature and your lifestyle, she could at least respect you because a motherfucker never lied and cheated. He just said, this is who and what I am. This is how I am right now. If it changes, great. If not, I have to honor that. So if you want to be part of my life, this may be what may go on sometimes. If you could deal with that and come to communicate with me and understand that, it might happen few times, if often, right? I've been with Jennifer, co-creating with her, not been with her, but, spending most of my free time with her and nobody else, in the physical realm. So I don't really have that much time and energy to fuck with anybody else. And if I did, it's going to have to be selective and conditional based on trust and respect. She's going to have to trust and respect me and that being. I'm going to have to trust and respect that being. And we're all going to have to be able to understand why we're all there. And that life brought us there for a reason, right? So it's not just some randomness or deterministic component. They work together. There's a nature and a nurture, right? There's an impulse and then a response. And then how you manage all that and how you honor that versus try to dishonor that because somebody's going to be upset about it. Okay, so why you're so triggered down there about a man having to rebuke his nature to please you is part of your problem. And that's why you're alone and old. I guarantee it. You're alone and old, yelling at me, telling me what I'm going to learn about life, but you're not in a happy, successful relationship, just like all these goofy bitches with big mouths. You got a lot of feelers, a lot of wants, a lot of non-wants. When I put your guy in the calculator, you want me to start doing it on here like they do? They have a website that takes all the statistics and gives you a calculation on the odds of you finding the man you think you're going to find based on the qualities you want him to exemplify as a woman. It's 0.1% to 1%. So good luck finding your 0.1 to 1% man, and good luck when you do find him and he's successful and can give you everything you want and need dealing with your goofy ass. Because when you do find that guy and he is successful, he's going to have options and you're going to be right out the door. He's not going to want to co-create with a loudmouth, triggered, emotional, goofy bitch who can't manage their own space. Probably doesn't even have any qualities to really offer. Most of these bitches nowadays can't cook, won't clean, won't do nothing to help you and support you, won't pay a fucking dollar, expect to be paid for. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? And then the only thing you offer is a sexual interaction to the relationship, and then a forced emotional state onto me that I have to deal with pretty much constantly and manage your inner space. I have to be your psychologist and daddy, and I don't need it. Your psychologist and daddy should have got you right so you can manage your own inner space in life and come together with other men and women to share love and experience. You wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know what that's like. Let me continue.
Cats and dogs.
Yeah, but how are they better off than the women who had husbands who helped them raise the family?
Yeah, but with the
Emotional stability.
right, with the women that did die single, what else did they have in their repertoire? They had probably a career or a place to stay. Like how you said, they were supporting themselves. They probably had kids of their own if they've probably never been married.
Here's
but
the cold hard
pregnant.
biological reality.
All
Go
of
ahead.
them have dealt with the same kind of men that the women of the 40s and the 50s. Men haven't changed. So I'm listening to you guys saying, well, we've gotten smarter.
This is the thing. When I talk to real women, they go, what woman would want a man to submit to her will? Only a punk-ass bitch would want a punk-ass bitch called a man next to him to submit to her will. Real women will tell you they want a man when they're standing next to him and having experience with him that they're free to be more submissive. What woman, instead of a toxic woman, wants a man to submit to her rather than wanting to submit to a man, which is the natural order? If you want to talk submission, Trisha, like you're doing now down there. So you think it's more in the natural order for a man to submit to a woman's internal space or a woman to submit to a man's internal space based on the conditions of what's going on, right? Based on the fact there's no control and domination or manipulation involved. So I think you're a little bit backward and twisted. If you got a man like me, Trisha, right, the way I am, I know you're not attracted to me. You don't have to go and say it because I know what you're going to do. I would never fuck you. Great, got it. A man who acts like me, who you think is attractive, right? If you got someone like me and tamed me and got me to submit to you, you would immediately disrespect me and cast me back out. Because the same thing you want to tame in me is the same thing you respect about me. See? Respect versus ego, right? Everything I am that you rebuke is everything the man next to you is not. That's why you're here focused on me. I exemplify that. So if I let you tame that and give you what you wanted out of ego, neither of us would get what we need, and we would turn each other out of dishonor and disrespect, you fool.
And that's exactly what happens in this commercial system. As soon as that officer pulls you over alongside the road, you're in the exact same position. You're turning each other out because neither one of you have authority to do what you're doing.
And I'm saying, well, when you look at the results, how have y'all gotten smarter when most of y'all don't have men?
Bam.
And y'all are still dealing with the same type of men that your grandmothers dealt with.
I mean,
men
but
who
that
lie
doesn't-
and cheat.
It's not about you
But
have a
that
man who
doesn't-
lies and cheat.
Right. That
Won't
doesn't
make-
gauge our intelligence.
Okay,
though.
here's the problem,
Like, you know
ladies.
what I mean?
Here's the thing. We got to understand a cold, hard biological fact. Men are more interested in things. Women are more interested in people. One of the biggest contributors to a woman's overall fulfillment and happiness is children and a family. There's a reason why when two men meet, they shake hands and say, what do you do for a career? When two women meet, they hug each other and say, do you have a children? Are you married? Because women base their value on their social circle, who's around them, aka a family. Men base their value on their career and what they're able to achieve. So you can say, I have a career, I make my own money. That's fantastic when you're in your 20s and you're still attractive and you got a bunch of guys coming after you. When you hit your 30s, get a little bit older, those same yacht invites aren't coming to the same level, or the same amount of DMs are not to the same level. The caliber of men that you're dealing with aren't as high as they used to be when you're in your 20s. That's when the walls are going to start to close and you're going to realize, damn, I don't have as many options as I thought. And here's the thing. 1 in 4 women now is on antidepressant medication. Female anxiety and antidepressant medication has gone up. Prescriptions has gone up since the 1970s. Women have reported lower levels of overall happiness since the 1970s as they become more empowered and more free. Explain that to me. Feminism is a lie. It tells you, go chase a career, go make money, get your bag. You're going to find that man just by making a lot of money, becoming successful. It's a lie. Women derive pleasure from children and a family mostly. And they proved this. They did a study in Ireland, actually, where they took women that were in the workforce, and when COVID happened, they went back home and worked from home. Then when it was time for them to go back to the workforce, most of the women elected to stay home and take care of their loved ones versus entering the workforce. So what I would say is this. Most women, if given the choice, would prefer to have a man, children, work from home, and or do some type of job that's elective, not mandatory, and have a family. A lot of girls sit there and cope and say, oh, feminism, I want a career, etc. You know damn well that's not going to give you satisfaction.
Your thoughts? I'll put the link down there again for all the complainers and or folks who just want to converse to come on up. Hello?
You know, Paul, grandmas used to teach their girls how to keep a man. They don't do it anymore. They go clubbing nowadays.
Right, and that's why the goofy bitches now, their ego is so overblown because they've never had a problem getting men. So they go, I don't need a man, and if I wanted to, I could get a man any day of the week. Right, but you can't get a high-value man who's successful, and you can't keep him if you could get him.
And we also see the roles being swapped in women going with multiple men. This is not your daddy. So-and-so is not your daddy. So they have to bring him on the show 3 or 4 times to find the daddy.
Right. And then they go, hey, I just flipped the game. I'm empowered because I get attention and validation. Yeah, but you don't have to be anything to get attention to men. Men will freely throw attention on you just being a woman and being desirable. Doesn't work the same way for men. Men got to do, be, create, know in order to get attention and validation from women, especially high-value women. Okay? So you want to confuse all men with all women. There's low-value men and low-value women. Men of real value, true empowerment, true success, honoring themselves and their life path, they're not going to put up with you projecting constantly your emotional inner space and what you want and don't want because you got insecurities and fear of loss and abandonment and not being good enough or lovable enough, right? A man having love for multiple people does not suggest that he does not love you, right? It suggests he's a loving man. And then they'll say, oh, it's lustful because it looks different and feels different. Well, we're complementary beings. One uses emotion to get to physical. One uses physical to get to emotional. Okay, so we're always on the other side complementing each other, but we're in confusion about what the other is doing and what we're doing, right? And if you don't co-create with honorable, authentic people, you wind up traumatized and broken in trust and not able to share life and love with other men and women because you think other men and women are all lying, cheating, egoic, controlling, domineering, insecure motherfuckers. Most of them are, but not all, right? Typically, these folks have no real friends. They have no real connections with their family. It's always the same theme. Go look at their lives and lifestyles. No deep connections with their friends, all superficial, shallow, conditional relationships about where they go, what they do, and what they like, right? No real deep, meaningful, purposeful relationships with friends, family, or self. So you wonder why your mate is the same way, living like you.
You know, Paul, can I say something? Those women on that panel, they all have OnlyFans and Instagrams. So it's a bit of bad representation for women in general. Because they're from Miami, Sodom and Gomorrah up there. Because
That's the thing is there's a part of a man, especially at certain times of our day or our life, where we're more into wanting the physical experience, right? At least as an initial draw, right? The problem is that, again, we have a body and a spirit and a conscience, and they kind of work together if it's working right. So you may honor your body one day and say, I'm really attracted to this woman. I kind of want to roll around with her. And then you realize, hey, if I roll around with her, it's going to lead to maybe feeling something or having connection or just being in each other's life. When I go to this person's Instagram and every other one has an OnlyFans, it now makes me think that their whole life is about attention getting and validation and disrespecting themselves and their body by charging $3.99 a month to be validated and to get to a bag so they don't need a man. Because again, they'll keep saying, well, back then we didn't need a man. We could just get money now and have all the things. So according to them, if they could just get money and have all the things, what do they even need a man for? He's just there to fuck them once in a while.
And we can see this is a transfer in the power selection in the gyms as well, the workout centers, where we have women that are priding their body going out to these workout centers and then shaming men. Okay, this is the feminist movement. Women trying to prove that they're just as good as men, but hey, only if you're my fans only member. You can only look at me if you're my fans only member. But if you look at me and I have to place a derogatory video about you to up my support, then I'm going to do so. And that's just fucking. That's the basis of destruction of the masculinity, is because women, by the feminist movement, are inherently trying to take over that masculine position. They're tired of men not stepping up to doing their duty. Step up, men, and put the women in their place.
Right. So a man who has purpose and meaning and success in his life, while he may want certain things, he doesn't need it. It's the men who have no purpose and meaning in their life. They go to work for $40,000 a year, pay a third in slave tax, stand for nothing, have nothing, go to the sporting events to yell and be part of something. They're willing to accept your bullshit lifestyle and what you put on them so they can have somebody. They'd rather have somebody than be alone, right? Somebody who's successful with purpose and meaning and spirituality in life don't give a fuck about being alone, so they don't need you. If they want you there, that's a great place to be. This motherfucker wants me in his life. Great. He doesn't need me. Great. So we're not codependent. Okay. So, this is again part of the problem is you have a bunch of inauthentic corporate males and females who keep fucking and loving on each other, but don't stand for nothing. Therefore, they don't respect men and women for who we truly are meant to be. That's why your boy there says, I'll play the clip, another clip. Your boy there says the same thing I'm saying. He says there's going to come a time in the future where all the rest of these inauthentic corporate males and females aren't going to get fucked. They're not going to have relationships at some point. It's going to go less and less as we become more and more aware. Because why would an authentic man who's successful in his life want to even fuck around with a goofy bitch who might cost him half of his shit and his time through a court system? Not going to happen. I'm not going to take that risk. Soon as you tell me you follow policy and code and I'm Paulie Boy Unslaved, what I stand for, I don't even want to know you. So right away, I just narrowed down the pool of dating. You got to be a woman who stands on something. You got to know something. You got to have a conviction. You got to be willing to go to a box or die standing next to me. If you ain't got that, I don't want to know from you. I may want to roll around with you, but I don't need it. And I'm going to do it, if anything, on the metaverse. I'm not going to make it physical. Because once you make it physical, you start swapping chemicals and DNA and all types of energies. So I don't play with that. Right. So the reality of it is the dating pool gets smaller and smaller. You get more and more options because you're more and more inspired and empowered, but you really don't want it or need it as much as you once did. Right. You're more focused on having beings in your life who respect you, who you respect them, who stand for something, because it's more deep and meaningful and there's trust there. If you don't have true trust, you ain't got nothing. Right. Like everything with government, anything. If you don't have this thing working in trust of God and what's true and what's right, and loving unconditionally while having a condition for respect and trust, it's broken. It's not going to work. It's only a matter of time before the weakness and failure show itself. I love the part where he talks to every one of them and they go, well, this is the man I want if he gave me everything I need, but I'm still not going to share him with anybody because I have a fear he's going to fuck them and leave me. So there you go. Fear of loss and abandonment. When they talk them down off the ledge, they all admit, well, if you just give me $1 billion, fuck me right, give me an orgasm, provide for the children, be an honorable, respectable, intelligent, funny, clever, witty, on and on, tall man who's strong and empowered. They might think about letting you share with other women, as they say, except the fact that they're so insecure that they have all the fake eyelashes and nails and everything. And if they take it all off, they're so valueless on the inside, you might just fuck the next woman and leave them forever. So that's a you problem again, that you don't seem to feel so valuable that a man wouldn't want to give you up. How do you keep a man or woman in your life? Be so valuable they'd never want to give you up. Be so valuable that, like my ex, I don't like these terms, who went off and had a child and now has a man, still comes here to this broadcast and message me and says I was daddy for 4 years. She says that. I don't even interact with her. Right? She still contacts me when she needs her account information changed because we used to do business together. I was a fool like that, linking our lives and our businesses together. So she said, hey, you got to go in and change a password because I can't get to my account. No problem. I go in, change it. She goes, thank you so much. I said, what do you think? I'm vengeful and retributive and petty like the rest of these motherfuckers? I'll help you all day to get what you need to become better, but I don't want to fuck with you no more. Right? So I'm a person who she can't afford to let me go out of her life because of who I am and how I live. She would never want me to be out of her life completely. She's somebody who, whether she's there or not, it's not going to change my life or affect my life. That's her choice. I created a character that folks don't want to lose, men and women. These folks create a character you don't mind losing because they don't stand for nothing anyway. Go ahead, Mr. 214. How are you, sir?
Hey, buddy, what's going on, man?
I'm doing well, sir. I'm doing well.
You wanted me to come up, so here we are, man.
Yeah, no, it's again, you should want to come up. You say you're going to do a broadcast and you know, you have a microphone now and you're a military man and people, I guess, want to hear from you. So why waste all that time and energy, attention typing when you come up here and be seen and heard by the good people?
Drop and
Well,
do
you know,
40.
we don't get along on camera as well as we do in chat.
I don't see that. I think I'm more likely to quote unquote get along with you if you're being a man and speaking your thoughts and feelings and putting your testimony on record. I at least find that respectable. This chat business is the quickest way to piss me off because it's accepting less for yourself if no one else. It's good content when we argue on camera, if nothing else. We might get to some real shit, if nothing else. I might respect you for just coming up and not doing what the other slaves do and being a coward and typing all that shit, coming up and talk it. So you get my respect, if nothing else, on some level.
Well, I'm just here because, you know, listening to the relationships, you know, the opinions you have on them. And then when I talk about my relationship, I'm lying or you don't believe it. I'm just curious why it's so hard to believe that there are people that aren't there. How many? I have no idea the statistics. But where a man and a woman can get along and have a family and raise a family and it seems like you have a hard time understanding that's possible.
Yeah, I didn't
or
say
you just,
that. You all keep saying what I'm saying because you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying a definite one way or the other. I'm saying the rule is, the exception to the rule is what you're talking about. It's the exception to the rule where a man and woman get together, stay with each other for the rest of their lives, take care of a family, and never have any connections with the opposite sex. That's an exception to the rule. The rule is most of us, whether it's just men or men and women on some level, are polyamorous. We love more than one being at a time. We have attractions for more than one being at a time. Whether we explore that or not is strictly upon the cultural programming that we're not allowed to because it's guilty and bad and wrong and taboo. Okay, nowhere in creation, still to this day, for thousands of years, in any land that wasn't culturally appropriated, do beings pair up. You wouldn't exist if you did. It's a manufactured, artificial society construct. We know men are designed to be non-monogamous in the prime of their life. It's a natural construct for a reason. You can't override it. If you try to override it, it causes more problems in men than it solves. That's why we're at war constantly. That's why they're on drugs and drink. That's why porn is through the roof. Because you're all pressing, repressing, and depressing a natural component of what a man is created to be for the community and the village to thrive. I don't know what's going on. If you're lagging, I can't hear you, sir.
Yeah, I must be lagging out. My screen froze. No, I get that. Women are not. When I say women, if we're talking about 20-year-old women or 30-year-old women, I mean, I wouldn't know that. I've been with my wife for so long. I'm not in that kind of dating pool. I don't see women conniving or looking only out for themselves and letting men abuse them, because I've lived through that in my life of women being crazy. I mean, I tell my kids women are crazy. You got to learn how to deal with it. And once you can master learning how to deal with a woman, anything's possible.
Right, but again, this is a.
You're not being serious, though, right? You're not being serious.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna now. Thank
Why
you.
wouldn't I be serious?
So
Why wouldn't
yeah,
I
I
be
can't
serious? I'm up here talking.
I can't do this. My head's starting to hurt, and I can't do the Agent of Chaos routine. So obviously he's serious. Asking him if he's serious is not productive. You're causing controversy. Okay, I don't need to cause controversy to get controversy. It's going to happen organically through confusion, which is rampant. So again, women are not crazy. Little girls who are broken are crazy. Little boys who are broken are crazy. So I'm not interested in listening to the majority of little boys tell me how they've mastered dealing with crazy little girls when they've never come out of their own confusion and insanity. Okay. And if you need a list of things I'll point to for confusion and insanity, I do it daily. So it's a little boy who thinks he's mastered dealing with a woman, most times I find, who hasn't mastered himself and therefore can't master leading a woman back to herself. He doesn't even know himself, let alone know her and understand her completely or true enough. So I find with most of these married couples, they wind up at a comedy show 20 years in, laughing and giggling uncomfortably about how the comedian knows more about them and their relationship than they do, and pointing out the obvious. And everyone laughs and giggles uncomfortably. And they go home in the car and say, what about what he just said about fucking other women? What about what he just said about the toilet seat and what it means about respecting a man and you being out the door if he doesn't conform to your lifestyle and comfort and ways? So there's a reason why all the couples come out on Saturday night to listen to a guy like me tell them stories that are more accurate about them that they can laugh at and then talk about later, because I know more about them and their relationship than they're willing to look at and understand.
And I posted a couple links in the chat for you, Paul, if you have any interest to show a short little clip of each of them, showing the great disparity between the powers of men and women. And this is what people are just wantonly giving up and agreeing that women have such powers. And we're seeing that as evidence that's not true today in the sports arena, in the political arena, in the commercial arena, all kinds of arenas. That I have a firm belief women are not supposed to be out there. They're supposed to be at the home. And that's just my opinion, guys. But there's a couple clips there showing great disparities using little men against full-grown women. 15-year-old arm wrestling against a women's adult champion. And it's amazing. The power.
Okay, so now hold on, Wizard. They're bonding down there, I think. Or one of them's trying to bond with the other one. Mimster makes this statement. Then Trisha says, respect for you. And then another comment, nice to meet you, Mimster. Okay, Mimster, come on up and tell me, as a middle-aged, empowered, and successful and all the other things woman to my face, right? Because I'm none of those things. So you should have no problem telling it to me, let alone an actual empowered, successful man. So come up and tell the trailer-dwelling gorilla all about who and what you are, what you stand for, and how you live. Because most of you won't do it. So tell me all about what you want and need from a man that you also won't bring to the table and exemplify because you're a hypocrite. And then give me the list, right, of what strong actually looks and feels like. And if I'm that and others, tell me what working looks like. And if I'm that and others, tell me what independent looks like. And if I'm that and others here, and then tell me what drug-free looks like. And if I'm that here and others, I want to know what that means to you.
And then tell us if it depends on how much a man makes in his life or a yearly salary. Because when you look at it, ask the common woman how much she expects her man to make, and you'll find out that there's a great disparity in the supply of such men. Sure, there are a lot of men that make $150,000 a year, but most of them are already taken. So now you have to look at the
right
pool that's available, which is the single men, and you'll find there aren't many at all. Oops.
Or they have multiple relationships with women who all they love and respect, and they have an understanding, and you could be part of that, but won't get your ego out of the way. So you want to go share a bozo instead of share a man who's authentic and true. You're going to share him anyway, if not with a porn star, with one of your friends when he's on the toilet thinking about her. So you're sharing him one way or the other, whether you know it or not.
Well, that guy that's making $150,000 generally isn't only just cheating on his wife, but beating on him. And if they're beating on their wife, they're usually beating on their children too. You know, it's a sick system.
Well, wait, what if you're somebody who, like myself, the more you succeed just off of merit and virtue and presentment and authenticity and bringing value and change, what if I was to get to that position and I was strong, completely independent, unlike all the rest of your little boys who are codependent with a beast system and their codes and policies? So completely free, completely loving and caring, stronger than all the rest of them because I do what they won't do because they're too scared, and drug-free because I put down pills and powders and everything else, and now I just use plants and herbs like reefer, pretty much it. I don't drink. I don't do nothing else. So I am everything you just said down there, and I agree. That is everything middle-aged women want. Ask Jennifer. They're not as interested in me having a six-pack or having a BMW or having a huge cock, right? Or wearing all the latest fashion. They're more interested. They can trust what the fuck I say I'm going to do. What I'm being is who and what I am. What I'm showing is who and what I am. When I talk, when I speak, when I live, I influence myself and others. I have true value. Now, come up and tell me, since I am that, I think I'm that, you'd have to decide, I guess, if you would want to date me. God forbid that. I know I'm appalling with a you. But my question to you is, are you all those things? Are you strong? Are you working? Are you independent? Are you drug-free and alcohol-free? Are you communicative? Are you inspired, inspiring? Are you funny and witty and clever and intelligent? Are you eloquent and well-spoken? Are you creative? Are you all the things that you want in a man but never bring to the table except for your pussy and maybe what you can bring to my table physically, some ramen noodles, or maybe do my laundry? Because I don't need any of that. So I just want to know where the disparity in value is. Right? Like why women expect so much and men accept so little. Seems someone's more in control than they
Are
think.
there any good women out there, Paul?
You lost. I didn't say. There you go. Are there any good women out there? Ask Jennifer. I wouldn't be in her life and she wouldn't be in my life if she didn't consider me good and me consider her good. So any more fake questions you want to ask? Out of your ego?
No,
Are they any good women
because
in my life? She constantly sees me with a 50-year-old woman, then they want to make fun of her. Oh, she looks old. She looks this. She looks that. Right. But I take real bitches over bad bitches. That's the difference. See? And I got news for all of you. I told you all. People see one presentment, right? They see Jennifer at 50 and they say, oh, she looks this. She looks that. If I showed you her body from top to bottom, she's got yous all beat. All your little hoes you're fucking with, like literally it's like a porno movie for me, right? So I'm not interested in what you all think about me and her and our relationship. She knows I'm good. I know she's good. And she supports me. She's part of my peace, not part of my problem. And when she is part of a problem, I have a solution that she thanks me for later. And I don't have to force it either. It's very calm and measured, not even anything like I do on here. Very calm, low voice, caring, compassionate, but unwavering in truth, and allowing a perspective to come forth and everybody to understand at their own time in their own way. Right? So don't ask me questions you know the answer to, because I have a school teacher who's been working special ed, changing children's lives and doing what their parents in the institutions won't do while catching shit for it, standing on rights and freedoms, getting harassed by police during the whole slave debacle, right? So I have an honorable woman in my life who's respectable, and she has an honorable man in her life who's respectable, and we have trust because we have an understanding and a common vision and goal, okay? So because of the virtue of what our relationship is, she's constantly bringing me things, trying to do for me, trying to give to me. I say, I don't want it. Please don't do it. I want you to focus on yourself and your life and being successful and empowered and peaceful in yourself. And she's thanked me more and more for that, because it'd be a lot easier to let her clean up my fucking trailer when I won't do it, acting like a baby. Bring me food when I'm not caring for myself, doing hours on here and getting a headache not eating and all the rest of it, right? Or just being a lazy ass baby like it's easy for me to do if I let myself. So it's not about any of that. I'm not in this for her to serve me. I'm in this for all of us to serve truth, understand ourselves and each other more, and co-create better results for everybody that actually work based on a natural creation, not what we want it to be, that culture taught us it should be, that we saw from everyone around us that never really works long term. Not for a community in a village. Even if you can get it to work for the two of you and your two children, doesn't work for the community in the village, because if you are good and honorable men and women, you need to be out there co-creating with other good and honorable men and women, and or the children of men and women who've left. So it doesn't work on the whole long term for the wider scale of what this is all supposed to be. And again, as a body, we're mammalian. So we're meant for group, social situations and activities, and sex does not change that. Now, whether everyone's insecure and can't see that or feel that is really not my problem. You don't have to agree. I'm telling you that if folks took certain plants and herbs, got away from their people, places and things, society and culture, got back to what we are, reconciled the spirit and the body from our fake belief systems and religions, you would find more and more security doing things you never thought that you would do. Okay? So again, I'm very suspect of people who think they know themselves, that haven't gone through certain things I and others have, to realize more about themselves and others, that clearly the percentages of being correct and true and more accurate are better than everyone else who has their rap they got from somebody else with no real life experience, pushing those boundaries. So I've changed my consciousness. They'll call me a druggie. I've taken everything under the sun pretty much. I've changed my consciousness and perspective, and I've come back to base consciousness with a report for everyone. They don't want to listen about leaving your body, right? About being an energy and a spirit and a conscious and awareness, about having a body to use it and share experience, but not being the body and thinking you are this body. They don't want to listen. They don't want to listen to any real life experience because they always got a reason to not listen. He's got a t-shirt on from Burlington Coat Factory. He just smoked 10 blunts. He's an ex-druggie dope addict. He never got a job with a real corporation and profession like the military and police. I'm tired of the disqualifications that lead everyone away from themselves and a community in a village where we can all have a kingdom of heaven and honor our nature rather than what we've been nurtured to be or lack of it. Sorry for rambling, sir. Go ahead, Mr. 14.
No, I'm just interested because it seems to me that in my relationship with my wife, we've been together for a long time. We've had we dated when we were teenagers. I left for the military and we separated, and I come back and we found each other again. But we get along so well because we understand each other so well. We've never had a fight. We communicate. We talk about a lot of things every day. And that's one thing I've learned about women is they like to talk about their feelings. So in order for me to understand my wife better, I have to listen to her and I have to be a friend, be ear.
Right, but that's
from what I hear a lot from you.
No, that would seem correct and true. The problem is that with a lot of these women, their emotional state is dysfunctional. So then they take hijack over your life by saying, if you won't sit around with me hours a day and talk about my emotional cycling, you don't love me and you're not my friend. No, a true friend says, you are dysfunctional. You have so much going on emotionally. It's getting in your way and my way. You may need to find more completion and development to where you can talk to yourself and the spirit about your feelings instead of monopolizing my life to be your friend passive aggressively to honor your inner space, which may be dishonorable and dysfunctional. So I'm saying sounds good, feels good till you actually get into it with a woman who's like this and they want to take 2 to 3 hours of your day talking about inane nonsense and how they feel about it. I'm not interested. And I don't need to talk to you about inane philosophical concepts that I'm thinking about as a man that you don't care about. I don't have that compulsion anymore. So when you're compulsive and impulsive and then want to make everyone else an enemy because they don't conform to your compulsive, impulsive behavior and dysfunction, sounds and feels good that you really love them. Really, you become their prisoner. I'm not interested in that. It doesn't work for her and it doesn't work for me. This is what I mean by leading them back to their true self. You should want peace as an individual, both of you. Then you come together to share and support each other and complement each other. You don't come together to cycle in intellectual and emotional dysfunction and chaos and then say, if you don't conform to that, you don't really love me and understand me. That's not true love and understanding. That's trauma bonding. This is exactly my point, sir. This is so subtle, a lot of this stuff, that a lot of these relationships, folks think they have so much. It's an emotional bondage and attachment. And if you change the way you spoke and how you lived, you'd become better. And there's a good chance she's going to break away or rebuke it. Because it's all about her validation, her internal space being talked about and met, and having attention being put on her. If she didn't have that, she'd feel unloved, and then you'd be the reason, and she'd leave. A woman who's secure with herself and has a process.
I would want to leave too.
That's not being an asshole. That's being secure and inspired and empowered with purpose and meaning. You don't have time throughout history to sit around all day with a woman and talk about her feelers. That's a conditional love space.
I don't understand.
Because it's not productive.
If
you're taking away my peace to talk about your internal space. If a being can manage their internal space, they don't need to.
We have to be selfish.
It's called selfless. If a woman thinks taking up your time to talk about her inability to manage her thoughts and feelings is selfish, she's not being selfless. I worked all fucking day. I'm creating, I'm doing, I'm changing, I'm working on myself. I don't have time to validate and perseverate over your inner space. That's for you to do for yourself. I'm not your daddy and I'm not your psychologist. This is my point. Whether it's a man or a woman, a being who is secured and can manage their inner space and is inspired and empowered and on a walk doesn't need their mate to constantly be there to bounce shit back and forth with. They just share love and time and experience and peace together.
I wasn't saying she was being selfless. I was saying you're telling me that I shouldn't have to listen to her because I was at work today. Is that what I got from that?
I'm telling you, there's
that she should get her shit together and not talk to me about things.
I didn't see you like to make extreme characterizations.
I think
and I'm telling you,
disconnected with
your connection is horrible. Could you
not
repair
at all.
it, please?
I'm just repeating what you just said, bro.
No, you're breaking up constantly. Could you fix that?
I think you're misinterpreting somewhere, brother, because he's not talking about the honorable women that enhance the man, and vice versa, the man enhancing the woman. In those kind of situations, I see the man and woman making their discussions, but it's not about the trivial things. It's got to be about the things that are interrupting both of them. I yield.
Like this slave down there. She would be a constant problem and detractor for my empowerment and peace. She's already trying to do it here. Right? So basically what she got out of all this is I only want pussy and food. So you're so off in your ego again. You're causing me and yourself lack of peace and anxiety and problems that I have to solve because you're in confusion and ego. What I said was it's not about that. He said that. The other guy.
Paul wanted me to come in on the panel because I was talking about what
I'm not
opposite of what he was
about,
talking about. How my marriage is good, how my marriage is great. Here I am.
If it's great for you, why do you have to
Keith was talking about
another?
how
if it's great for you, why do you have
give this man a badge of honor already?
If you have to convince, if it's great for you, why do you have to convince me and others that what I know for me at this time to be true? Your life is a nightmare to me. Why are you not okay with that? If it's your dream and it's my nightmare, why are you not okay with that? Many folks come here and go, Paulie's broken, poor. He does nothing all day. His life is my nightmare. It's my dream. So why is it that we can't have each other's.
Well, live your dream,
mutual
brother.
dream,
I'm
and
living my
nightmare,
dream. Why is it so wrong?
It's not that it's wrong for me. It's
I'm
my
totally
nightmare.
happy
and
when
I
you live in a
outlined
trailer
all
out
the
in
reasons.
the middle of nowhere.
I don't want someone making my lunch every day like
Yes, but
my
that doesn't
mama and
apply to
putting
me.
notes in it. I don't want it.
That's
You
fine.
love it. I don't want it.
But that doesn't mean I'm not happy. I'm faking it. I'm
I
not
didn't.
faking it. It's true.
Okay.
It's real.
Okay.
You brought me up here. You wanted me to come in here because of all the things I was saying in chat. And I told you I didn't want to come up here because we just don't get along. And clearly, neither of us. Eventually, it's going to happen, I think.
Good. I understand you should have trust in your partner, but
I disagree. I could trust women to be women, which is women are emotionally erratic, not really very compulsive, do what feels right versus what is right. There's a reason.
Wow. I didn't even know he was going to say that. It was just dead silence. And then I turned it on and it was pure synchronicity like it always is. So would you like him to tell you and the other broken hoes around the table why they're all wrong? Right? Would you like him to tell you why they all get triggered? Because they're impulsive and compulsive and do what feels right, but not what is right. A man is objectively logical. He will do what is right if he has the information and isn't a coward. What feels right shouldn't be as important than what is right and what is true and what is correct and what makes sense. So you want to give up objective logic and what makes sense and what benefits everyone for what feels right to her that might feel right to you at sometimes if you let yourself, right? By believing the bullshit. So let's hear more about this. I love the fascinating synchronicities. It's like the creation does all the work for me. I have to just do nothing but facilitate and then speak what I've experienced and what I apprehend.
This is why we tell men, do what's right. We tell women, do what's right for you. Because we tend to live in this world nowadays where feelings and being happy overrides everything. And a lot of times a girl will cheat and then rationalize it, say, I wasn't happy in the relationship, or it just happened, blah, blah, blah. And I think this is why so many guys end up in situations where the relationship is compromised because they didn't have boundaries. They didn't have standards. They let their girl do whatever she wanted. One drink leads to another. She's out with her single girlfriends. Oh, he's a bum anyway. You do what you want to do. They, enable her bad behavior. I always say single girlfriends are the worst thing for a relationship. And then bam, next thing you know, she's sucking some dude's dick in the bathroom. So I trust women to be women, which is compulsive, bad decision makers, and typically needing the leadership of a man.
Misogyny.
Okay, I wouldn't say that females are like particularly like that's kind of like a hasty generalization there, just to assume that
Who has
all
3/4 of the
females.
debt?
You said what?
Who has 3/4 of the debt?
Do you notice these same women who care so much about their own feelings never fucking come to men and go, hey, what do you think and feel about all this? And how can I conform my inner space to what you think and feel? No. It's always, let me tell you what I'm feeling. And if you don't accept that or cycle with me on it until I'm right, you don't love me and you're being narcissistic, right? They never come to you and go, hey, I was thinking about what you might be feeling and going through as a man in a world of slavery. Could you tell me more about it and how I could change me to be more in concordance with you? Of course not. Because they're in feminine, passive-aggressive, narcissistic ego while claiming I'm the narcissist because I won't validate every little feeling they have about their insecurity in their position in life. How fascinating.
And notice the first thing he went to was finances.
Go ahead, sir.
He went to finances. See, this is the most important relevance to every relationship in the modern times. Everybody's dependent on the finances. That's that commercial marriage license. Come out of her. I yield.
3/4 of the debt in the U.S.
Of the debt?
Yes.
Yeah.
Despite making less money than the opposite gender.
I have no clue.
It's women. Who's 80% of the
Oh.
consumer base?
Okay, I guess women.
Thank you.
But okay,
There's a reason
what
why.
I'm saying
Hold on.
is-
You see, I'm not just. This isn't coming from a place of anger or misogyny or me talking crap. It's facts. Advertisers target women because women are more impressionable and they're easier to control. Women are group thinkers. They're more involved with being social. They're followers. Okay, you look.
And that's why I tell you, Zol, that We Are Awake TV and everywhere else, you have feminine traits. You got the spirit of your mama because you care more about being liked and being in the gossip circle and being validated than you care about what's true and what's right. You're in toxic femininity and you always rebuke true masculinity and you call it toxic masculinity because you want to equalize. And it doesn't work for me.
And that's
doesn't work for any of us, really.
That's one of those things I've repeated many times as well. I don't follow anybody. I'm here with Paul because I'm in agreement with many things he says. But like he said about Wes Watson.
Wizard, shut up. You're one of his bootlickers. You just want to be liked and loved by daddy. You want to be his special boy, so they project onto you. We want to be liked and loved by Paulie. We're not. We want to be his special little secondary bitch, and we're not. So we're going to project that onto you, even though we're all just sharing time and experience.
Yeah.
Misogyny.
And that's why I have to work on my temperament and my anger, because that's one of those things that tends to trigger people, and I have to learn not to let that trigger me anymore. You know, like I said, it's my statement that I tell you I don't follow anybody but him. And so I stick with that. And if you can't accept that, that's up to you. You want to say I'm following Paul? That's fine. But again, as I've said, I'm with Paul, and I don't want you following us, and I'm not your leader. I want you to walk with us. Again, ingress, egress, the footprints in the sand. We carry each other if we know how. I yield.
Look at a fashion trend. You look at a hairstyle. When Rihanna cut her hair back in 2008, every other girl decided to cut their hair. Fashion trends, typically women follow them. So women are easier to sell to and advertise to. And this is why advertisers target women and not necessarily men. So what I'm saying is that women are impressionable by nature. They're more agreeable.
Yeah.
And this is not a social construct. This is biology.
Yeah, they are emotional creatures too, but I wouldn't say that they can't, objectively think or,
Of course they
be
can.
rational.
Of course they can. They can.
Well.
I'm not saying they're not objective or rational, but what I am saying is that they're more likely to make bad decisions on emotion, which can lead to the destruction of the relationship.
Yeah,
And
I
didn't
would
liquor
agree
as
with
well.
that.
I had alcohol. Oh, it's a wrap.
Yeah, for real.
So,
yeah.
And the thing is, and I know you guys might say, well, men drink and cheat too. What are you talking about, Myron? Here's the difference. If I cheat on my girl, I can go back to my girl and love her the same. If you cheat as a woman, it's a wrap. It's not the same. One is premeditated murder. The other one is, a DUI, manslaughter. It's not the same as when a woman cheats. Oh, you're shaking your head. Go ahead.
I
Disagree?
just don't agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you agree? Go ahead.
Yeah, because if she was enough for him, then you wouldn't need another woman or think about putting yourself in another woman.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Men will sleep with somebody they don't like.
Oh, I know that.
Women won't.
But it becomes a thing
That
too
is
when
true.
you don't
Women
like
have to
her
like
and you're
something
still
about him.
penetrating her.
A man will
It doesn't
sleep
make
with
sense to
somebody
me.
they literally hate.
I don't like her,
A
but
woman
I'll
won't.
have sex
But
with her
I'm-
10 times and more.
Isn't that worse?
Well. Here's the
That
thing.
friend that they
A
told you not to
guy's
worry about.
thinking, when my woman go cheat with a man, she's emotionally invested unless she's a.
Trish is still going down there. You need to just come up so we could talk like people, because you need to get out of your ego. You got too much insulation to type and yap without the reality. So I already told you earlier, I'm not possessive over the women in my life. I don't care if it's 1, 2, 3, 5, whatever it is. Again, I tend to be more monogamous in my lifestyle in a way. I have attractions to other women. I might explore that at certain times and then see where that goes. Ultimately, I spend most of my time in all of my relationships, all 4 of them at 33, all 4 sexual and relationship. I've had 4 women on every level in my life, right? So I tend to be more monogamous with them if you were to look at what goes on day to day for the most part. But I don't get possessive. I did at one time when I was forced to believe I had to love only one person and that person forever, or be guilted and deemed to be a bad man. So yeah, I got possessive because it was the only thing I had, the only one I had. Right now, if you have success and process in yourself and you're secure in yourself and you have options of people, places, and things, and you know that you are love and you are oneself, you don't get into fear of loss and abandonment and lack. You say, I live a life of abundance. All I'd have to do is go out somewhere and show who and what I am, right? Or send somebody this broadcast. They're going to be with it or not. I don't even have to do anything. You think that I can't, even if I had to stay alone for the next 6 months, 6 years, whatever, at some point, somebody's going to come forth and we're going to have another experience and another engagement, right? And when I do what I do here, it's probably not that difficult. It's difficult for other reasons because now most women are not going to want to be accountable to what I do. So now I'm like, I went from being totally unattractive to attractive in ways that are unmeetable for most women because they go, we don't want to deal with that. He's going to come on there and say whoever and whatever he is. And if we're not really living like that, we're going to get triggered and feel something. So it's going to be a certain kind of woman who's really secure and empowered and inspired and sees what I do and is a student of life who says, okay, I'm going to ride with you in this whole thing. So it's like I've switched positions completely. There's probably a lot of women out there who are attracted to me that I never would have thought would have been in a past life, like years ago. Now I know they're attracted to me, but don't want to fuck with me for reasons that might be because I'm too accountable and honorable and authentic and successful. And they can't meet the condition. Easier to fuck with their bozo who expects little to nothing from them. Just fuck me once in a while, validate me, don't leave me, and we're good. Boring. You all could tell me that's what you want. I know all you women who've been in it for a while. Boring. I see it in their eyes, like the woman who came out. That's why she spent so much time. She still didn't get her way, by the way. Faking documents, lying, trying to get me to pay for an Airbnb because she ain't getting fucked no more. Because she ain't got no life and lifestyle. There's no nightlife. There's nothing hot and exciting and spontaneous. She's fucking bored and angry and miserable. And you know what adds to that? She's shacked up with a bozo who don't stand for nothing. That makes it even worse. So now she's got no friends, got no nightlife, got no real attention and validation except from a bozo she don't even respect anymore. And she don't have God in her life, so that's out. Right? God forbid these folks had a spiritual practice that everything could be taken from them and they'd be more inspired and empowered than ever. They don't have that. They get their whole identity and validation from the externals and then wonder why they're still miserable after they get all that. There's no true pervasive essence. They tell you you're non-essential for a reason. There's no essential quality to anything these folks are doing and living. There's nothing beyond the shallow materialistic physicality of bodies, people, places, and things that keeps these people together. Then they go, how could you be so shallow, materialistic, and talk about pussy and wanting to be open? Yeah, but I have depth in any relationship of anybody who deals with me. How could I not? Look at how I live and how I speak and present. Look at what I know and how I apply that, how it changes others' lives. I have so much more meaning and depth in my life. I could have 10 women in my life and it'd be more meaningful and more depth and more change and more value than all 10 of them having one bozo each. I could provide more depth and value on this metaverse or in a relationship or in any arena at this point. That's how confident I am in my competence. Than 10 bozos at least. I might even go 100 or 1,000. How about that for ego triggering? You give me 1,000 bozos from the bar with their favorite NFL t-shirt on, and I bet I bring more depth and value to 1,000 to 1 for all 1,000 women, even if it's just over a damn screen. How about that? I didn't say what my dick is going to do. Wow, what a concept. When your cup runneth over, you can fill others' cup. Your cup is half full and you want to talk about a nurturing relationship. It's fucking laughable. Your thoughts, expert panel, and Jacqueline? Well, she's part of the expert panel, but she just came up.
Look, that's Trisha.
I'm the expert panel. How are you, Paul?
That's Trisha, Paul. Look.
That's not Trisha.
That's
I don't
how
know
she
what the
grew
hell
up.
you're. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying.
Disney.
Yeah, we're Disneyed out, right? We're gonna find a prince one day. He's gonna take us away. But what do we see with princes and kings? They all got a queen, and then they got concubines, right? I guess they just, more ego trip, narcissism, cult doing, right? It's not their nature they're honoring, right? So they don't have a king, don't have a queen who's like the bottom bitch, as the other Trisha said, right? The one who he really respects and values, and then has concubines who come in and get to share experience with the king and the queen and the kingdom. Right? Maybe the queen's around sometime. Maybe she's not. Whatever. Everybody seems like they understand their role and place and position. It's only the egoic, insecure peasants who keep looking to the kingdom and the king and queen, the concubines, making assumptions, making presumptions. They're the ones in the insecurity with all the problems and dysfunction, not that structure and setup. There's a reason why that's there like that. There's a reason for it. You know, it just seems to be more mutually beneficial for everybody. The concubines get to share time with the king. He gets to have his way as a natural creature without being demeaned and guilted. And everyone seems okay with it because he's honorable and he's sacrificing his whole life for this kingdom. So, you know, it's only the egoic chimpanzee said, you're going to give him some pussy? They're like, we want to, we like want to not only fuck him and blow him, we want to cook him his meals and wash his clothes. They want to be my mama, and I'm not even asking for it. That's it's only you folks who look at it and go, how dare you demean women? Real women are like the woman said, she wants to cook and clean for me, wants to care for me, not because I'm so pretty, right? Not because I have such a great job, because of who and what the fuck I am and how I live, what it means to be next to me. So your thoughts, expert panel, on the ego triggering event that I purposely created today, because you know, I see the algorithms and the number games, and you know, I gotta every once in a while put some heat on everyone. You know?
I find it really humorous now that you really focus on the narrative of the prince and the concubines and the finding all the soulmates and stuff. Because how is it that so many people are deceived into this appropriating this false hierarchy? That no one's going to live that except for the few kings out there. So
shut up, tribe. Shut the fuck up right now. You're silencing women's voices. Trisha is the advocate for women here, and she says you're not allowing the damn lady to speak. So I'll go to her again. Jacqueline, please speak for these women out here.
I yield.
Well, yield, tribe, yield. Well, you know my stance on all of that, and I agree. I'm here to speak for women on both sides of it, because you have to be to a certain. I think you have to be to a certain part in your own evolution before you're able to share experience and share a life with someone, and not have to be the only sole focus of that person. So I agree with what you said, in the fact that if by allowing the husband, the male, the partner, to explore other things, it actually has the opposite effect, more or less.
Right. Wow.
Because I put that out. I'm like, Josh, you share with whoever you want to share with, because I don't want to. You're a fabulous, wonderful man with beautiful energy, and you stand for rights and freedoms and care for all that are around you. I said, why should I be the only one that you could be doing? You know, not even talking on a completely sexual level, but just in general. If you feel
right,
like
why are you trying? If you believe you have a good man, he's trustworthy. Why are you trying to keep him from the world unless you don't believe in? No, not you. I'm asking. I'm asking the woman down there, like all of them. If the man is so respectable and honorable and trustworthy and loving, and you believe in him and you ain't scared, why are you keeping him from the world?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, and I know that he'll always come back to me, because I am honorable and I have great qualities, and and I'm secure in who I am, and I'm at a great point in my life. So I know he's not going to go run into somebody else. And if he does, then, well, that's his loss. But, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm not out pushing him out the door, but I'll say, if you find someone interesting, go talk to them.
Only somebody who believed they were unattractive or unable to create more and better experiences would be worried about losing someone or something. And if you got $1 billion, do you worry about losing 100? You only worry about losing 100 if you're poor and broke or on the way there. If you got experiences and opportunities and you're creating value constantly, you don't worry about that, right? So again, only the insecure and egoic, who have to have their relationship mean something about them, are afraid of losing people or moving on or changing. That's life, right? So they're confused and they're losing their power everywhere they go, clutching for it. They don't get it. Like you just said, a man will always love you and never leave if you just let him be a fucking man and stop nagging him and harassing him over his nature.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to the video. So you spoke for the woman. You didn't say what she wanted, so now she's going to say, "Fuck you, you're not a real woman."
I know. It won't be the first time.
You're not one of the real women. She thought you were because you were in a nurse's outfit. It was a good play, good presentment, but we found out you're one of these extremist subset group sex mammal miscreants who's running a cult on some level, right? On some level, even if you agree with me a little bit, you've got to be one of the evil ones, worldly, hedonic, unspiritual, unenlightened cult members, right? These folks are very elitist in the chat, right? They're very high.
Why do I feel like it's actually the opposite?
Well, that's the thing, right? Is like, again, I'm characterizing all of their dysfunctions they project on to a being who's self-actualized and realized and secure within themselves, probably for one of the first times ever. Like, I don't need anybody. I enjoy people. I share time with them if it's mutually beneficial. And if we can all get what we want and need and or grow into that organically, it's all good. The more the merrier, right? I'm not even, again, they all play the ego game. They don't get it. Men and women are not the same. We're the same on some levels and we're not on other levels. So as a woman, you go, well, what if you go out and be with another woman, I'm going to go do it too. So you're going to do it out of ego and spite? That ain't even who and what you are. No. So you're going to go demean yourself in a relationship to do something that's not in your nature because I did something that's in my nature. That's foolishness, right? You'd be better off, you get further like they talk about in this interview, if you just told the man, hey, I love you and I'm going to be here and I'm going to do what's authentic to me. But right now it's not authentic for me as an emotional creature to go out fucking and get drunk to prove something to you. I'm just going to be here when you get back. And if you love that bitch or whoever, then love her. You get further. They used to write songs about this shit, about black women telling the man, you want to go out and cheat, whatever. I know what you're up to. And I'm going to be right here loving you and bringing you that dinner. And at some point you're going to fold because you know what you're doing is wrong. It's one thing to say you're going to go do is another. I'm going to the store, baby, and then go fuck some goofy bitch that might have STDs or give her a child, and then she got to find out third party, you got a child running around out there that you ain't taking care of, or you got some disease you caught that you brought back on her, right? Used to write songs about this shit, how a woman's care and grace and ability to submit and yield like water would wear down the hardest thing over time. Didn't matter how tough and Mr. Big Stuff and all the songs they wrote. Who do you think you are, Mr. Big Stuff? Right? Like,
don't
bother a woman. She go, listen, I could have a man every day of the week, right? I could have a man every day of the week. You got to go get pussy, right? So it's not the same dynamic. We're not supposed to see the world the same way. Therefore, we're complementary. Even when a man goes out and does something, if he's not really honoring that and don't really know that to be true and isn't being real about that, he's going to wind up feeling guilty. And then that's when you have these bozos come home and give their whole check to a woman every week because they're guilty. So they go out on the weekend, get a drink, fuck some hoe, come home every week, give the whole check to the woman out of guilt. So who's winning? Who's got all the power? She could fuck anytime she wants. She chooses to love your goofy ass. You don't want to be who and what you need to be? Get it all and everything out there. Who's going to win in the end? See, a woman is a long game creature, supposed to be. Not anymore, because they're becoming more and more like the little boys that they got problems with, right? Trying to act like them and compete with them and compare with them. We're here to do what each other doesn't do. We're not here to do what each other does. So the quicker that we can reconcile animal body and spirit, the quicker we can reconcile the male and female aspects of ourselves, share with that, understand that, be challenged by that, go past that, we won't have any of these problems and disconnections and lack of communications and insecurities and divisions. It seems clear to me. And I'm seeing it with Jennifer and other people in my own life. I'm seeing the results. I'm not forcing any of it. Let me get back to the clip. Let me hear some more.
She don't love only prostitutes can sleep with a man she's not emotionally invested in.
Facts.
A woman has to have a man can literally stick his dick in a gas tank.
That's facts, though.
He can literally stick his dick in a hole in the ground.
Get that Jerry can sex.
He's not emotionally. A man.
So that makes it okay.
Trisha's not going to let me get through this clip. Trisha, please. I'm asking you to just calm down.
I'll add to that is that I know that my man's not going to go out prowling around at all.
But I don't prowl anyway. This is the point. I don't.
That's what I mean.
I just told the goofy bitch that I've had 4 people in 33 years. Her goofy husband probably fucked 100. at a bar somewhere, right? Just trying to put up numbers. I've had 4 women experiences on all levels my whole life. I'm not a prowler. If I do go into prowl mode, it's usually through the metaverse. And I tell her about it. She knows about it. Even if she doesn't like it, she said, I'd rather you be authentic and honest and date however you want, because we had a conversation. She came to me, she said, I'm 50 years old. We ain't never going to have children together. So already we're in each other's life. We have love for each other. We honor each other, but we know on some level, someone else is going to be in the picture in the future, at least one person, because I'm going to have a family and have children and it ain't going to be with her. So we're supposed to break up and not talk to each other and not share time and experience because we both know we may not be only in forever, just only us. We might be forever, but not only. Is that okay? Are we all okay with that? That was scary for me, for her to have that conversation with me. I said, you're right. And this is good that we talk about this. And then I took it to the next level. I said, you know what? I need to honor myself and my attractions to other women because there's probably a reason for it, because we ain't going to have children. And that's an archetypal drive, right? So again, I don't go out prowling. There's women that I see I'm attracted to. I may reach out to them and say, I think you're attractive. What's your situation? Let's communicate. Let's share experience, whatever, see where it goes. And 9 out of 10 times, most women are not prepared to deal with me, to deal with life, to deal with truth. And they're already in some situationship with some bozo they're half in and half out of. So it just don't go anywhere most of the time. Prowling or not. I don't prowl on the town because there's nowhere to prowl. I'm a prowl for hookers in a back alley. I'm a prowl for hoes at a bar. I'm a prowl for twerkers on TikTok at the club. I'm not that guy, right? I told you I went to a festival, took acid. There was women there who were all into me because I was there speaking. That's all you need for women to be into you, is you be working the event, not sweeping up, speaking and being the best speaker there. That's all you need. It didn't matter to me. I danced around with them. We rubbed and played a little bit. Never went anywhere, just dancing, really. I told you there's video out there of it somewhere. I tell on myself completely on all levels. I'm not the guy you think I am on any level, clearly. You're always people. You people are confused by who and what you think I am. So I don't mind playing, having fun, and being open. If it's not meant to be, I go back to my tent and I sleep off the acid, which I don't do typically. It was kind of a one-time thing. Every once in a while, I don't know what happens. I'm around these people and they say, hey, try some of this. And I've done it before. And I go, well, when in Rome, do as the Romans. I usually take like a quarter or half, and then it leads to 1, 2, 3 over, and then I come back to self and I go, do I really need any of this? Does this really enhance my life? If it does, is that a problem? Why can't I be this version of me if there's something there when I'm not on this? So I work on that. And it's been probably years now. Because they'll say, oh, he said he never did drugs in 8 years since he put the dope and pills and powder in. Okay, I lied a little bit. Every once in a while, they'll give me a mushroom or a quarter of a tab, and, I might throw it back if I'm in the right place, around the right energy, with some music and some lights and whatever else. And then, what I find when it's all done and over with, I really don't need it. I really don't want it. It doesn't really add to my life. If anything, it's a detraction and a distraction. So there you go. I'm Mr. Druggy, but then I have this straight edge as I'm smoking 10 blunts. I go, I really don't promote drug use, even reefer, to anybody. I really am more like, even if I'm not doing it, I'm going to tell you and children out there, go work out, go take a hike, go be in the sun, go paint a picture, write a song. More importantly, go create something and serve something that makes you feel successful and respectable, and maybe others in the community. Wow, that's so Americana, and then they're thrown off by that. I thought he's supposed to be a heroin addict in a trailer who wants to do communism and smoke blunts all day and do nothing and be nothing and not create nothing. No, you don't understand. I'm not Talcott. I'm not Ian. I'm not this guy. I'm not that. I'm an anomaly. I'm like the Alpha and Omega. I'm all the things and none of them at the same time, right? Somehow, the Tao is deep and dark and radiant, but it's also light. It's deep and dark, but also radiant like light. How? Because it lets it be. I'm a genius of myself. That's it. And even that, I'm still learning more and figuring out as time goes on. Your thoughts, expert panel, or back to the clip?
I'd like to first compliment you on your new campaign logo up there. Impressive.
Right. I need logos and branding. It occurred to me 3 years in, I need logos and branding. Talcott spent $5,000 on a logo and trademark. I did that in 20 minutes.
Yeah. So compliments to that, and Jackie, what you said was, I guess, as if you love someone, set them free, and if that pretty much sets the standard there, and especially over time, if that's the underlying concept, and everyone is still around, then it speaks volumes more than
Hold on a
any
second,
kind
Tribe. This Memster woman wants to have sex with me, clearly, and I'm open to it, okay? Because you keep telling me directly all your list of qualities a man needs, and I'm hitting every one of them. So what do you want to do here, lady? All right, I got social media. You can reach out to me. Oh, what I got to contact you, but I don't know who you are, where you are. I'm doing a broadcast right now. Okay, so please. I met all of your list and then some. You know it and I know it. There's another list out there I'm not going to meet, which is, well, that's clear. We've gone over that. White gorilla, Shrek-like, ogreish presentment. If you're cool with that, everything else is going to be smooth sailing. I have a boyfriend. There you go. Well, I'm not interested in your boyfriend. I'm a man. So you can have a boyfriend all you want. I don't mind, right? Matter of fact, I don't mind having women in my life, and I just keep them at the boyfriend's house. It's better off for everybody, right? So I get to continue to do what the fuck I do. You get to play with your little friends all day, and then you come to see me when we do what men and women do on all levels. So that's fine. You can keep your boyfriend. He can keep you. We'll keep you at his house. He'll take care of you like your daddy, and then I'll be the real daddy, right? I'll be the real daddy, and you can come to me from time to time. We'll do what men and women do. Your thoughts, Tribe, and others. She's laughing now. She's laughing because she knows I'm right. That's how I know I got him. Every time I talk my shit that's supposed to trigger them, they either want to fuck or fight. If they fight, I know I'm right, and they're triggered, and then we got more work to do. If they laugh, they know I'm right, and I know they're down with it. Wink, wink. And then I guess she decides how much longer she's going to entertain the boyfriend versus look for an authentic, bona fide man on some level who stands for something. I'm sure he's got a great job, though, so he might not even have that. Go ahead, Mr. Tribe and others. Please.
I'd like to reserve my commentary till after we watch the rest of this video here.
On a trigger spree today. I decided it's a trigger spree today.
A man has no emotion tied to his penis. So when he lays with a woman and you say, well, you've been sleeping with her for years, he don't even like her. But when a woman lay with a man, it's something about him she has to like. That's what hurt a man even more. A man is saying, man, I'm sleeping with this woman. I don't even know her. I sleep with somebody I don't know. I don't even like. None invested. But for you to lay down with this guy, you have to have something invested in it. That's what hurts more.
The fact that you say that is even worse, because it then means that I have absolutely nothing.
Well, you have to understand a man. When a man,
if you could just stick it in a gas tank,
that devaluates your woman as a woman.
This is what a woman have to understand. What a man does with his penis has nothing to do with his emotions and his value.
Thank you.
Which sucks. Which most men don't.
The Memster is piping up now. She's got a great job. See, we're right back on see how we're right back on the path again, right where we started with the clip? She just laughed. She didn't really know. Nothing I said was true. She just laughed at the one part about keeping her at the boyfriend's house, right? Because she has a great job. She doesn't need the boyfriend. That's what that was just communicated right there. Oh, I don't need the boyfriend for anything. I got a great job. Right. So you got a boyfriend who you don't need for anything, including a good job. So what's left? What does he bring to the table that you keep him around? I'm curious. Because, a lot of these women, one way or the other, wind up here a lot of the time throughout the day. And I start suspecting maybe I got something he doesn't have. That's my ego again, like she said down there. I got a really big head, really big stomach, really big head. All right. So my boyfriend is my best friend. There you go. She wants a woman. You're a lesbian, ma'am. Go get with another woman, eat her pussy all day, talk about your feelings, and be each other's best friend. A man is not defined by being your best friend. A man is defined by his principles. So if the best thing you have to point to is to your man is he acts like a woman and knows how to relate to you as a woman and be your best friend, maybe you go shopping together and get perms. But where I come from, what I understand to be the bedrock of the civilization is a man is judged by his principles. So that's why you call him a boy and he's your friend and your best friend, because he ain't daddy. He don't know how to lead you or himself back to true self, and he don't know how to lead them children you're going to have with him. So he's your boyfriend and best friend. You might want to skip all the bullshit, go get another woman. I might contend that 2 women raising a child, if they really stand on something, would be better than you and this boyfriend might really confuse them seeing a man acting the way they do usually. So maybe 2 mamas. The New World Order might be right. 2 daddies or 2 mamas. I don't know. Guess it depends on the quality of the being. Maybe like a really masculine woman, 2 mamas, but one of them is really masculine. She stands for rights and freedoms and principles. She like carries a gun. She doesn't take shit. She questions authority. Wow. What a strong woman. Right? Strong, empowered woman.
Today they got 2.
Ironically, the more strong and empowered you are, the more you're my best friend. Notice how I have a condition for like friends and spouse? Wow, that's weird. So it's almost like if we have the rights, freedom, and principles and stand on it, we're empowered, inspired, we're best friends either way. So like I don't have to relate to you as a man or woman and become friends. It's like a common bond, and it's beyond form because it goes into function. It's beyond style. It goes into substance. Right? So tell me all about the best friend who won't stand for nothing and won't protect you when the time comes, but you think you can relate to him because he's your best friend. He's your worst enemy because you're attached. Most likely, he don't stand for nothing and you're okay with that. So he ain't a man and you ain't a woman. You're a girl and you're his girlfriend and he's a boy and he's your boyfriend and you're best friends and you're going nowhere fast in this world, in this life, because we're in slavery. I don't know if anyone's checked lately. Did you check the clock? Yeah, still slavery. So tell me 10 years from now when you're at court about your best friend who you didn't know the whole time because they didn't know themselves. And when they started to wake up about who and what they are and where they're at, they didn't like what they saw. Put another one on the pile, as if we all haven't seen and heard and felt that story constantly, generation one after the other. But I didn't have a mama and I come from a broken home. Maybe I'm projecting. So someone needs to come up here and get me right about the happy fairy tale, monogamous boyfriend, girlfriend, best friend lifestyle that leads to a successful civilization. I'll wait. Back to the clip.
Don't really even show emotion.
Then y'all should never have anything to do with a man, is what I'm telling you. Because a woman, everything that a woman does. So if you ask a woman, what do you think about this?
This was part of the
gonna
other.
answer.
So this was a longer clip, but it was part of the other one we watched before, so it led into that. That was my mistake. Your thoughts, expert panel? We're gonna, we're gonna do Tribe and Others. We're gonna just maybe watch the whole thing. It's like 2 hours. Maybe I'll do a separate video commentary on that. We could just go through the whole thing, and they'll go back and forth about men and women and their relationships, and you'll see the whole thing.
Well, I'm ready to comment on it. I just want to make sure everyone else had the context before I did, because it seemed like he was getting deeper and deeper and expounding on everything. What you're hitting here, Paul, is true on every count. I know it's really hard for people to sometimes jibe the way you're drawing these lines of discernment. And I think that's key to this whole conversation. All I can see is that people aren't understanding or comprehending your lines of discernment when you're talking about the roles of men and women. I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb here, okay? And as a person that's, I guess you could say by definition at this point, monogamous, married, whatever you want to say now, okay? But I'm going to go on a limb and tell you how it really is in reality, and that you deal with, if you want to deal with reality and the truth face to face, is that men are all created equal. Women aren't. The women are where the variance is, and men are pretty much like a commodity in a sense, in a sexual sense, in the reproductive animalistic sense. But in a human, or I should say, our as a man and a woman in a social context, there's another dimension to that. And that's where you're talking about how women have a certain type of relationship with other women, where they could speak about emotions and make connections with other people in a social context, whereas men are driven by.
We're going way out into the stratosphere. Thoughts create emotions. Emotions create actions with the thoughts and emotion, right? So if you held the proper thoughts about yourself and this life that was based in understanding, you would have an accordance in your inner space feeling-wise. And you would be lacking in all of those dysfunctions that drive you to be chaotic and anxious and depressed, right? So again, if if a woman is objectively typically more emotional and a man is more objectively logical, if he gets out of his ego, he can lead her and himself back to himself and herself, right? Objectively. Now, again, you have a society where women have become more masculine in certain ways, and men have become more feminine. Now, there's aspects of both inside of us, but they need to be used accordingly. So again, the thoughts are the builder, right? It's thoughts, emotions, and actions. You have to have the proper thoughts that gives way to the conviction and the feeling or the peace, the empowerment in the inner space, which gives way to the action that then attracts who and what you are, and or who and what needs who and what you are. So you have to be able to discern, is this an equal opportunity, like they say, equal opportunity experience? Or is this an experience where clearly this person's in need of who and what I am because they're lacking in that, right? So, again, if you put out a good product, you might attract the eye of other good business owners who put out good products. You also might attract folks who need that product. So this is like the discernment. You're creating a space inside of yourself objectively that is sensible, sense-able on all levels. And when you put that out, you get back somebody who's on that path. Or maybe somebody who needs to be on that path or wants to be on that path who doesn't have it, in which case someone's objectively leading. Do you think in relationships I'm not the one typically leading in all areas at this time? There was a time when I was the one always behind, insecure for good reason, because the woman was doing more and being more, just better than me. Women don't want to be with a man who they're better than. Okay. Women want a man who's an equal and or a little bit better or superior or a little bit stronger or more able to be trusted in certain situations. That's typically the dynamic. Okay. And you could call that feminine ego. You think women don't have the ego? They always want a man as good or better than them. I want 6 foot. I want this kind of hair. I want funny. I told you the list. Man's list is pretty damn short most of the time. No?
I gotta say,
It'll
though,
pull up at a woman working at Wendy's if she got nice ass and titties and got a rap and a little bit of mind and heart on her. Get in the fucking car. We're going places. All you got to do is support me and understand that I'm leading in truth.
I was dancing around my topic here, so I'm just going to get right to the meat of it. Is that, this whole thing of monogamy and marriage and stuff is very, very new. That for thousands of years, you'd see a situation we're seeing in front of us right here. This one gentleman with these 3 women around of various types of, for whatever reason, they look up to him and expect him to make those important conscious decisions, right? And they're going to manage everything else well in between. And every now and then they'll get to feel the sport of the hunt, to have that masculine thing. They'll go maybe spearfish or do something that's not going to be in a harm's way. The men are going to go out and do the real dangerous hunting, but the women can get that sport too, and they can feel that way as well. But for the most part, those 3 women are going to enjoy each other while he's out doing dangerous shit that they're going to count on him and trust him to do in a thoughtful way, to come back to them. They don't want him to die, and then they'll be left alone, and he's not coming back. Now there's going to be 3 women that need another man like that, because men were a rarity in history. 2 to 1 is a good ratio now. It was probably way worse than that before, maybe 3 to 1.
Right, and then we're back to ultimate. This is where you women should love me, because you love evading accountability, well, not women. You little girls love, like the little boys, to evade accountability, responsibility. So I'm going to give it to you. The reason why you have women acting like they're acting, because you don't have true masculinity anymore. It's the man's fault. If the men were being who and what they needed to be, they wouldn't be fucking goofy bitches, because it would be too much of a gamble to them. Okay? And the goofy bitches would have to understand that they would need a man who met a certain criteria for us to move forward as a civilization. So it all works itself out, right? As a man cultivates who and what he needs to be and puts that out, the women respond in kind. And if they're not ready to do and be who and what they need to be, man is in control of the drive to have woman is in control of that drive to have sex being met. Usually she's going to choose if we're going to have sex or not. Usually that's the rule. And then the man's going to decide if he's going to pursue her for a relationship. So you have all these women who got a lot of bodies because they're able to get a man but can't keep a man because the man's not interested in keeping them around, whether they know it or not. They're not wifey material. Okay. And that's coming from a bunch of bozos, let alone real men who are successful and know themselves and are confident, not willing to be your daddy and psychiatrist all day and listen to your feelers.
Yeah, and this gentleman in an ancient situation would be out there hunting, and he'd encounter another man. That other man would want nothing to do with these three women that are with him there. Matter of fact, that other man's going to help this man you see in front of you.
I don't want to keep interrupting, but you might want to just let me when I'm in this thing. You know, I'm now they got me on them, right? This person, and I don't mind doing it. I like enjoy this process, this back and forth. Then you watch them over time; they just conform to what's obvious because they're in confusion till I lead them out of it, right? So it's not cheating if you know about it. I'll give you all the time you need. It's not cheating if you know about it, because cheating is lying, right? Cheating is lying. So you can keep characterizing, Trisha, you're in my life right now. I didn't ask you to be here. You found me and you won't leave. That's great. I love you. You love me. Am I cheating on you, Trisha, if I hit on Jackie right now or another woman? Is that cheating if I do it right in front of everybody, or just you know about it, even not in front? I'd rather not do it in front of you. Because even though a woman will tell me, hey, do whatever you want, just whatever in me is a little bit like, you know what? If I'm going to do it, let me not like do it right in front of her face, right? Unless she's into that. Because there's times where women say, hey, I want to watch you fuck another woman in front of me. Okay, that's a different energy. But the whole, you know what I mean? So am I cheating if you know who and what I am? Because I know who and what I am. And I'm telling you, I'm going to live that way, whether you like it or not. Because it's real to me, and I'm not going to sacrifice what's real to me for some fake shit that you're feeling, because not all your feelings are real. I got news for you. You want the list of places in your life you had some feelings that turned out not to be real, not really rooted in reality. So it's not cheating if I'm not lying. If you can't deal with it, you don't have to, right? That's the beauty of this whole thing. I didn't want you to fuck me, and you don't have to. I didn't want you to marry me or take care of me. You don't have to. Whatever you want to call it, whatever your words and terms are for relationship. Right? I didn't ask you to be in a relationship with me, and you don't have to. There's plenty of bozos out there who will tell you everything you want to feel and hear, and then go and do another part of their lifestyle, and you'll find out one day and be upset by it and disappointed. They're cheating. If they're thinking it in their mind and it's going on inside of them, they're already cheating. It's a question, are they going to put that into action, right? So, when you figure out how this all works, being a grown man and woman who's able to communicate and just let what is be what is and not make it mean anything about you, you will develop as a being. People, places, and things and what they do doesn't mean anything about you. Doesn't mean you're not hot enough. You're not good enough. You're not lovable enough. It might sometimes mean that, in which case that would explain why you're so insecure. But if it's not that, if there's no reasons for it, just might be that one is never enough for a man. Might be for a woman because you're more self-selective for certain qualities. Man is more quantity. Woman is more quality. Tendency-wise, right? And that would make sense. We're complementary again. That's why man want to have more. And woman will go into a trailer and make it the most beautiful with little details and candles and whatever, So there's just certain things I'm seeing that others are seeing. I don't know if I'm languaging it out correctly, but, men are more, the next one, the best one, more. Women are more, whatever we have, we just want to make it quality. So that's good, right? Because then we just complement each other and meet in the middle. So man is more the next, woman is quality. So if we work together, then it's, hey, I know what you're going to do. Just make sure the next one is quality. Wow. So instead of fucking a bunch of goofy bitches and broken hoes, you just got another honorable woman in your life as an honorable woman. Now you can all go do what women do together and be friends and raise the children and do community gardening and whatever else. Because fucking's 5 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever. I don't know how long you people do what you do, right? I guess there's different sort of modalities for everybody. So I'm not personalizing this. I'm just saying fucking's very small amount of the day. And then there's the rest of the day with the rest of the world and the rest of the opportunities and experiences you could create or share. Why you would choose to limit yourself out of some insecurity and bondage is beyond me. You must think it's a form of completion and it's honorable. I don't think it is. I think it's dishonoring who and what we are and our relationships and the truth. Simple.
And I'll actually add in that, once I came to that, realization for myself that I wasn't going to limit, Josh in that way, I actually got like this overwhelming freedom that came to me.
Right.
I'm like, wow, this is really great. I feel like I'm not in that box anymore. The boxes that I lived, with my other 2 marriages. And that
yeah, you're not struggling for control anymore, therefore you're not anxious. You're just allowing what is to be.
Yeah, and it's not about, like I said, it's not about going and I'm worried like every time he walks out the door he's going to be, sleeping with somebody else. Because he's not. And it might just be about helping, a woman down the road who needs some help, where maybe he wouldn't have before because he wouldn't want to put that energy out because he was in a marriage that was so the opposite. And he was always, worried about what she thought. And if he looked at somebody or whatever, he was in that box so tight that he kept himself in a box. And so he wasn't sharing a lot of his own gifts, even on just a helping or friendship type level.
And that's how you all get on alcohol and drugs and all the other things, the excess food, the sweets, because Eastern philosophy will teach you eating chocolate and all that is some desire is unfulfilled. Now, why do you think you got so many obese housewives who are sitting around eating Ben and Jerry's? Because they know either they have an unfulfilled desire or the man next to them does, and it creates an energy. Yeah. It has to be displaced. Right. And that's the way it's done is these different modalities. So whether it's porn or the Ben and Jerry's, they're off-putting and off-gassing and venting energy that's not being alchemized.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's oppression, repression, depression in one or more beings that leads to acting out, that leads to dysfunctional, addictive behaviors that are self-destructive. All right, let me go back to the clip. Oh, she's asking, do you call all women hoes and bitches? No, not all women are created equal. This is part of your problem. You all want to make a world where women are all one thing, but men can be judged individually. No, it doesn't work that way. Feminine ego. So men and women are judged individually by their own merits and their own lifestyle and principle. So men and women are men and women. Bitches and hoes on both sides are bitches and hoes. There's male bitches and hoes, and there's women, quote unquote, female bitches and hoes. So there's men and women made in the image of the Most High with clarity, inspiration, and understanding. And then there's broken bitches and hoes underneath on both sides. So you decided that I call only women bitches and hoes when I call Ian a bitch and a hoe for how he lives and acts and having the spirit of his mama in him and being dysfunctional, self-sabotaging, and being fear of loss and fear of competition and all the rest of that toxic feminine bullshit. Okay? This is why you don't have mamas at the baseball field. You ain't going to tell me everybody's getting a fucking participation trophy. No, that kid sucks. And if you want to make him better, you got to tell him he sucks and then practice with him to get better. Everyone don't get a trophy. Keep that shit at home. You want to bring it everywhere where healthy competition is good for a man. You want a man to be strong and be empowered and confident and be better. He's got to compete, motherfucker. So he doesn't have to compete against his woman. Oh, you better not do that. Men and women compete. No. That's where you all want to compete in the household. No, you compete in healthy ways in certain venue, right? Like at court, that's a good, healthy competition. Really show you who's a fucking man and who's not. Real quick. You goofy bitches want to pick men? Go down to the courthouse and sit through a proceeding and tell me if you don't dry up watching them all. Yes, Your Honor. They'll tell a woman in a costume, yes, Your Honor, with their head down. Hold on, this other man I paid is going to speak for me. Go ahead. If you don't dry up from that, I don't know what to tell you. When I walk in, fat or not, with the same shirt on 2 days in a row or not, and I start talking like this in front of them, you should be getting wet like Niagara. Because archetypally, genetically, that's what you need. You need somebody like that. Maybe not me, somebody like that. If they're not talking and feeling and living and inspiring you and others and standing for something and willing to die for it, you don't need them because you got to give birth to one of these motherfuckers' progeny. And oh boy, is that going to be fun and exciting When I got women coming to me now going, my boyfriend that I married and had a child with wants to send my child to public school and get him treated. You know what I'm talking about. Wants to get him poked up, right? And I go, you picked them, just like Judge Judy used to tell the goofy bitches. She didn't play with either of them, men or women. Tell them, you picked them, goofy bitch. Now you want to complain that you all want to destroy another life because you didn't pick a man who was true and authentic and a leader in himself and in his community? That's your fault. See, there's culpability on both sides for everybody. It's everybody's fault why you keep putting out what you get back and deciding to stay with and accept less for yourself and others. That's a you problem because you got no self-worth and no self-esteem and no real true values. And you just bump into people and stay with them forever and make promises to God and then dishonor that halfway through. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of watching it, let alone be a part of it. What, Joe, you better marry? Oh, we love each other. We're happy. You stupid motherfucker. I don't care if you are if you two are happy in that house, it's more verification of what I'm saying. You just don't stand for nothing. How could a real man and woman be happy loving each other and not standing for rights, freedom, and principles and be sucking military dick? Are you kidding? It's even more verification. So please show me the happy relationship you have in a slave world where you're doing nothing, and I'll show you two pathetic motherfuckers who I wouldn't want to know or be around. You just don't get it. You don't get you have the heart of a reprobate infidel. Then you come here and go, why do I need God in my life? Because you're a reprobate infidel worldly who identifies with people, places, and things in your own body and think it's you and everything and you got it all and you got nothing in the eyes of God. It's fucking laughable. You just don't get it. I could literally sit here for 4 months and DD214 just won't get what the fuck I'm talking about because his wife packs him a lunch and puts a little note in there, let him know, bitch, I'm watching you at work. You don't even understand it's passive aggressive when she's telling you, I love you every morning in them notes. No, that's a Sicilian message where I come from. See, I'm paranoid, like they say. She's letting you know before you leave who and what she is and what she means to you, and you're going to think about it at work. So when you're looking at the other little hot young girl and thinking whatever your mind and dick is doing, she's got notes and a lunch packed in there. So you better focus on that, pussy boy. You think everything a woman does is always for the most honorable and loving reasons? That's what they want you to believe. A lot of it is power games and ego, just like you, fucknut. With all your military, women just do it in a different way. They don't put on costumes and go to war around the world. They do it close to home, right next to you with little notes and power games and showing you half while thinking and feeling something else, just like you do. So while she's telling you she loves you, she knows she's sleeping with the enemy who's dishonorable. And them notes are a dual meaning. I love you, but also I got the power here because you're powerless in the world. You're a punk ass bitch. You're not a man. So at least I'm going to retain the power in this house, in this relationship. Put the seat up and down or I leave. Only fuck me and focus on me and talk about my feelings or I leave. If I leave, I take the children in the house. Fuck not. You know it and I know it. So cut it out. You never felt like a real man a day in your life. Go ahead, expert panel. I didn't mean to yell or back to the clip. Sir, you're blurry. I want to see more of your face. You were lighting up there laughing. You got a blurry camera. Paul, you're such a fake. No, I'm far from fake, DD214. I say everything I think and feel in front of you and behind your back. See, I prefer to stab you in the front. I didn't talk about you because I thought you were gone. I like to look you in the eye. That's why I tell you to come on up before I let you run off like you did last time and every time. I don't need to talk about you. I'm far from fake. Everything I say and feel and live on, I do whether everyone's watching or nobody's watching. So you're going to have to come up with a different description. I'm uncivilized. I'm unsophisticated. I'm unevolved. I'm like a caveman. I'm toxic masculinity. There's a lot of things to choose from, right? But I'm definitely not fake. If I was fake, you wouldn't be here. That's one of the reasons you all come here to love me or love to hate me, because I'm the realest motherfucker walking and talking on this metaverse, far as I can perceive. I haven't met anyone else like me on here. Maybe that's my ego.
I'm not fake either.
The closest thing is Wizard and folks like that. Right? like who are really living this shit to some degree, who really want truth, who are really students of life, who really will put everything on the line, give everything up to be given everything back. Those are my people, because that is me, right? If I could trust me, then I could trust another version of me on some level. It's not ego, it's objective qualifications. I didn't want to. My father goes, rights and freedoms and traveling freely is his cup of tea. It's not mine. No, you're just a punk ass bitch. It's not my cup of tea. It's what the fuck needed to happen. I woke up one day and said, you know what? Where am I going to start with showing these people I'm not who and what they say I am, and they can't run my life and control me. I'm not a slave. That simple. So not being a slave is not your cup of tea. Great. Well, you ain't my cup of tea. I don't want a father or mother or sons and daughters or brothers and sisters or friends or mates who want to be a slave and then say, Paulie's life and lifestyle is not my cup of tea. Exactly. That's why I don't respect you. You wonder why we have so much resistance? Because I don't respect you and I don't have to. Because you think rights, freedom, and principles is a cup of tea or not. You could choose to have it or not. No, you don't have it. We all fail and lose, dummy.
Yeah, the radical customers, right? They just want to pretend, oh, you have to do this because he does it and they do it, and so you're going to have to do it too. Everyone has to pay those fees and fines. One quick question for Jackie. Since you have a companion there, Josh, that likes to stand on rights and freedoms, do you feel more empowered and materially and spiritually in that type of dynamic?
Absolutely. He's definitely the spiritual leader in our house, and he's, taught me a lot and helped me to stand on my own self, to stand on my own rights and my own freedoms. And I feel very safe and secure under his wing and moving forward and trust his judgment and discernment completely.
Right. And for those that are really, concentrated on the worldly things, have you seen a progression in your worldly benefits too?
Yeah, actually, his business is just really starting to turn around now and take a new shift for him. So yes, things are turning around that way too, and he's having more discernment and guidance on directions to go instead of what he was doing, and he's shifting his business a little bit, and everything's looking really well.
Right. My question is to you.
That's part of the resolution process that happens. You see, you get rid of the alcohol, you talk about your sexuality and the way you act out and all the things you're not allowed to talk about. The more you confide in yourself and each other and in the world, the more confidence you build. The more you're confident in yourself, the less you're worried about what Honey and Sweetie is doing. No, the motherfucker's back to, how am I going to fucking create something and serve something and build something and be successful? That's what the fuck you want from a man. So when everybody's playing their part and position and role properly by the script we didn't write, instead of the script you want to overwrite, everything gets back to some level of balance and harmony. And you start to see success happen. You start to see people become better. So keep arguing with me in the chat while you remain fucking miserable and unhappy, faceless and nameless and voiceless in a chat, going nowhere fast.
Yeah. So Jackie, do you see, Josh's progress in development, both in wealth and spirituality, commensurate or proportional with your growth, both spiritually and materially at the same time? Do you see like a parallel?
Yeah, I see a parallel. I definitely feel I'm a little bit behind him, and he always has told me, I can only, wait around so long for you to catch up. And not meaning that in a mean way, but just, you got to pick it up and do your work too. You got to figure shit out. And, I'll be here, but don't lag too far behind, because he can't stop his own progression spiritually and worldly, waiting on me. So that did, that a little bit of that fear kind of kicked me in, which I was already on that road anyway. But yeah, we're definitely getting closer. I'm catching up to him, but he's still definitely the leader in that aspect.
Right. But absent Josh, do you feel that you're in a better progression now and upward trend now than you were previous to that? Or do you think you're just in that general trend anyways, and that Josh has really been showing the most improvement? Or do you see just his own self-improvement somehow affecting yours in a unconnected
Yeah, I
way,
think we
but in
kind
a
of
way that is synchronistic.
yeah, I think we kind of bounce off of each other, and it kind of flows. Like, because I'll do a little bit, and then he does, and a lot of times we are not in sync. We're I'll actually be in like a darker place when he's in a lighter, more elevated place, and vice versa, where I'm having a good flow here at work or with opportunities, and he's not. So it kind of like we kind of ping pong with each other. Sometimes I'll say, wouldn't it be nice if we just both had like really good, periods at the same time, we were both, being elevated at the same time. And it usually doesn't work out that way, but
it is possible too that folks are neglecting their work and themselves for others.
Yeah.
So I think that, again, it might just be sort of a rhythm and a flow of the universe in a sense. It might be indicative of somebody at that time neglecting their purpose and their work truly because they're focused somewhere else.
Yeah, I agree. And we're definitely still a work in progress. But as long as we continue to work and we continue to, have our eyes open to things and not let excuses become a fallback, and for lacking in growth, spiritually or physically, I think we'll be just fine.
Yeah, maintaining a positive trend.
Mm-hmm.
Like this guy says, amazing how productive the conversation is without Talcott. See?
Don't bring his name up today. I'm having a no Talcott day.
Yeah, these are great specific facts and details I think people need to hear, because I mean, coming from you, it has a lot more weight, and I like the fact that we can compare them between you and what you've seen with Josh, because we know Josh's story has been great, and I mean, as an entrepreneur too, and I understand that kind of connection is there. It feeds off each other because we all have ups and downs, but it's rarely at the same time, and that's a good thing, because when you're down and someone else is up, it helps boost you right back into that good swing and get back into that flow. And helps you hunker down when you have to in the bad times, so the good times you're ready to hit the streets running, and it's a good dynamic. Oh, great. Let's go back to this.
Yeah, I wish he was in chat, but he's busy with the girls, but he'll be around.
Where'd you get your bachelor's? Same place?
No, my bachelor's was from University of.
So this is the beginning. It's actually 3 hours and 50 minutes. I think what I'm going to do is I'll play a few minutes of it. I'll wrap, and then at some point, probably tomorrow, I'll come back and I'll get more into it, and we'll just play it out as time goes on and kind of comment on it, because that was, one of the focuses I wanted to do on this channel originally, and then it just, like always, gets away from me into all the nonsense. So, I wanted more of the relationship talk, the men and women stuff, the spirituality, obviously, that goes with it, or understanding of self, the metaphysical principles, however you want to phrase it. So yeah, well, I'll just let it continue for a little bit. It's probably got to get warmed up. It's not going to be where it was where we watched it, but let me just let it run.
West Florida.
Okay. All right, cool. What about you?
My name's Janaea. I'm 21.
21.
All right. Where are you from?
I'm from Tennessee,
What part?
Knoxville.
Okay.
To be honest, you're the only 10 that I see.
How did I know you were going to say that?
I couldn't help it, bro. I couldn't help it, bro.
I saw it coming, man.
All right, I'm moving beyond the introductories. It's boring me.
So you be breaking hearts, huh?
Fair enough.
You're a heartbreaker, huh?
So it's not just randomly blocking your boyfriend and leaving Miami for leaving Louisville for Miami.
Oh no, I'm not heartless.
Okay.
I just got to do what's best for me.
Okay. Oh, that is hard. That's how she rationalizes it. I love it.
And by the way, we got in the chat as well.
Oh, Mike
Mike
Machine's in the
Machine.
fucking house, bro. Tonight gonna be lit. I'm here for it. Shout out to you, Mike. Yo, next time remind me, bro. Let me hit me up, man. You're always welcome here.
Are those his real muscles?
They are. Yeah, they are, man. They are. Shout out to Mike Rashid, man. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel, guys. That's a homie of ours, man. Shout out to him. What about you? What is the worst way that you ever broke up with a guy? Or not broke up, excuse me, rejected a guy?
It's not like a rejection. It's more of like middle of the date. It was just kind of getting like a little too weird.
All right, I'm skipping ahead. I need you to produce for me, like Henry the producer. I need you to pull clips and
at all during the date.
He didn't pull out the Google Translate or nothing.
No, it was just.
I gotta condense this down. I
Only
need
male friends a woman should have, if any, are gay guys. Who
What's
disagrees
the,
and why? And that's from King Kareem. So do
what's
you
the
think you should
channel
have
this is on?
guy friends outside of gays and your family, male, yeah, gay guys? Yes or no? Well, you're kind of lesbian.
Well, I don't know. I think that they can have male friends, but not too close. Like, it's kind of weird.
Do you have guy friends?
Yeah, but I don't really talk to them that much.
Then
You're
they're
not a
your
good
friends.
friend if
Yeah.
you're not.
Yeah.
You're not a good friend if you're not sleeping with your guy friend. Yeah, I'm fucking all my female friends.
What a generous.
What about
man.
you? Do you think, knowing that? Yeah. Do you think that? What are your thoughts on women having male friends when they have a boyfriend?
Not when they're seriously with a guy.
Okay.
I think.
So you agree with him that it should be gay guys only?
I agree.
Or male family members. Chris, pull that back up. I don't want to contort his question.
Gay guys shouldn't have female friends. They should have gay other male friends.
Okay. Do you agree with this statement? He says here, he believes that outside of the male family and boyfriends, the only male friends a woman should have, if any, are gay guys. Disagree or agree?
Disagree.
Why do you disagree?
Because sometimes the male friends could be someone that you've had history with.
Okay. Do you think that guy friends look at girls as platonic friends for real, though?
I guess it just depends on the guy.
No, they don't.
Okay. Do you think men and women could just be like
typing up and said no, they don't. So I guess if you want to comment, you guys can comment. Just you bellow out like Jackie, and then say, "Hey, I want to comment," and then we can have a back and forth.
Josh taught me this because I've always been kind of naive. He said, Jackie, I don't care what anybody says. Any guy that is your friend or that is talking to you, in the back of your mind, if you're with someone or not, is always thinking they have a chance with you at some point, at some time in the future or now. So no, they don't. No guy ever just wants to be friends with a girl.
Here we go. Verily is, again, she's charged up the other day down in the chat during the Dow. She's charged up again today. What the fuck is this garbage? Well,
Verily.
Thank you for asking, Miss Verily. This is the discussion. It was a panel, I guess you could call it, with some folks talking about men and women. So I thought when I watched some of it, I don't typically watch anything nowadays, really. But for whatever reason, I checked into this Charleston White fellow who I've checked into before, and he was on this panel. So I listened to some of it, and I kept listening, and I wound up watching probably an hour or two of it at least out of 4 hours. So I thought that there was some interesting conversation and topic, and I thought that it would be triggering. And sure enough, it pretty much was today from the chat, and, got a good discussion going.
Also, I'd add that I have trouble listening to those girls because they're just girls and they don't really have any life experience to kind of go off of. So
well, there's a couple of women in there who have been married. I think they're in their 30s or 40s.
Okay, that's a little bit better because the couple that I was saying, I'm like, I don't know. I'm having trouble listening to that. But then again, I do get triggered easily. So
right, but again, it's not like the majority of women don't typically get what they think they want or just go to the next situation. I mean, how many women are you meeting who are really growing and changing? And men too, throw them in there as well. I mean, how many folks are really evolving to where these women are going to have a drastically different inner space 10, 20 years from now? They're just going to have different coping mechanisms and different rationalizations. But I mean, if you talk to them, you could tell the ones that are 20 and the ones that are 35, they either get it or they don't. Right. Yeah. So either they have at some point learned and got it, or a lot of them, most of them don't. And they're still in confusion. They just have different reasons why it's happening and different justifications and rationalizations for why it's not going to continue. And they have different coping mechanisms to convince themselves it doesn't have to change. Right. So that's just what I'm seeing. So girls.
Okay.
Verily's getting triggered. See, it's working.
Oh my gosh.
They're all You're right. Totally
Yeah.
hype me up. Mondays, you feel me? They're all dressed like they're in their early 20s. So
I know, Verily, I get ya.
right, I'm triggering you.
Girl.
Triggering all of you.
Yeah.
Well, Jackie, maybe it's a relic of a older generation, but there's also a distinction between a platonic relationship and a professional, because I mean I've worked with some women where it's actually nothing platonic or sexual, but there's a certain competence that that just happens to be that there's a woman in that position. She may or may be attractive in that sense, but in a professional context, sometimes in this day and age, you have to be able to separate that in some sense, because beyond that, outside of business hours, a different story, but during that, I think it's important to maintain that distinction and that discernment.
I agree. I'll take you on that one.
Right. All right, let's get back to it because it's working. Verily and others are getting triggered. Jennifer's in here now. She's got so much to say. She says, see?
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Jackie.
I love you.
Love you too.
All right.
Like platonic friends in general?
Yeah.
Really? Do you have guy friends yourself?
hmm
Do you think any of them
Maybe
want?
it's because like they're more of business partners, I guess.
That means they're your associates then?
Yeah, associates.
Or colleagues.
They're not friends, yeah.
You're not necessarily friends.
They want to fuck too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think your guy friends want to have sex with you?
I believe that some of them in the past did, yeah.
Do you think the ones you have now still want to have sex with you?
I actually don't really have too many male friends anymore.
Okay. Why? Was it because they tried to have sex with you?
Probably.
Okay.
Bruh. Okay.
She sucks at answering questions.
Yeah. Okay.
But all right, we're gonna move on. Okay. Do you agree with this? The outside of male family and boyfriends, the only male friends a woman should have, if any, are gay guys.
Disagree.
Why do you disagree?
Because what about the friends that she met prior to you, but you met those friends and you're cool with those friends as well? Like, I'm in a sorority, so I have fraternity brothers. But my fraternity brothers, no. My fraternity brothers met my significant other and they actually hung out, like they're cool and stuff like that.
They still want to fuck.
No, they do not. One of them is like honorary godfather to my
But
child.
notice how he became friends with them, so therefore he kind of took them from you, because I guarantee at this point now he probably hangs out with them more than you do at this point, right?
No, they don't speak to them.
So
Those
they
are
just
my-
talk to you?
Yeah, because
Instead?
those are my brothers. Like,
So you
I've-
still talk to them?
Of course, I've known them way prior.
That's why that nigga initiated the divorce. Okay,
Yeah.
we got it now. We got the reason why now.
By the way,
Okay. We got Canadian man, appreciate you, my friend.
Shout out to you.
Shout out to Canada. Trudeau's fucking y'all over though.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, what about you? Do you agree that the only male friends you have are outside of male friends and your boyfriend, male family members and your boyfriend should be gay guys? Agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Why?
Because I feel like I, on my side, can have friends that are strictly platonic, but I could see how if I had a boyfriend.
Do you have platonic
why-
friends now?
Yes, one guy friend that's strictly platonic.
You don't think he wants to have sex with you?
I know he's not, but
Really?
he just came out, so that makes sense. I was
Oh.
gonna say
Yeah.
I can see. I was
Okay.
gonna say though I can see. I can see both sides because I've never had a friend that's a guy that I believe that he didn't want to have sex with me. So I can see why, like, if I had a boyfriend and he said that, I could understand because it's
Okay.
like putting your trust all in your partner. Because every guy friend I've had, like, can't strictly be friends.
Interesting.
Okay. So if your boyfriend told you no guy friends, would you be cool with that?
I've never had a boyfriend. I'm not finna listen to a man, so I don't know. Like,
Damn,
I have to be in the situation.
God damn. Okay.
All right. Fantastic. What about you?
I completely disagree.
Why?
Because I have a lot of male friends.
Oh, really?
Oh, you
And-
do? She belongs to the street. Red flag.
Listen, whoever says that a woman cannot have male friends is very insecure.
Stop the cap.
Deeply, super, very insecure.
Tell us how.
Because he doesn't want his woman to be surrounded by any male energy because he has a small fucking dick. I'm sorry.
So you want big dicks around you then?
That's not it. I just feel better with men around me. Yeah, you guys are gonna make fun of this. But I can be better friends with guys than girls because it's less drama, it's less talking behind your back. It's just literally friendship,
straightforward. Nothing.
This is the typical broad who goes, I just want to be friends with men because it's less drama. And then she proceeds to bring you all her toxic feminine drama to you and let you deal with it, right? So she don't want to be around other goofy bitches that are like her and do what she does. She just wants to do that around you and then hang out with other guys she doesn't do that with, right? And then they wonder why, like the other African-American woman, she's divorced, right? Because, going out and, constantly causing drama in the home and then going out to hang out with your fraternity brothers isn't going to make a man feel some kind of way, right? Like, she's like, I'm just hanging out with all the fraternity brothers. We're just hanging out, having fun. And then I'm going to come home and put a whole bunch of shit on you. Because you could tell as they go to talking and communicating, they're ornery. They're egoic. They're insecure. They're looking for reasons to not allow a man to be happy or know himself so they can be happy and know themselves. This is what I'm perceiving. Jennifer and others, if you want to comment, please. I don't want to be silencing women's voices here, or black voices, or any other kind of voices.
I've always had guy friends, and it's never really been a big issue in relationships. Josh doesn't mind when I talk to other guys. Like, if I'm friends with a lot of people on YouTube, so I will message, like, have text between people and with other guys on YouTube and on a friendship type level, and he's okay with it as long as he's not picking up vibes from it, like, because he's very intuitive. So if he's picking up a weird vibe from it, then he checks me to make sure that I'm not putting out a different, like, if he'll just sense something, either they're adding in too much to the friendship or whatever, or he just picks up something that he doesn't like, and then he'll check me about it. Now, if I feel fine with my check, that it's on the up and up, and I don't feel like I'm doing anything to feed into that, then it's fine. But sometimes I do tend to feed into it a little bit. So then I will reevaluate myself, and I'll pull back a little bit if I feel like if I need to, or want to. And if I don't, if it's totally the opposite way, then I'll decide if I want to continue that friendship or not, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's like we all have to do what's organic to us.
Mm-hmm.
What's authentic to us. So the same way I could laugh and comment while she's going out and hanging out with the guys. The other side of that is like, you have to allow whoever you're dealing with the freedom to do whatever it is that they feel at the time, So whether it's me or like with Jennifer, I may feel something because it's my thing, and then I just move right past that. I go, she, just like I, need to do whatever's true and correct and proper for her. As long as I trust myself and she trusts herself, and we know who and what we are, alone or together, right? Then there's really not that much lack of trust or insecurity, right? I mean, the worst thing that's going to happen is somebody's going to deal with somebody else, and they're going to create an experience. If that doesn't have to mean something about me and who and what I am, then what's the problem, right? Again, there's only a few set of problems. When we really get past the ego on both sides, it's STDs and unwanted children, or children that are not cared for, right? And then maybe your ethical principles, if you think it's unethical to never love anybody but one person for the rest of your life, that's your trip. It's not mine. I don't think it's God's trip. I don't think it's nature's trip. I don't think it's humans' natural trip to just love one person all day, every day, forever, and include sexuality with that. I think that's dysfunctional. And I think it's why there's no more communities and villages, because they sold us a lie. Feels good, sounds good, ordained by God and the institutions, happens to be more beneficial and profitable to the God and its institutions and state and corporations than it is actually humanity. There is no benefit to men and women on the ground with this way of living. Doesn't work. Works for them. They get to sell you Valentine shit, all through the year. They get to sell you a bunch of shit, and you get to pretend like it's all working, like DD214, and You know, they get to sell you the Disney movies and all the rest of it. Just complete yourself with your soulmate and never look for anything else in life. Great. So, like, I just contend love is one of the devil's best tricks. Gets everybody thinking they're in completion by some person, place, or thing they fall in love with. That's why these folks write songs about heroin like they do about women. They thought they had completion for a little bit there. Man, that felt good. Till you go into withdrawal, right? So, you know, there's a fine line between true care and true love and what people are calling love, which to me just seems like an illusion, an attachment, a bondage, and an undoing of each being's work on themselves, each being's path to progression and completion within themselves, each being's path for success and spiritual faith within themselves, right? That's what I'm seeing. Let me get back to it. Triggering. It's a trigger event. And then I'm going to wrap up. Go ahead.
Before you get going, so to wrap what she was saying there is that Josh is he's perceptive of what these other men want, right? Because he's a man. He knows what their intentions are by how they act. So you might not see it as clearly, but he sure does because he's a man. He knows when he's doing this or that. So yeah, trusting him and his discernment for that is a good way to know where you're on track or not. And I yield.
Yeah, I agree.
But what does that even mean, Jackie, if another man is making comments to you or you're making, like, at the end of the day, what does that even mean?
Yeah, and that's what I was going to add too, was because that was even more of a thing more in the past, not more recently. And if I felt a need to, you know, have a close relationship, you know, with another man, you know, through text or, you know, because most of our relationships are usually online type ones. So if I wanted to go further with that, that would be fine as long as that, you know, that person is, you know, respectable and, you know, but I had to really just kind of check myself because it wasn't really anything I really wanted. So, so I would just, now I'm just kind of like play it a little bit more at the hip because I don't want to put out, and not that he's telling me not to put that out because I do a lot of, you know, I share my energy a lot. And that's why I get up on panel laws because I like to share. And so he doesn't want me to hinder that at all, but he just checks me if he feels like he's picking something up on that. And then if it's something that I want to take care of or not take care of, then he leaves that up to me.
You got anything?
No, go ahead and play the clip.
Back to the clip.
Nothing else.
So you said you prefer to have guys around you. Why do you prefer to have guys?
You got to get Joshua up here one day. That's the bottom line. So I could get into him, right? Because, you know, I got to ask him, well, what is his attraction to other women? You know, what is his experiences with that? Because what I find is, again, it's both ways. The ego is both ways. The more limited that we feel in our experience and opportunities, or the more lacking in self-worth and self-esteem that we feel, we tend to take a more controlling space over, you know, the partner, right? So again, it's this fine line between like looking at women and men's tendencies and then being realistic about it without being egoic about it, right? It's like certain things happen for certain reasons. We look at that, and then this is why I like watching these kind of panels, because then they'll say, what is this shit? Well, you're going to watch the women project their ego, and you're going to watch the men project their ego. And then I'm going to take it right down the middle a lot of the times and go, there's some truth on both sides. Now, how do we meet in the middle to make it work for all of us? And that's where the power is at, right? Because, again, on these panels, there's going to be more of the bent of the men are always right. The man's nature has to be honored completely. The woman's, you know, thoughts and feelings and whatever are an afterthought. There may be some truth to that in some situations at some times. If you live that way completely, you're not going to have fulfilling relationships. And I suspect a lot of these men they can point out and they can study like guys do. Oh, why is everything happening? And where's all the, you know, pieces of logical details? But ultimately, can they lead the woman? See, they all want to do fake pimping, where they go, oh, well, this one's a hoe, this one's that, I'm gonna fuck this one, keep this one. Yeah, but you're not being the daddy. You're not leading these women back to themselves, just like the men. It's a fine line between them being right a lot of the time and also projecting their dysfunction and inability and incompetence. If what you're saying is true, then you should have the solution. And you should be able to lead these women back to themselves, to a place where they're happier in themselves, with you or without you. So that's the key. And I don't suspect that a lot of these men have that ability. Even if they're able to call it out and be right a lot of the time, they're not masters of themselves, and therefore they're not able to lead others where they need to go, not where they want them to go, right? Because we all may have a side of where we want to lead everyone to go, and then we have to realize we need to lead where folks need to go, not where we want them to go, because then it becomes a using type of situation. So let me continue.
Guy friends. It's just simple.
Okay.
It's simple.
It's easier.
Very
Would
easy.
it be fair to say a part of it? I think I can summarize it for you. Is it because they're easier to deal with, less emotional? You don't have to. You can be yourself around them,
Correct.
And they offer utility such as like maybe protection, maybe paying for an outing here or there. They're easier to be around, etc. Is that why?
I don't really I don't let a guy friend to pay for anything.
Okay.
Simple as that. But no, I'm just
Maybe help out around with physical labor. They can do things.
not really. No, I can do everything myself.
But realistically speaking, there's certain things that they might be able to do that you just physically can't.
So now he's basically trying to get down to the harsh truth of reality that women in this society objectify themselves so much that they're then objectified by men, and that's all that matters. So then you have women going, I don't hang out with women. Why? Because they're poor, they're broke, they're needy, they're always yapping, they're not funny, they don't seem to be right. And then again, then I go the other way and go, well, it's easy for me to be misogynistic, quote unquote, because I see the men the same way. I go, most of them are poor and broke, if not financially, spiritually, and mentally and emotionally. They're not that clever and witty. They're not that intelligible or intelligent. Their communication is unintelligible, right? So I just kind of see it impartially and objectively that both men and women on both sides in the modern day have become supremely inept and inadequate and unworthy for what everyone thinks they deserve, which is love. How are you going to create love with motherfuckers who are unworthy if you are one?
And I think there's a lot of good points to this video. I watched some of it last night with Paul, but there is the missing spiritual component in all of this, which I think plays a huge part of understanding both yourself and the man or the woman if you're the man.
That's never been a thing.
It's never been a thing?
No, not in
Okay.
my experience.
So you're the only. What is the main reason you hang out with them then, or prefer male friends?
Again, because it's simple. It's just easy to talk to them. It's easier because they don't judge. They just listen to you and they'll say everything up front. Whatever they think is what they think.
They give good advice, better advice than women do.
Actually, yes.
Okay.
I have one
to agree
question
with
for
that,
you.
yeah.
What do they want from you?
Ooh.
Just
Good
my
question.
friendship.
No.
Pure
Think
friendship.
about what I'm asking you. Deep down, what do they want from you?
I don't know. You should ask
Deep
them. I've never been
I think
curious.
the better the answer is she doesn't care what they want because she's
Exactly.
getting what she wants. Because here's the thing I've realized, right? And you kind of your own actions
Amen to that.
exemplify this. I've said it before. I'll say it again. There's not much utility a girl can bring you if she's your friend as a man. There's really not much. If you're not fucking her, she's virtually useless to you. And I hate to say it like that, but you get the best out of a woman is when she's your girl, she's being submissive to you, she's being dutiful to you, etc. Not when she's your friend. When she's your friend, there's not much value there because everything a woman provides, you can get from a guy, and on top of that, they're going to be able to better identify what your situation is because men and women live different existences. Like there's certain things that you experience that a man will never experience. There's certain problems that a man experiences that you will never deal with. So I don't think women are really in a position to be good friends to a man. It benefits you though because they offer you utility, which you described earlier. They'll listen to your problems. They're problem solvers. They'll tell you how you can fix things. They look at the world more objectively versus emotionally than women do. And you can be yourself around them. You don't have to worry about some weird, snarky, passive-aggressive attitude that's going to come after the fact from you saying something.
Yeah.
So I think women get way more value from male friends because men in general just offer more value when they deal with women. But women don't have to necessarily offer value in return. So a lot of guys are just okay with being near a pretty girl and they think that's enough.
That you're not wrong.
Okay. So that's what I mean. I don't think women offer much utility to men. So it's a win for a woman to put a guy in the friend zone, but it's not a win for the guy.
But they're still friends with me. so.
Because they're stupid. But we're gonna be honest, because they're dumb.
Okay. I guarantee I'll take you, it.
Because they
That's
want
true.
to smash. The
Yeah.
thing is that they don't have the balls
Yeah.
to actually tell you, "Hey, I'm interested in you sexually." They don't want to get rejected.
I have to agree with you. A few of the male friends that I've had in the past, they tried something. They had their move and whatever else.
And you rejected them.
They
And got their feelings hurt.
They DM me on Instagram. You know, it just like
I mean, it's a self proving sort of scenario, because it's like, again, we'll watch how they'll let me, get in trouble. I'll get in trouble, Jennifer, with all the women, right? But a woman like this, you don't want around you as a man, because God forbid you do. I don't drink or anything. God forbid you're just in that moment, in that hormone, and you wind up fucking this broad and then have to sit with the fact that you did so. If you're a man of conscience and see yourself as any kind of value, that's all she offers is some level of physicality, right? It's like you listen to her speak. You hear more as this goes on about what she's into, how she thinks, how she deals with life. It's just nothing but problems and dysfunction and resistance. So, like, any man who would want to hang around as friends with a woman like that while they're attracted to him is stupid, because it doesn't benefit you. She doesn't bring anything to your life and to the table other than her physicality, which might just get you caught up. So I don't know. Maybe that's my ego, and I have a problem.
literally one or two out of all the people that my ex was terrified of. But the rest was literally purely just friendship.
Okay, so question for you. You said most of the guys that you talked to wanted something more, right?
No,
Two or
literally,
three
yeah,
Okay.
just a few.
So a few of them.
But and that like most of it I can identify beforehand. Like
Okay.
I know, I see the way you're looking at me. I know that if I was available, you would probably make a move. But that's why I don't hang out with guys like that.
Okay.
I only hang out with guys.
I'm willing to bet
that-
those other guys that didn't shoot their shot, they want to get with you too. They're just that they're scared. But what I'm saying is that okay, so we talked about guys want to take it a step further. So is a guy really insecure if he doesn't want you to have male friends?
Yes, I believe so.
I disagree. I think if anything, he's very secure in male nature and understands how men think and act and wants to protect you from it.
Okay.
Makes sense.
You have a point
So is it really insecure?
from what I've seen.
Yes,
So you're saying they got, hold on, they're insecure and have small dicks.
This is part of the problem, is that why does every man want to be with a goofy bitch who at some point in her life doesn't get the game and how it works? So you can't, women can't I want to know. I don't mean to, I shouldn't say goofy bitch. I want to know, you seriously are telling me you don't know why men, this is the level of ego? Because I got to tell you, I'll give you a peek into a man's world. It's like the self-worth and self-esteem is like through the floor. Because we don't even, I'll speak for me. I didn't even think anybody wanted anything to do with me if I couldn't be something, create something, provide something, know something, and present in a way that was attractive or exciting or on some level, right? So, it's just amazing to me how, from a man's point of view, where suicide and drug addiction's like through the roof, because we are living a world of constant rejection. Women just get what they want all the time, so they think they're like really funny, interesting, exciting, great people. And then you need a panel of assholes like this who are almost a little too egoic, kind of like me, to just kind of get everything back in perspective. Like, what do you actually bring to the table? And then you'll have, like, during this interview, a couple of them pipe up, well, I got a good job. So you come to a man who's successful and say, he goes, what do you have to bring to the table? My pussy and a good job. Right. So he doesn't need your good job and your money because he's got that. So there's cancels out. All your value is a sexual object to him. And a lot of these women nowadays, as I said before, don't cook, don't want to clean, are dirtier than a lot of the boys. Right. I mean, I've seen a lot of these, especially the younger ones, I guess, let's be appropriate about how I describe this, but they're just as messy, if not more so than me. I'm immature in that way. I guess I keep kind of everything disorganized and messy. A lot of these women are like worse than that on their social media. They're taking pictures in leggings and their whole room is trashed. Shit all over the floor, shit everywhere. And it's like, well, you're a woman. You're supposed to have certain qualities that are complementary to us boys. You don't even exemplify that. Then you want to tell me your best value is you're going to be like a man. Like, if we wanted that, I guess we go be with a man. So I don't know. There's a lot of, Keith, do you have something? There's a lot of sort of blurred lines here that I think we're We're trying to draw some lines and understand the boundaries and how it all, fits together.
Well, that's the main problem, though. It's been going on for eons. It isn't just today in modern times that people have had homosexual experiences and transgenderism and things like that. It's just that it's more modern now, more placated and more abundant and prolific. And it's just a sign that it's just getting worse and people just aren't paying attention. That's what it's saying. That's why it's people like you and me standing up here pointing it out. It should be obvious, but people are so indoctrinated they don't see it. And if they do, it would force them to give up their entire lives. Are you?
Well, yeah, I think we need to focus on more respect and honor in the truest sense, not in what we've been told it is, and keep projecting onto each other. Again, they'll make these comments like the guy before, oh, DD214 seen Jennifer on here. Do you even have a woman in your life? So you're going to play that game, right? And it's like, okay, let's say I had 10 women in my life right now. What does it mean as far as why Jennifer is in my life? I don't have to have anyone, male or female, in my life. I don't even have any men in my life. I'm not like these gamer nerds and barflies. I don't have a group of people around me. I got nobody around me. There's like one or two people here and there, and it's a selective interaction, pretty much by my choice. Okay, so what's different about a man from a woman? If not that I don't need them, so I definitely don't need the other side, because there's only one way I'm really trying to entertain a woman anyway that's different from a man, right? I'm not trying to fuck my male friends. I might be trying to fuck my female friends. Hopefully, if everything's working correctly, I'm not just fucking me and her out of our life, property, freedoms, rights, destiny, health, and all the rest of it. So again, whether there's a want there or not, whether there's a nature there or not, there's a reason Jennifer and other people would be in my life and continue to be there because of who they are. Not even what they could do for me or how they make me feel, because of who they are. Separate from what I even think and feel about all of it. Who you are stands the test of time. There's a reason I will be respected by Jennifer forever, because who I am. Doesn't matter what I do with my dick or anything else, as long as who I am is commensurate with my dick, right? On some level, as long as they're not going in two opposite directions. So we all know the deal. We're all honest with ourselves. We all communicate. We try to understand ourselves and each other more and be free and loving and more peaceful and not anxious and controlling and more secure and confident. We confide, so we get confidence, right? So being wanted for someone like me in life is better than being needed. I don't want to be codependent. If I want you there, it's the best place to be. It must mean you're the person you need to be on some level. Right? Whether you're the only one or not should not concern you. It should be, are you the person for yourself, first and foremost, and then me, in the eyes of the spirit, your conscience, that you need to be? The amount should not matter. The amount only matters when you're not who and what you need to be, because you're worried you're going to lose something because you know you're not competent. Very simple. That's the reason most of these men are controlling with women, because they know there's a good chance she's going to go out and bump into another bozo just like you, maybe a little better, and she's gone, right? And I don't blame her. So then I'm bad because I won't get with you and commiserate on how you've had it bad and women are gold digging hoes. No, you ain't shit. And you don't select women who are high value. And when they do low value behavior, you're confused because you're low value and she's low value. And you don't take your life and consciousness and truth seriously. And you don't take communication seriously either. See, there's a list of things you could tell about people, and then you could tell them where they're all going to wind up. And they'll all be confused when they get there, right? And then look at me in confusion why I'm in certain relationships in certain ways, because I've been learning and I've been applying and growing and teaching and watching the process emulate all over again. Your thoughts, expert panel? I'm watching the chat, scanning. Back to the clip. All right, that's it. That's all you had. No, Jackie's up.
No.
Jackie.
Up. I wouldn't want to hang out with, be friends with any of those women. I don't know why any guys would want to be friends with any of those women from what I've heard so far. Other like you said, like I could see, like you're right. The guy really doesn't have any benefit for having a female friend like those, I guess. I don't know. It could be my ego. I don't know.
Except for like, because again, a woman wouldn't know what it's like to not be able to get sex.
Right.
So like when a guy can't get sex without like putting in a whole bunch of time, energy, and investment and having to be somebody, there's sometimes, I know this might seem shocking, where a man might want to just touch or be touched by just a woman, a different woman, maybe than the one they're used to. And it's a whole thing, right? Women they go out, present themselves, and men start walking up. Pretty much. It's what I see in most cases. They even did a study on Tinder. They said the fattest, ugliest women get hit up 10 times more than the hottest guy. Okay? So we just live in completely different worlds. You have to beat people off from sex. We have to figure out a way to get to it because we can't get to it without doing, creating, and being. So, again, this is how we kind of humble ourselves and each other by realizing our walk is not the same. Our perspective is not the same. Our results are not the same. Our motivations oftentimes aren't the same.
Right. But as you just stated, as you begin to do those things like men are supposed to, then the getting of the women isn't as much of an issue, which proves the point of your life right now. So is it a man problem or is it a woman problem?
Yeah, but it's a both.
It's a both.
Because as I become more self-actualized and I realize for myself, men and women are not who and what we need to be. And therefore, the idea of, like I told you before, me and Jennifer talking about her being, older than me on the timeline and us probably not having a family. So if we're open about that, someone might come about, is probably going to come about to play that role. And then we talked about her obviously still being in my life, maybe taking on a role of like, her being a mother again in a way, like a grandmother. We even joke about that. Right. So like, again, we could get as weird and uncomfortable and challenging to the ego. It doesn't matter. We're together at this time because of who and what we are and where we are on our journey. And that's probably going to continue as much as we serve the truth and seek understanding. And at some point, we will play different roles and positions in each other's life. Great. It's just more depth.
And it is great, isn't it? Isn't it great? It is great.
It is if you let it be. It'll fuck you all up if you let it be. I mean, it's scary and confusing to me. You think I got so much ego? It's not scary and confusing to me right now to have to speak this shit, knowing it's going to create an energy in me and maybe in her, and we're going to have to go past it every time. So what am I going to do? Yeah. Avoid that? No, I go right into it, comfortable with the uncomfortable. I want confidence. I want security. I want peace. I want empowerment. I want inspiration. I want free love and co-creation. The only way you get that is going through your fear. Faith is bigger than fear. We're here for a reason. We're going to continue for a reason. If we hold fast to that reason, we'll always be in each other's life in some capacity. The roles and positions are going to change, but the meaning doesn't change. The purpose doesn't change. The bond doesn't change. The loyalty doesn't change.
No.
Yeah, your social network is your true social security. The other one's false. It's a trust. It's not even yours. But yeah, the people around you, like you said, that you could rely on to be a grandma or an uncle or whatever it may be, is more important than anything that any kind of state could provide ever.
Well, the best one is when these women go to talking about, I got a child, so the man who's going to come into my life is going to have to take care of me and the child from another man, right? And then they want to have another family. And it's like, so you got a list of not only qualities from this man, you got a list of obligations that are automatic. And if he dare come with that, he's fucked, right? Don't you be a single dad and have to bring in a child into that relationship with the queen there. It ain't going to happen. Right? It ain't her responsibility. She's got hair and nails and makeup to do and a career to chase. Right? It's fucking laughable. Let me get back to it.
Yeah.
Because they don't have guy friends.
Okay.
That's what you're saying right now.
You know what they say.
Yeah. Here's the thing. When girls say insecure or small dick energy, that's typically translation. I don't like the fact that the guy that I'm dealing with has boundaries and standards, and I don't want to necessarily adhere to them. So I want to be able to continue to act like I'm single, even though I have a guy at home. And what we tell guys all the time is that if you're a man and you have a woman, you have to have boundaries and standards. And one of them is if she has her guy friends around, she doesn't respect you to that same degree. She should be willing to cut those guys.
I guarantee
because here's the thing. It's not that I don't trust you. I don't trust them.
Yeah.
I understand. And I've heard that before. And that man was very insecure. Like he would literally be jealous of every
now we're
single...
down the middle. it doesn't matter if you don't trust them. If you don't think he's going to tackle her and rape her, Jennifer went out to have dinner with some guy who she dated a while back, and I felt that thing come up, and I said, well, wait a second. I almost need 10 more of these guys to show up because she and I need to know what she wants to do and is going to do. So if you really trust the being you're with in your relationship, you say, well, she says she's not interested in him. He says he wants to meet for dinner and talk. So they're going to meet for dinner and talk. If anything else happens, she must have been into it. If she's into it, it might say something about me or her or not. So it's discernment and determinations along the way. For me to tell her, oh, I trust you, just not him, is not trusting her, because unless he's going to tackle her and rape her, it ain't going nowhere. Is that not pimping? Does the pimp follow? I'm not saying Jennifer's that, because they'll say now I'm saying she's a hoe. I'm giving you the psychology. The pimp doesn't follow the hoe around making sure she doesn't do some stupid shit. He gives her the game and then lets her off out in the street, and she knows the game. So she's not going to get tricked out of position by a mark and a trick or a fuck boy or whatever else. She's out there to make money. She's going to get every line thrown at her. She knows the deal, and she's coming right back home to daddy. So a motherfucker who really is secure in what he knows and what he's applied and the changes he's seen and the experience he's had don't need to tell a woman what to do and not do. She already knows.
A person, and not only male, that would speak to me anywhere. Literally, he would be jealous of my coworkers, and he's seen them. Like, they're 2 out of 10, and he'd be jealous of them still.
But
I'm like, come on, do you think I don't have like some kind of self-esteem? Do you think I don't have my, the scale? Do you think I don't hold myself well? Do you think I'm really gonna like?
You think I have some kind of self-esteem when she's got 10 pounds of makeup on, fake hair, lashes, nails, some fucking outfit she spent a whole bunch of money on probably to appear like somebody, did a whole Instagram of her shaking her ass out on an island, which tells every guy she's fucking. Then she goes, I ain't fucking, I paid for all that. Right. But people don't look at it that way. So the goofy bitch has optics like Snafu says, and she doesn't even get it. When guys see you on Instagram on a bunch of different islands shaking your ass in hotel rooms, they're assuming somebody's fucking you to get you there. They're not assuming you're a career woman paying for all of it, doing videos for yourself, claiming it's for yourself, but showing the world. It don't even make no sense. She goes, I do those videos for me. Why are they on Instagram? I hear this shit all the time. I take pictures of my pussy for me, and you put it on Instagram. How does that make any sense? It doesn't, because it's not meant to. Because it doesn't make any sense. Really, there's a subconscious narrative that's going on, and they're not aware of it. You're like putting yourself out there. You're peacocking. You want to be seen as successful and attractive. You are low self-esteem. You are all that. If you weren't that, you wouldn't need to put every place you've ever been, every meal you ever ate, every outfit you ever bought, and everything you've ever done for everyone else to see and validate you. Hello? Do I take pictures and videos of every fucking move I make and what I do? No. Not only because I barely do anything at this point, but even if I did, I don't need to. If I do, it's to pimp and mac on the slaves. I'm going to go to an island one day and sip pina colada and rent a boat and act like I'm like one of their people that they're obsessed with, and then laugh about it, and then go back to my room and sit on the edge of my bed, cough and cry. Okay. But when they're doing it seriously and like, look at me, look who I am, look what I'm doing. Yeah. You have low self-esteem and self-worth, and you need external validation.
Like, go for those guys. Come on.
Well, here's the thing. You can say that. I get it. Like, I can control myself, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is, since the beginning of time, if you look at any type of culture, whether it was Muslims, Christians, Jews, etc., everyone from across the world, despite not meeting each other, always made sure that their women were modest and dressed a certain way and protected them from men. Why is that?
Because they don't trust each other. Is why.
No, the reason why is because when you leave women to their own devices, they make poor sexual decisions a lot of times. Unfortunately, you look at single mother households, you look at fatherless households. Whenever there's not a father there, or some kind of strong influence, male influence, to come in and help your daughter make select, there's typically issues.
All I have to say is, if a woman is happy in the relationship, she'll have no reasons to go out and seek it somewhere else.
See,
but that's my point. She should be willing to cut those guys off.
You don't agree with her?
I don't necessarily agree with him saying women make poor sexual decisions.
Yeah, they make poor sexual decisions when they don't have all the understanding and they're next to somebody they're not fulfilled by.
Yeah,
so what looks
I had
like
all that, but I never made poor sexual decisions. I always had the internal guidance and internal like compass to know not to go sleep with.
Right, but wouldn't you say that's a level of you having some level of worth and value to your body and beingness?
Yeah.
So this is my point, is that a lot of these women don't have that worth and value to their beingness, and they're going to give their body away to get loved again. Right? So typically what happens is they're next to some bozo. They know it ain't going nowhere internally, intuitively. So they're already checked out on some level. They bump into their coworker, their work husband, and stuff happens. Then they're back into love again. Right? That's how a lot of this shit happens. These folks cycle from one after the next. You may not do that. I may not do that.
I was with bozos but never went and slept with other bozos.
Yeah, but you also said you had a period of what, years where you weren't with anybody on any level?
Yeah.
Well, typically, I don't think most folks are doing that. Yeah. You know, I mean, I don't know how much to believe and not believe, but this is hookup culture, they say nowadays. And there's a fine line between mammalian, quote unquote, group expression of shared ideals and experiences versus just cycling from one being to the next to try to achieve completion and validation.
I've seen that too.
Off anyway.
She doesn't have to. If the guy's providing 110% of effort to the relationship and making the girl happy, she'll be coming back home, like running back, regardless whether she has male.
She just skipped right over that one little detail, just making a woman happy. So go ahead, lady, and list how we're going to make you happy, as if happiness comes from a man, not from within.
100%. He has to try 110% to possibly achieve that.
Right. So he has to put in all of his time, energy, and the goofy bitch wonders why she's alone, has a ton of money. She's fairly attractive. Some folks would say at some times it's, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, as we know. We've seen that many times here. So, physically, she's a decent looking woman. She's fairly young, right? She has an intellect because I could tell the way she looks and speaks. There's an intellect there. She's just not using it. Her feelers are so in the way. Her ego's so in the way. She says it like 10 times throughout this. I'd rather die alone than listen to a man or conform to what you all say. Okay, so you will, right? Like, that's fine. It's not about conforming to a man's will. It's about achieving understanding, right? And they're so against achieving understanding, thinking they're going to be right rather than make it right, that they wind up living wrong. And having unfulfilled. She's already angry and bitter. You could tell. She's got money, career, taking trips, traveling, eating, buying shit. She's angry, unfulfilled, resentful, and bitter. And she's going to take it all the way till she's middle-aged and then go, you know what? Now that I have more testosterone and less estrogen and I could understand men more and whatever, I have a whole new outlook on life. Happens like every single time with the beings like this that I've seen. Right? Once they're 40, 45, 50, they start to reevaluate. Either I've had a child already, done all that, played the marriage game, played house with a bozo, or I haven't had a child yet, and time's ticking, or it may even be over. So what's left? Right? Oh, wow. Self-development, self-work, completion, self-actualization and realization, free love, sharing experience with beings who we commune with, right? On some kind of higher level, beyond some shallow worldly presentment.
Friends or not.
So if he's making her 110% happy, why do you need attention and
She
time
doesn't
from
need
other guys?
attention. She doesn't need attention.
Cut
She
them off
needs
then. Cut those guys off
friendship.
then.
Cut them off then.
Cut them off.
There should be no issue.
There is no way to cut some people off because you work with them and you go friends.
There's boundaries.
Work-wise.
I mean, that's a work
She needs
association. That's
friendship
fine.
from everyone. She needs work friends, friends over here, friends that want to fuck her, and then she's got to go home and be your best friend too. Sounds like you need a psychologist or a daddy, right? I don't need all those friends and interactions and validations and attention. I come on here, it's too fucking much. So I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm missing here.
About guy friends that are texting you, trying to hang out with you, whatever. I'm talking about that.
That's not it. I don't hang out like that with guys when I'm in a relationship.
So are they really your friends then?
Yeah.
No.
Wouldn't call everybody friends, bro.
Man. Okay.
What the fuck, man?
All right.
Either way, I think it's very healthy to be able to tell your girl, hey, listen, you want to have guy friends, whatever, but this is not acceptable behavior. And that's fine. And you guys can just date or whatever. But any guy that has a little bit of, intelligence and understands female nature versus male nature and respects himself is going to hold his woman to a standard. And one of those standards a lot of times is you need to cut off any male counterparts.
I just don't want to feel like I'm in jail most of the time. when I'm in a relationship. And when I have a friendly conversation with a male, I don't want to be looked at like I'm literally going to like cheat around the corner. That's not what, you know.
Here, let me tell you something. And this is, I think, yeah, you go, bro. You go. I think this is something that we don't talk about enough. You cannot have the utmost freedom, right, without giving up security, and you cannot have the utmost security without giving up freedom. If you want the security and provisioning and leadership of a man, you must be willing to give up some of your freedom. The problem is that modern day women think, oh, I want to still be free and, you know, out there and doing whatever I want while still having a traditional man at home that's going to take care and support me. That's not how it goes. If you want a traditional man that's going to have all the duties and roles that you want him to be, breadwinner, authoritative, decisive, assertive, dominant, masculine, etc., well, you need to be a feminine woman in return. And being a feminine woman in return means not having and courting guys around that are friends when we know that they want to have sex with you. Because women don't bring much utility outside of sex. No offense.
100% agree with you. If men actually provided those, like you say,
traits,
sure, providing for you, taking care of you, going out to dinner, buying you gifts, flowers, all that. Oh, honey, don't work. Sure. Oh my God, I'll be yours and only yours, honey. But if you go half and half with a girl and you tell her what to do and you tell her what friends to have, I'm sorry, it's just not going to work.
Okay. So that's what it is.
Yeah.
It makes sense to take care of her.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I don't want a guy living in my house telling me what to do.
Understand?
Man, what do I tell y'all, man?
Feel
This is why
bitter
you
and
guys
angry, right? Because she says later, her last, it's every time, her last relationship for years was with a bozo in a basement who played video games all day while she worked, right? So she can talk about having a high value man while every relationship will be with a low value man who she don't respect, and wonder why high value men don't respect her.
Get your fucking money on point, bro. You got to get your money on point, whatever. Because here's the thing:
it costs to be the boss.
Yeah, it does. And
Thank you.
not only that, but like what I've come to realize is because you gave a lot of, you know, what I call feminist propaganda garbage. No offense to you, but typically the more egalitarian, equal you are with your girl, the more she's gonna say, "Well, I'm gonna do what I want. I'm gonna be free. I'm gonna be strong. I'm gonna be independent." Blah blah blah. Like the more successful you are, the less likely that is gonna come in. Especially if you have frame. If you're just a rich simp, then that's one thing. But you know. Okay, that's fine. Interesting. What about you? Disagree or agree? And the question before was having guy friends. It can only be gay. Agree or disagree? Or do you believe that you can have guy friends as well?
I actually agree because, like, in our day and age, it's like an untold monogamous relationship that we have between each other. And I mean, it's dependent on the age. Like, if we're younger, then nah, you can. I don't know why, I don't know why you tripping with that girl. I don't know why you over there with that girl, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? But, and, you know, I will be respectful as well, not have friends that are guys. If they go to my school, then obviously, you know, me and my boyfriend will be friends together with those guys. But if it's like an adult relationship, most likely we'll be either like, you know, either having our own place, you know, or living together, just having a career, you know, probably kids or something. There's no need for friends because you already have your life settled with that person. You know what I'm saying? And if you are like in a probably like young adult relationship where you guys don't have kids or whatnot, there's nothing else to prioritize, then prioritize on each other because it's just like.
So you agree in general?
Yeah, basically, if there's two adults in the room and they are attractive, they're basically going to fuck each other if it comes to it.
At some point.
You know what I'm saying? At some point, yeah. So it's just, you know, it's not an insecurity thing. It's more of like a trusting. I trust you, baby. I just don't trust that girl. You know what I'm saying?
That's what they always say.
Right, right. Which is good. I understand you should have trust in your partner, but you know.
I disagree. I could trust women to be women, which is women are emotionally erratic, not really very compulsive, do what feels right versus what is right. There's a reason why we tell men, do what's right. We tell women, do what's right for you. Because we tend to live in this world nowadays where feelings and being happy overrides everything. And a lot of times a girl will cheat and then rationalize and say, I wasn't happy in the relationship or it just happened, blah, blah, blah. And I think this is why so many guys end up in situations where the relationship is compromised because they didn't have boundaries. They didn't have standards. They let the girl do whatever she wanted. You know, one drink leads to another. She's out with her single girlfriends. Oh, he's a bum anyway. You do what you want to do. They, you know, enable her bad behavior. I always say single girlfriends are the worst thing for a relationship. And then bam, next thing you know, she's sucking some dude's dick in the bathroom. So I think I trust women to be women, which is compulsive, bad decision makers, and typically needing the leadership of a man.
Misogyny.
Okay, I wouldn't say that females are like particularly like that's kind of like a hasty generalization there, just to assume that
Who has
all
3/4
females.
of the debt?
You said what?
Who has 3/4 of the debt?
Who else? What?
Who has 3/4 of the debt
in the U.S.
Of the debt?
Yes,
Yeah.
despite making less money than the opposite gender.
I have no clue.
It's women. Who's 80% of the
Oh.
consumer base?
Okay, I guess women.
Thank you.
But okay,
There's
but
a reason
what
why.
I'm saying
Hold on.
is-
You see, I'm not just. This isn't coming from a place of anger or misogyny or me talking.
So we're back to where we part of where we were before in the clip, but this is the whole thing. So I'm just going to let it play out.
It's crap. It's facts. Advertisers target women because women are more impressionable and they're easier to control. Women are group thinkers. They're more involved with. They're more involved being social. They're followers. Okay. You look at a fashion trend. You look at a hairstyle. When Rihanna cut her hair back in 2008, every other girl decided to cut their hair. Fashion trends, typically women follow them. So women are easier to sell to and advertise to. And this is why advertisers target women and not necessarily men. So what I'm saying is that women are impressionable by nature. They're more agreeable.
Yeah.
And this is not a social construct. This is biology.
Yeah, they are emotional creatures too, but I wouldn't say that they can't, objectively think or
Of course they
be
can.
rational.
Of course they can. They
creatures
can.
as
They can.
well.
I'm not saying they're not objective or rational, but what I am saying is that they're more likely to make bad decisions on emotion, which can lead to the destruction of the relationship.
Yeah,
And
I
didn't
would
liquor
agree
as
with
well.
that.
I had alcohol. Oh, it's a wrap.
Yeah, for real.
So-
Yeah.
And the thing is, and I know you guys might say, well, men drink and cheat too. What are you talking about, Myron? Here's the difference. If I cheat on my girl, I can go back to my girl and love her the same. If you cheat as a woman, it's a wrap. It's not the same. One is premeditated murder. The other one is, a DUI, manslaughter. It's not the same as when a woman cheats. Oh, you're shaking your head. Go ahead.
I
Disagree?
just don't agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you agree? Go ahead.
Yeah, because if she was enough for him, then you wouldn't need another woman or think about putting yourself in another woman.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Men will
Go ahead.
sleep with somebody they don't like.
Oh, I know that.
Women
100%.
won't.
But it becomes a thing
That
too
is
when
true.
you don't
Women
like
have to
her
like
and you're
something
still
about him.
penetrating her.
A man will
It doesn't
sleep
make
with
sense to
somebody
me.
they literally hate.
I don't like her,
A
but
woman
I'll
won't.
have sex
But
with her
I'm-
10 times and more.
Isn't that worse?
Well, here's the
That
thing.
friend that they
A
told you not to
guy's
worry
thinking, when my woman go cheat with a man, she's emotionally invested unless she's a whore.
She don't love
O-
me.
o-
That is
Only
true.
prostitutes can sleep with a man she's not emotionally invested in.
Facts.
A woman
Yeah.
has to have a man can literally stick his dick in a gas tank.
That's facts, though.
He
That's
can literally
facts.
stick his dick in a hole in the ground.
Get that jerry can sex.
He's not emotionally. A man.
So that
has-
makes it okay.
a man has no emotions tied to his penis. So when he lays with a woman and you say, well, you've been sleeping with her for years, he don't even like her. But when a woman lay with a man, it's something about him she has to like. That's what'll hurt a man even more. A man is saying, man, I'm sleeping with this woman. I don't even know her. I sleep with somebody I don't know. I don't even like. None invested. But for you to lay down with this guy, you have to have something invested in it. That's what hurts more.
The fact that you say that
That
is
is
even
true.
worse because it then means that I have absolutely nothing. Like,
Well, you have to understand a man. When a man,
if you could just stick it in a gas tank, and then
that
you value in
devaluates
your woman.
completely
this what
as a woman.
This what a woman have to understand. What a man does with his penis has nothing to do with his emotions and his value.
Thank you.
Which sucks.
Which most men
That
don't really
sucks.
even show emotion.
Then y'all
so-
should never have anything to do with a man, is what I'm telling you. Because a woman, everything that a woman does. So if you ask a woman, what do you think about this? She's gonna answer with her feelings. She's gonna say, well, I feel like. If you ask a man, well, how do you feel? He's gonna say what he thinks because he's not emotionally in tune with his feelings.
Yeah.
By nature, we're hunters, right? So we have to be analytical. A hunter can't be in tune with his feelings because he wouldn't hunt out of fear. When it's dark outside, when the world had no lights, then he wouldn't provide food for his family because he would be afraid. So there's something in us that supersedes our feelings because we're analytics. A woman is more emotional because she has to nurture. She has to give life. She has to breathe life. And so when a man knows when my woman sleep with this man, she's way more invested into this man than I am when I sleep with a woman.
I love how Zetetic Warrior immediately shows himself, and then he'll say he's joking, right? He picked the one goofy bitch on the panel who was the youngest and most seemingly innocent, who also came right out of the gate and said, I'll never listen to a man, and they're never going to tell me what to do. So you will be giving up half of your stuff again to that little minx there who's going to take your soul. Once you fuck her and then get bonded to her and love her and then want the other one next to her at some point. She's right out the door with the little Zetetic Warrior Jr. and half your shit.
A man will sleep with something he hates. A woman won't.
He loves that daddy archetype, that Zetetic Warrior. He loves that little, Jezebel harlot, wide-eyed, innocent, submissive seeming, passive aggressive. He loves that. He wants to be her daddy so bad.
So it's much more impactful when a woman lay down with a man because that's her heart. Her heart is between her legs. A man's not. So women think that our feelings are tied to our penis, and a man has no emotions when it comes to sex.
Don Marco.
None whatsoever.
Is his presence what gives the woman like the heart? I'm trying to understand, where does the heart come from?
Where is the heart located?
In the man, like, because there's no emotion, so where is the heart?
Listen.
We're talking about
The way to a man's heart is through his belly.
Yeah, that is a good saying. Yeah,
You're saying a woman didn't feed you enough, and you go and stick your penis in whatever was moving.
Obviously.
It's like you didn't feed me enough.
Listen. Talk to your grandmothers.
Yeah.
Talk to your grandmothers and your great grandmothers, and I promise you, they will tell you a way to a man's heart is through his belly. A man that has a woman that'll feed him supersedes a woman that'll fuck him.
Shout out to Mo.
oh my gosh,
that's powerful, man.
The average today's women think that they can win us with their pussy.
No, I mean, like, for a man
They
to
can,
show
though.
the love, not how the woman gets the man.
Watching a woman give birth to your child will change how you treat her. A woman forgiveness, a woman forgiving you when she catch you lying will cause you to stop lying to her. A woman who expresses her hurt without anger will cause you to stop hurting her.
I guess it depends on the man.
Nah,
It surely does.
No,
Yeah, because some men have no heart at all.
I want to comment on that.
All
too.
men have heart. When they meet the right woman, they'll stop doing whatever they was doing before they met that woman to keep this woman.
Facts.
When they meet the right woman, they'll jump through what.
So that's where we left off. And then it went into a whole thing with the triggering feminine ego down there. And she said, well, there it is. That proves it. You're just not with the right woman. Well, I don't accept his rationale that he's going to have a continued state of beingness that's going to go on. He's just going to not experience that because he loves her so much. That doesn't compute with me. He didn't say he's going to have an internal change. That might be true. Now, I might have an internal change at some point, either organically or because of something outside of me, and then I have to look at that. But to say that somebody is going to still be the same being but not live the same way because they love somebody else and don't want to hurt them, you just made yourself that person's prisoner. And I don't think they're going to respect that. So that may be true because something is so valuable to you, you don't want to lose it, so you're going to forego yourself to keep it. I don't see that working, and I don't see that as a legitimate state of beingness and understanding.
Ever hoops that they have to jump through, even if it means denying themselves for this woman. But how do you know?
Actions.
I was just about to say actions.
Most women don't understand it. Like, for the right woman that's for him, he will cut off, like you said earlier, a bunch of other girls. He'll say, you know what? All right, I'm gonna make a choice because she's worth it. However, if you're not worth that value to him, he's gonna play the field.
Like,
he's gonna follow you and you because you're not worth the value. So he's saying in a nutshell, if you're a woman of value to that man, he'll put in the work for you by actions.
Think about, and I hate to bring this up.
Like, she's still down there. She's still she piped down for a bit. That I said, in about 20 years, I'm gonna feel differently than what I just said. It's possible, Trish. It's possible. Again, you saw Lou Bastone's father come up here. He was hitting on the African American nurse. He's about 80 something years old, ready to die. So there's a good possibility that I'll be just like him, 85, with a big fucking mouth, able to move even less than I am now, still talking and feeling the same shit. So, but have it your way for now. We'll play the game in your imagination.
But I have to. Think about how great we say Dr. King is. Dr. Martin Luther King was a whoremonger, slept with many a women.
It's real simple. I shouldn't have to change who and what I am if I'm not doing wrong for somebody who respects me and loves me to stay in my life. If I have to change who and what I am to my own detriment and dishonor who and what I am and feel guilty about me being authentically me, that person's not meant to be there anyway. So 20 years from now, I could be alone. Jennifer has left, right? Maybe she's died. Maybe I'm dead already. Okay. And I am feeling differently. But the reality of it is that, whatever will be, will be. If I have to dishonor aspects of myself to keep somebody in my life, I'd rather not do that.
And his wife knew it.
I did not know that.
Everybody knows that.
I did not want that perception.
Everybody
Oh my
knows
God.
that. But most women will say because he cheat, he's not a great man. Most women think because you've cheated on women that you're not a good man. Good men cheat. It's hard for a woman to believe that. Good men cheat because all men cheat. All men will cheat, except for the right woman.
Mm-hmm.
He don't want to hurt her. So the hurt that he see that he causes her will stop him from cheating because he don't want to cause her that hurt.
If it's going to cause her.
So
It doesn't cause me.
it has nothing to do with a man feeling some type of way more or less than it does a woman. It's in his nature. It's in his nature to not be with one woman, except when he meets this one woman, he decides to go against his nature and deny himself so he don't hurt this woman. And what pushes a man to that point? The actions of the woman. The actions of the woman. Or make a nigga stop lying, or make a nigga.
Right. It's not about lying. That's the thing. Cheating is lying. That's different than dishonoring your nature. See, cheating and lying is dishonoring your nature because you're acting out your nature and then cheating and lying about it. So, yeah, you may want to dishonor your nature to stop, quote unquote, cheating, but sharing experience with other beings is not cheating if you're not lying about it. So when a man dishonors his own nature to please a woman, he winds up angry, in the garage all day, on cigarettes and alcohol, watching sports games, and all the rest of it, right, is what I'm seeing. Building a man cave and putting up bikini model calendars in there and keeping the wife out because you're going to ask him, is he masturbating to it? Right, all the rest of the nonsense because you got a mama now.
Nigga stop cheating. And that comes from her love. Her love will truly conquer him.
I win.
And that's what
Trisha says I win. Okay, you win. Have a beautiful life. Thank you, Trisha. I was, you're showing yourself again that you were in this whole thing to win. And not only could you not win, you can't rebut anything I'm saying. So you think I won because you didn't win. Well, I wasn't trying to win anything. So unless you mean I win by you leaving my life. So that might be how all the other men you've left their life. Hey, you win because I'm not going to be in your life anymore. Great. Got it. Thank you for helping me out. Who's this now? Oh, it's everybody's favorite contributor, Tinfoil Hat Man. He's got a hell of a head of hair on him, huh? Right. Thank you, Trish. Have a beautiful life. More melodramatic, passive-aggressive nonsense. She's probably not going to leave, and if she does, she'll be back. So, great.
Man eventually ends up getting to at some point in his life where at least one woman's love conquers him, where he tries to become a better man for this one woman. So you have to decide if you that woman.
So, ladies, let me ask you a question.
Perfect.
Are you evil for wanting a guy that's taller than you, has more money than you, has more status than you?
Absolutely
No.
No, right? No? What? Okay. And the reason, because here's the thing. The problem is that, because he said a dude will stick his dick in a gas tank, and you're like, well, that doesn't make it right. And you were saying it's not right either. I think what women don't understand is that sexuality and what we want is not moral or immoral, it's amoral. And what I mean by that is you're attracted to what you're attracted to, and it is what it is. No one is demonizing you guys for wanting a guy that's taller than you, makes more money than you, more status than you. Like, I'm not going to say and be like, that doesn't make it right. No, it's just the reality of life. So just like you want a guy that's tall and has money and has status and charming and charismatic, men want to have sex with more than one girl. The reality is you will never sexually satisfy your guy by yourself, ever. They're always going to want other women. That's just how it goes. Men typically are only as faithful as their options. But I like how you guys immediately made male sexuality about morality. But when I brought it up with what women want, y'all were like, no, it's okay. So why is it okay for you guys to want a guy that's tall and has money and successful, but it's not okay for us to want many bitches? That's the difference. What men want, what men want is always what men want is always demonized. What women want is never demonized. It's actually encouraged. Get the best man that you can. He a bum. He do better. Blah blah blah. We tell women they deserve everything, but when I tell a man, no, go out there and fuck as many girls as you want and have a main chick. Whoa, that's male sexuality. It's amoral.
One of the first things I noticed when girls meet guys, they don't ask who is he, who is he. They say, well, what do we do? What kind of car does he drive?
Right.
Where do he live? They don't ask, well, who is he as a person? Is he honest?
Most women. I'm not gonna lie, most women, but not all women.
Well, you're right.
Okay, well,
I never said all.
If most operate that way, wouldn't it be best to base your strategy when it comes to dealing with women on most?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
so who
okay.
cares about the minority?
Oh, okay. So
The
then
world-
that
the
should,
world-
if you want a quality woman, then that's the problem.
What's the problem?
The way that everyone is thinking.
Who just said that if you want a quality woman? That was a good response. Say, go elaborate.
You should really focus on the minority if you want a quality woman.
Thank you.
That's a good response.
Okay, but okay, I get that. That's great. I focus on the minority. The problem is that most women are not wife material. Most girls don't deserve a long-term relationship. Most girls are not worthy of any type of long-term commitment. So who do I gotta? If I'm gonna formulate a strategy to deal with modern-day women, am I gonna tailor my strategy for the majority so I know what I'm doing, or am I going to tailor for the minority?
Well, you see, the problem is
Don't
that
tailor
you're
for
putting
anyone.
yourself into a category of where you want.
See, the women, if they could get organized, and I need to get in their ear, because then they're going to put this guy on his ass, right? Because she just said it, you don't tailor make who and what you are as a man based on what the goofy bitches in the world are doing and not doing. So you gave your power away, right? You're simping. It's indirect simping. He's trying to come off like he's pimping, and there's no proper instruction. So a man doesn't validate himself and tailor his personality and character and approach to life based on whether he's validated by the masses of women or not. It's quite the opposite. You almost expect, like I've said and like I do, that it doesn't even matter what you do and reach out and do whatever. Men and women right now are men and women, and there's not much redeemable value and quality there in establishing relationships and investing. It's just not from where I'm sitting, but I'm, high on the hog with rights, freedom, principles, and all the rest. You know the deal. These people, all they talk is money, right? Money and things. There's not much talk about the qualities of the being.
To be. And so when you don't give patience and you don't seek the right things and you'd rather get pussy, then that's what you're going to stay in.
Okay, this is female privilege speaking right now. Privilege is invisible to those that have it. The reason why you can say something so nonsensical is because men approach you. You don't approach women. Sorry, you don't approach women as a man.
I approach man.
No, okay, anyway. How many times have-
Like, for real.
The reality is, okay.
I will approach a man.
Cool, I will approach a man. The reality is most of the time you don't.
I have.
Men have to go out there and approach women. And not only do we have to go out there and approach women, we have to approach you guys, figure out if you're a good girl, figure out if you're a whore or not, figure out if you're going to fuck up my life, figure out if you're going to take my money.
You guys are fucking other people.
So let me ask a question. So do attractive women approach men? Do attractive women approach men?
Almost never.
All the time.
Almost never.
All
We
the
do.
time.
And they don't like it. You guys
Because
feel
guys
like
don't-
it desensitizes you
When's
or
the last
makes
time
you
you
feel
approached
less
a guy?
manly.
When's the last time you
Or
approached a guy?
emasculating.
My last relationship.
How long ago was that?
That was not too long ago. I want to
How
say
long
around
ago?
November.
Okay, so last time you approached the guy was in November?
No,
When was the last time you approached the guy then?
5 years ago.
Damn.
What?
You're not getting it.
They
You
were
said
dating
when
for the 5 years. That's
exactly. I
basically
was
what she's
dating for
saying.
5 years. It ended in November. I approached him.
Okay. Congratulations.
And it
guess
lasted
what?
5 years.
You approached them and you had a 100% success rate. The average guy can't do that.
Approach one guy, 100%.
You approach one guy had 100%.
God
This is what I'm trying to say. Yo, women really have zero clue what it's like to be a man. You guys try to put your rules on men. If I use your rules as a man, I would take an L all the time. I would approach once every 5 years, hoping I'd get a relationship, etc. Men have to move differently in the dating marketplace because we're different. Men have to approach, women don't.
She got married.
So it's like you can say these things because you're in a privileged position. Oh, you should be looking for the right girl, blah, blah, blah. How the hell am I going to be able to identify the right girl when most girls are useless? So I got to figure out the girl that's useful. But for me to figure out who's useful, I got to deal with a bunch of useless chicks to figure out what useful is. That's the point. This is why women should never teach their sons how to get girls. You guys have no fucking clue.
So let me ask you a question. How will we teach the younger generation today? Listen to the ladies here. Most of you guys are under 30. How will the people up under us date with approaching one another? It sounds like love won't exist anymore.
Tinder.
Explain. Explain.
Okay.
Social media.
Yeah, social media. Probably. I know you won't bump into anybody in the grocery store now. Like that's like on the sitcoms or whatnot. But through work or through school.
Wow.
Social media, on the street. I actually got a boyfriend. He hollered at me. He was like, "Hey, you look cute today," and I was like, "Oh, okay."
Meeting each other, having a conversation, hey, exchange numbers, and end up courting and dating.
Yeah, we dated.
That still exists?
Yeah, that's what I did with like my last ex. We exchanged numbers.
Rarely. Most of these girls have gassed up heads, bro. If I'm gonna be 1,000, thanks to Instagram and dating apps. Like if you all the girls will give me a look. Like the average guy nowadays stands no chance.
The average guy.
The average guy stands no chance.
Before you even leave the house, right? You go to Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, you're getting a DM from somebody. And at least that person be successful, good looking, blue check mark. And that opportunity could be anywhere. You could be in Dubai, you could be here in Miami, you could be in California, you could be in Idaho. The point is that like access to dating nowadays is tip of your fingers. So like
for girls
nowadays, you can get anybody anywhere. Now, for a guy, if you're not successful, if you're not good looking, if you're not that top tier guy, you're gonna struggle because it's like, who are you? You're a bum. And you made a good point. If you're not on my level or even higher than my level.
Trisha, where are you leaving? You told me have a nice life, and there you are, still yapping. Telling me about what Sean Hannity told you about the destruction of the family unit. Doesn't exist everywhere else in the world throughout history. Doesn't exist. Right? I know that it exists in the modern day, and you watch Leave It to Beaver, and you got all the nostalgia about the one time in the 50s where the family unit was working as we were going to war everywhere, destroying ourselves and each other with bullshit nonsense and completely unaware of it. But no, it never worked. It was never natural, and it's never been anywhere else in the world, especially in tribal areas where folks don't have any of this cultural nonsense. So, a family is like more than two people, just so you know. I know a lot of you Western folks are confused. Family, community, village is more than two fucking people in a 6-room house. Sorry to break the news to you.
Level? Why do you want a man like that? You don't. So, it's what it is.
You were trying to say something?
Yeah.
I said that girls have gassed up egos because of social media, etc.
You said it's easy for girls, but why is it not like easy for guys to just...
1 in 3 men right now between 18 and 30 is a virgin or hasn't had sex.
Yeah.
Yeah, did any of you guys know that?
Hardly believe that.
A handsome guy that's struggling financially. That's
still get laid.
kind.
Yeah, we'll be better. Still get laid.
He may still get laid.
It's gonna be tough though.
But can he get a girl?
Can't keep her though.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, can he get a
He
girl?
can smash, but long term is like, oh, he's still a bum. I'm good.
But isn't that what it's all about? You said the dating is on the tip of our fingers right now. No, not the dating. The fucking is at the tip of our fingers. Because none of those apps are all about dating. Now
That's
you
a
are
good
right.
point.
Actually, you are so right.
She talking real
No,
talk. Because at
that's-
the end of the day, it's about good fucking.
That's a good point. But most girls,
You don't go on Tinder to look for a relationship. You don't go on Tinder
True.
looking for the quality
So
girl.
you go on Hinge?
I go on Hinge, but even there, freaking crickets.
Here's the problem, right? So most girls, like you said earlier,
Yeah.
will go on Tinder, go on these dating apps looking for a guy. And I understand it's not plausible, it's not actually gonna happen, right? However, they think, you know what? If a guy that status fucks me, he may want me. That's not true because once again, we know most guys that fuck girls on our level just
Are
want to
they
smash.
looking for a guy or a good fuck?
Thank you.
I think they should just make that very clear in the bio. Like, hey,
I do.
GTF.
I
Me
do.
too.
And
Me
people
too.
still trying to like just fuck me. And I'm like, what was not clear? Like
I'm trying to look
throughout
for
the
a
whole
boyfriend.
entire.
Well, here's the thing, though.
hookup.
Whose job is it to create the relationship?
Both.
No, incorrect. See, that's where y'all are wrong. It's your job to retain the man. I would argue most girls nowadays can't keep a man to save their life.
Yeah,
that's the problem. He don't want to commit to you because you're not worthy. Most girls don't bring value to the table. They
Boy,
think,
you sound like
I'm pretty.
grandmama. This is what grandmama and them be saying about the young girl. Yeah, that's what grandmama say about the young girl. They can't keep
It's
a
the
man.
woman's job. It's the man's job to attain the girl. It's the girl's job to retain the man after he fucks.
Doing what?
Yeah, doing
That's the scary part. That's the scary part.
That's scary.
Because I've done it all. I've been nice. I've been
been nice,
patient. I've
patient.
been listening, and I've been caring, and I cooked for the guy, and I've been, the nicest self. I didn't do any drama. I literally did not freaking talk.
Question.
Above
Question for you.
my
You
regular
did
level.
all that, right? Here's a kicker, though.
Yeah, please.
Do you know what he wanted?
What did he want?
No, I'm asking you. Do you know what he actually wanted from you?
No, he's asking like if you ever asked him.
That's the thing.
What
Girls
does
think they
he
know what
want?
guys want, but you don't know what we want at all.
Even though
you
it's simple.
assume, okay, you know what? Because I want this, he wants that as well. No, guys want something completely different. And if you don't know what he wants, he's gonna leave.
Okay, so what does the average man want?
You don't know?
Very good question.
You should know that.
Yeah, you know it. Yeah.
But you don't listen to men, so never mind. That's why.
Tell me nothing.
I listen
It's
to
messing
men, but
pussy.
where I'm from, like coming to a big city, it's nice to hear different perspectives. That's why, like, I like meeting new people. Where I'm from, closed-minded, same type of closed-minded.
Says the girl that
same
says
type
I ain't
of
listening to no
stuff.
man.
You know, I'm curious.
Oh, God.
Charleston, what do you look for in a woman to take seriously in your life?
I just want a woman to believe in me. That's where I draw my strength from as a man. My woman believing in me. If I say I'm going to the store, she believe I'm going to the store. Once she stopped doubting what I say, then she's no longer my woman in my mind. Because a man is his word. And if my words don't mean nothing to you, then I ain't your man. So I try not to. I try not to be considered a liar. My motivation and encouragement come from my woman saying, "Baby, I believe you can do it." So once she stopped believing in me, then how can I be great as a man? So I look for a woman
think
who
can believe
like
in me.
trust and believe everything.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
that's what that
And
comes
pushing
from.
to
Trust
be
me.
better.
Yeah.
Trust that I fuck on the way to the store.
Regardless whether you're going to the store to see another woman, believe that you're going to the store.
Well, here's the thing. If your woman doubt what you say as a man, I was always taught, man, a man's word is what make him a man.
Word is his bond.
Yeah. So, man, if your woman don't believe what you say, then, man, how can you be great in her eyes? If she doubt when you say, I'm going here to do this, but she think you're going to go be with another woman.
Yeah.
Homie, how can you be great in her eyes?
Yeah. My thing is though, like, okay, for example, you made a very good point. For you, it's going to be trusting your word. But my thing is like most women don't know what men want. And as a result, they assume, they make assumptions, and they make expectations that are not there, and they mess it up. My thing is though, ask yourself the question. If I find a man of value that I actually want, what does he really want? And if you find out what he wants, you win. But if you don't, you assume, you lose him. That's what we're saying here.
But nobody talks about their feelings is what the problem.
Yeah, why
It's
not
because
find out
nobody
instead
acts.
of just
And then two, you pick the wrong guy that's not into you like that to take care of. It's like, okay, this guy is going nowhere in life, no ambition, just wants to fuck and have a good time. You take him serious, and it's like, okay, what does he want me? He's here to have fun.
Here, you know what? How about this? I want to have sex with multiple girls. You're going to be loyal to only me. Sit your ass at home, not be on Instagram, not go to the club, not have your guy friends, not be a whore, not embarrass me in public, be quiet when we're in public, be a respectful, dutiful girlfriend, have children with me, and be loyal only to me.
Good luck.
You got me.
There you go. Hold on. Thank you very much. You've proven why men can't be honest with women. Yeah. Congratulations. There you go.
Because you want to fuck a bunch of women behind my back?
This is so. I just told you exactly what it is, and you can't handle it. That is why men can't be honest with women. I literally gave you what every man wishes they could do with a girl, right? And I told you the truth. And what did you say? Hey, good luck with that. This is why men can't be honest with women. Women don't live in reality. They don't handle the truth very well. So guys have to lie to them.
Yeah, that's why guys lie.
Men fall in love with what they see. Women fall in love with what they hear. This is why men tell lies and women wear makeup.
Niggas want to see it. Hoes want to hear what they used to say.
There you go.
Facts.
I literally told you what men wish they can do. There's a reason why Andrew Tate blew up. He exemplified what men want. Fast cars, a lot of money, beautiful girls, bunch of girls, in shape, etc. He blew up because he is living the masculine dream. He's a good friend of ours, by the way, as well.
Yeah.
But what happens? The men love it. The girls, misogyny, because he's telling the truth about how men really think and what men really want. And there's such an uproar right now because women cannot handle the objective truth when it comes to male sexuality and what men want. So this is why men lie, say bullshit like, I'm a feminist. Oh, no, I'm loyal to only you. You're my main girl. I love you only. Blah, blah, blah. And I don't want to have sex with that model. No, of course not. I don't need a fast car. It's all cap. Women can't handle the truth in general. And the anger at Andrew Tate proves that.
Yeah. Ladies, you want to know how to keep a man forever in your life? You want to know?
What? Let him do whatever he wants?
Yeah. Like a bunch of women have fast cars and a bunch of cash.
Do you want to know?
Sure, yeah.
You want to know? It's simple. Become irreplaceable. What does that mean? So a guy, obviously, that's doing well for himself, he's successful, or on the way up, has things in his life where he's like focused on business, focused on his lifestyle, and he's very busy. But there's areas you could come into his life where you could add value. And if you're a woman that adds value to his life, for example, business or for his lifestyle as well, you know what? He needs help on Saturdays with phone calls for business. Or he may need his laundry done every Thursday. That's adding value. Now, guess what? He might fuck a girl on the side and smash one time or two. But it is smash. But if you're adding value to his life, you know what? Susie's pretty hot, but Jackie actually takes care of me and my lifestyle. You know what? I'm going to stay with her. That's adding value. But once again, when we come into it, I'm just giving the pussy. He wants me for my pussy. And then that's it. That's the problem, though. So.
I got a question for you, ladies. A man has two girlfriends. He tells one the truth that he's out here fucking other girls. He doesn't tell the other one anything and lets her think that she's the only one. Who does he love more? We'll start right here. Work our way. The one he tells the truth to or the one that he lies to? Who does he love more?
Maybe the one that you tell the truth.
The one he tells the truth to? Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
All right, fantastic. What about you? He has two girlfriends. One he tells the truth, I'm having sex with other girls. You're my main, though. The other one he lies to. Lets her think it's a monogamous relationship. Who does he love more?
I think the one he tells the truth to just because he actually values her feelings.
Well, most girls have issues with
No, don't help them out. Let them all answer for you. All answer for you. I'm interested to see it.
All right, so you think it's the guy that tells the truth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we talked a lot about we act on feelings, they act on thoughts, but I believe that most of your thoughts influence your emotions and your feelings. So
Would you be okay with your guy going out and doing that?
going out and doing what?
Having other girls?
No.
So would you rather him to lie to you or tell you the truth?
I'd rather know the truth.
Why?
To leave?
To leave?
Yeah, I would rather leave.
But he don't want you to leave.
Well, then we're not on the same page.
He gonna lie then. Simple.
I really wish you would tell me the truth. So
So her answer contradicts what she acts. Okay, amazing.
Literally.
Incredible. All right, what about you?
The truth.
Okay.
If a man tells the truth to the woman, then you're establishing like some boundaries and probably like an open relationship or whatnot. Probably.
Open on his end, close on her, of course.
Right. But I mean, if somebody tells me, "Hey, I'm fucking other girls," I'm gonna fuck other guys, even if I don't have interest in other guys. I'm not gonna go out there and look for other guys. But
So you're gonna become a hoe, even though you don't want to be a hoe.
No.
So you
Okay,
wanna
I
be a
know
hoe?
that sounds wrong.
You want to be a hoe?
But I am definitely gonna, be flirty, a little more flirty.
Are you gonna fuck other guys too?
No.
Okay, so you're gonna behave like a hoe.
Basically, I'm gonna make you regret fucking other bitches. Like, come on, bro, you got
Alright,
something
do you
here.
think
So
do you think a man that has a capability of attracting other women is going to tolerate you acting like a hoe when he's not there, or acting like a hoe and embarrassing him?
well, how
Yes
am
or
I supposed
no?
to tolerate him acting like a hoe as well? Because he's literally executing those hoish actions.
Is it in
you
your
know what I'm
nature to
saying?
be a hoe?
No.
Okay, but it's in his nature to be a hoe. So why are you going to do something unnatural?
Well, okay, it's not that I'm doing something unnatural.
You quite literally are.
It's more of like this. It's more of like this. If you admit to me that you are cheating, I will first of all be mad, but then second of all, I would probably suggest an open relationship because obviously you're not getting
And he
something
tells you
that
no.
you.
That's why
Then
most
it's
men will lie.
over. Like, why are you messing with other girls
when
when?
niggas lie.
Yeah.
This exercise proves
That's
that.
why niggas lie, man.
Well, that's.
Go ahead.
I want to hear all the answers.
You want to hear
before I
other
say
answers?
something. I wanna hear all
Okay.
the answers
What
first.
about you? Who does he love more? Two girlfriends. One he tells the truth. I'm having sex with other girls. The other one he tells, the beautiful lies to. No, you're the only one. Blah blah blah.
He loves himself more.
Okay, that's not a part of it. Because any guy that's worth his,
He
worth
does
his-
not care for either
well,
of them.
you always
you had
have
to
to love
choose.
you always have to love yourself more. Let's be honest.
If you
here.
had to choose.
So, but if you had to pick, which girl does he love more?
The one that he doesn't tell the truth.
Okay, so you think lying is means he loves the other one more?
You don't want
Okay.
That's what fucked up reality is.
Okay.
Well, okay.
What about you?
I used to think that it would be the girl he's telling the truth to, but like hearing y'all's perspectives, it's probably the one he lies to because he cares about her feelings enough to lie to her and mislead her. He don't give a fuck about the girl that he's fucking and telling that he's fucking other people, just because he knows that she's gonna keep fucking him and she's gonna keep doing what he wants and he can act any kind of way. But he knows with the girl that he's lying to that like he has to uphold certain standards to keep her.
So would you say that women can handle the truth or no?
Hell no, they
Okay.
can't. That's crazy just to
Because a lot
hear
of women,
this right now.
say, just tell me the truth
Yeah.
if you're fucking her. They really don't want to hear that shit.
How about
They
don't
wanna
do
hear
some fucked up shit to begin with?
Well,
Right.
You know what? Let me tell you, you can't date guys that got money. How does that sound?
What?
See how stupid that sounds? See how retarded that logic is?
It's in our nature. When God said, okay, I want to make male and female, and he said, I'm going to give females these characteristics and traits. He said, I'm going to give males these characteristics and traits.
Bust nuts all day.
So the two strongest desires that every male human has is his desire to eat food and to have sex. When a guy gets a degree, it has to do with him eating food and having sex. When a guy's working out, brushing his hair, getting a haircut, it all revolves around to having sex. So as he matured and gets older, he started having goals, aspirations, desires, and plans, which gravitates away from fucking all day long. Right? He has to have business proposals. He has to go to this business meeting. So he no longer think about fucking all the time. But that drive is still there. So throughout his entire life, he's wrestling with this desire to eat and have sex on top of fulfilling goals. So say he meets a fine woman throughout the year and he's married. Chances are he don't want to sleep with her. His nature still wants to. His nature still wants to. That's why every fine ass walk by, he take a look. It don't, you guys fall in love with what you feel. You don't want to fuck every fine guy you see. We want to fuck every fine girl we see, just like the same dog that humps every female dog. At some point, we started fighting against our nature because we found a woman we love. We find a woman we done fell in love with, so we don't want to hurt her, even though it's in our nature to want to fuck a fine sister, that we look at a fine friend, a fine mother, whatever excites us with our eyes. You guys are excited by what you hear. So imagine men walking around all day seeing half-naked women. My woman may have stopped working out, may have started putting on a little weight. We go out and I see fine women. I'm turned on by them fine women. But because I have morals and I don't want to fuck up my family, I choose not to sleep with this woman and go home with this woman. But it's in my nature to still want to fuck her. I may give in. But because I give in, it don't make me love you less. It's my nature.
Well said.
And until you understand a man's nature, that's why it hurts us more, because we know it's not your nature to fuck every guy you see.
It's against their nature, if
It's
anything.
against your nature.
There's actually a bunch of like natural things that women can only have one baby per year. They're more likely to get venereal diseases. They get pH imbalances when they become hoes. There's so many natural things that come in to combat female promiscuity that don't affect us. So for you guys, you take a way bigger risk when you have sex. So therefore, you have to be way more selective. We don't have that burden. Men and women are not the same. But the thing is this, women have the privilege of not having to understand men to attract men. We actually have to understand you guys to get you. You don't have to understand us to get us.
Now, most smart men, we realize that if I sleep with every woman in this village, then I have lowered my value as a man. If I've given myself away and I'm easy, the worst thing for men to have above him is for women to say, oh, girl, he just wants some pussy. That diminishes your value as a man. No man wants to be known as just being an easy man that sleeps with any women. So a millionaire man can't sleep with project ghetto women. He has to be very selective because he could lose a lot. So that's when you start valuing yourself, where, man, I just can't give my dick away to anybody. But you don't learn that value to shit. You meet the right woman.
Who does he love more? The girl he lies to or the girl he tells the truth to? 2 girlfriends.
Girl, he lies to.
Okay. What about you?
Lies too.
Damn.
Lies too.
There you go. This is the bizarre logic from my perspective. These women saying you love a woman more if you lie to her and yourself and do wrong because you care about her feelings. You're not in a fear space at all, right? Like a fear of loss of just honoring who and what you are. So you're going to lie about it and do wrong. And they think that's love rather than true love being both sides expressing who and what they are and coming to an understanding objectively.
Yeah, because right away I answered that as the one that he told the truth to. Like, I thought that was going to be all their responses, but it was the opposite.
Well, let's go back to what the goofy bitch said. He loves himself more. You're supposed to love yourself. You're supposed to prioritize yourself and your work and your journey and your principles before people pleasing. They'll say that's selfish. No, that's selfless. Folks who want things this way and don't want it that way, and they're going to do this and do that, they're doing their own will, not the will. So you don't get an opportunity to overwrite creation. You don't get an opportunity to lie about who and what you are and what you're doing. And if you do lie about it and dishonor yourself in the truth, you're not showing true love and care, quite the opposite. So very bizarre perspective.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, lies.
Do you think women can handle the truth?
I think it depends on the woman.
I think also, Paul,
do you think women can handle the truth in general?
I don't think they want to know I don't think that whenever they were asked which would you rather want to know or not, they say, yeah, I'd want to know. I don't think they would because then it would force them to take action.
Right? Because again, men think women think like men and women think men think like women.
Right.
And we got it all wrong. Right? Like women are more likely to go want to fuck some guy while they're in a relationship because they see more value in him than the man next to him. Woman is getting more turned on by value in certain areas and just certain experience. Man, again, is looking for the next one on some level, right? The next one he's attracted to, and then seeing where that goes. And then, again, I have all of it in me, and then I just work with it as it appears to me to be proper, right? So, again, I could see that part of me that every other woman I see who's physically attractive in some way, I'm attracted to them and want to have an experience. Where that goes, oftentimes little to nowhere, because it's just not what it needs to be. And I'm not going to try to figure out a woman's mind. First of all, I've already looked at all of it. I could do what a lot of these people do, just tell everybody what they want to hear and what they expect and get whatever I think I want. It's not about that. Right? It's not always about getting what you want and need at the expense of selling your soul and your ability to choose authentically. Right? So I, like everyone, wants to get what I want or what I need, but I'm not willing to sell my soul to do it. So, there's a level of selfishness in all of us, and then there's a level of selflessness. And they kind of, again, work together at different times for different reasons. If you want to be in recovery, you better be selfish. You better cut off people, places, and things. And all of it. So they'll say, well, you're being selfish. Yeah, I'm being selfish in my recovery. right? You could say I'm being selfish because I meet people and I want an experience, but I'm being selfless when instead of trying to get that experience, I just authentically communicate as who and what I am. And oftentimes I go without my wants met. That's okay because I met the need of what the next right thing was to do in conscience.
Probably can't.
You.
Most guys don't want to know if you fucked the guy and it felt good. We don't. Want
Also, there's a space of I could quote unquote. First of all, I don't agree with this term fucking. You know, I don't typically. I'm not like them. I can't stick my dick in anything. Quite the opposite. When I was with a woman, we were together 4 or 5 years. Once I ascertained I couldn't trust her or I wasn't really into her, I stopped, quote unquote, having sex that way. I'm not going to say fucking, having intercourse, if you want to call it that. So I have the woman in me like we all do, and it says, hey, you better not be fucking this woman because she's lying and cheating, right? So there is an emotional aspect to this when it's appropriate. It's an energy in motion that guides you to do certain things and not do other things. So can we see the beautiful panel, Paul? Okay. So, yeah, I think the idea is to reconcile left and right brain, mind and heart to work in tandem. You know, just as men and women are complementary in our nature, there's a complementary aspect to each one of us. It works together. So, yeah, you know, I get that. I have that thing in me that, you know, I'm a hypersexual being at times. That energy, that want, that need, that hormone, whatever, it's there, it's in me. However, I'm very reticent to use that to create an experience that I'll and others will regret. So even if I was to go out and experience with somebody, I'm just really not the type of person to not be there for people if they need. So, you know, it doesn't mean I'm going to small talk and give you attention. It just means if something comes up and you need something, whether it's a good word or an understanding, you know, it's usually not going to be money, because if you hit me up for money, I'm not, you know, it ain't happening. But I'll be there for you in your life. I'll share experience with you, you know, if there's certain times you're going through. But again, what I find is that just by doing what I do here, I have a relationship with everybody by proxy. They know who and what I am. They know how I think and feel. They know how I live. And by virtue of that, they're nurtured more so than they would be in a fake ass relationship anyway. So there's just not much to talk about. Again, if someone is not ailed or in dis-ease or needs to learn something, there's nothing to do but share time, space, and experience. Maybe silence, you know, and of course, sharing time, space, and experience with men and women looks a lot of times like making love, having sex, fucking, as they say. Right. But again, typically I don't even do too much of that. I'm more like a woman in that way. I may want to, you know, touch a little bit, certain things. But when it comes to robotic sort of chimpanzee like zoo fucking, it's not my thing. You know, I'm too overweight for that anyway at this point. So I have to be very careful with my movements, especially on certain types of furniture. Can't just be throwing my weight around. So, yeah, I mean, I love this whole thing because it gets everyone triggered and they start projecting and then they make assumptions and presumptions. Just because I agree with one thing means that I conduct myself a certain way. You know, it's a little bit more complicated than what a lot of folks are seeing and hearing out of context, right? Let me get back to any thoughts, beautiful panel?
Nope, I'm good.
Well, this is why I say to folks, the metaverse in a way is a really great tool to be open and share experience and have very little consequence, you know, I guess. And then you have to decide, what are you in this for? Because they'll say, oh, listen to Paulie, he's promoting you like dating on the metaverse and sharing different experiences with little consequence, but there's no real commitment and depth there. And it's like, no, I think that comes from you, the individual, and the way that you live. The rest of it is learning and understanding, right? I have to learn and understand with these women. That's what dating, I think, is supposed to be for. Right? Not every woman or man that you're co-creating with or sharing time and experience, you have to be fucking all the time. Right? I guess if you are, it's supposed to lead to you learning, and hopefully you're not bringing a child about while you're doing whatever you're doing. Again, there's so many aspects of the art of living. You know, like you'd think a lot of these men would study like seminal control, right? Like seminal fluid control so that they're just not shooting up the club regularly. Seems a lot of these men just, you know, go up in a woman, can't control themselves on any level. You know, what's the difference between their dick? Next thing you know, they're busting loads up in them, and then they got a child all by accident. So I don't know, maybe there's like some aspect to human sexuality I'm not aware of. They'll tell me the pre-seminal fluid. So you got to watch out for that. All the little details. But ultimately, I just think it all centers back to one idea. Folks can't manage their mind, their inner space, their body, their affairs, their own dick. They have no care to. And if they put their time, energy, attention, then they would be able to make love and share experience without bringing in children and presumably co-creating with folks who have disease that's communicable. It's sort of like conscious, aware, free love communing that has unconditional love, but conditional aspects to where we derive our value and our nurturing, if that makes sense. All right, let me get back to it. I need to wrap up soon. Keep saying that. I'm coming up on my 8 hours. Put in my full work day.
I know.
Yeah, we don't want to know that either.
TMI.
What about you? Do you think women can handle the truth in general?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you love her?
Yeah.
And if I say, yeah, I love her. Oh, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
So I don't love her, baby. I don't love her at all. So most guys lie to protect your feelings.
Yeah. It's interesting because you guys are saying the one he lies to is the one he loves more. But then I ask you, can women handle the truth? And y'all are giving me wishy-washy answers. It's very obvious from your answer you just gave before. Like the cognitive dissonance is so strong here. Like you guys just don't want to admit that women can't handle the truth in general. Like, I mean,
It's also the other way around.
We can't either.
If I was
No.
fucking
Yeah,
on
I
the
was
side
like,
and come back to you, hey, I was fucking this guy for a year, would you still stay with me?
No,
you
because
couldn't.
this is what we know. Men, y'all love each other if y'all fucking for a year.
Exactly.
I can be fucking her for a year and hate her.
Yep. Hate sex.
But why would I stay with you for a whole year then?
Because you have some value that the other guy doesn't have.
Yeah. Women, only prostitutes can fuck without feelings. And even a prostitute develops some feelings. If she sleep with the same trick more than twice, she's gonna develop some feelings for that trick. A man can sleep with a woman he hates and dislike her soul and still get off.
We also need to be clear here. There's no like hard and fast rule. I think these are tendencies in certain men at certain times, but then there's the other side of it. There's a lot of men with the spirit of their mama who were raised by a woman and they're so guilty and have so much resentment put on them, and they're so overly emotional that they bond and attach to and love and want to marry forever pretty much every other woman they bump into, right? So I suspect that, again, there's some middle ground here where self-worth, self-respect, self-value, an ability to prioritize goals and purpose over experiences and pleasure. There's a lot of different aspects to self that come into this, and I don't think that we can pigeonhole men and women broad brush, but there are a lot of, I think, stereotypical natural tendencies that do express, if that makes sense.
Hard on for her. I mean, literally lay down, make love to her as if he love her.
We're just busting nuts, pretty much.
Kiss her, do all this with her as if he love her and hate her. A woman cannot do that.
You're doxing. Getting doxed.
I mean,
it's her.
We're just busting nuts, pretty much.
Kiss her, do all this with her as if he love her and hate her. A woman cannot do that.
All right, that might be my cue. I don't know what's going on. All of a sudden, I love that. Where nothing changes. Something changed. What do I do, Wizard? Help me.
You're busted.
Hello?
You're busted.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. You've moved, so maybe get yourself one of them can things to bring in a better
think so?
sense. I don't know.
What about you?
Yeah, Liz.
Do you think women can handle the truth?
I think it depends on the woman.
A woman can, because men are really sexual at the end of the day. We're not loving, we're not emotional, we're really sexual beings.
Female are also very sexual. It's just men are emotionless, is what it is.
Men are like polygamists, then I guess they just want like as much as they can of the buffet as they can, as opposed to like a woman's type of thinking where it's just like, I want a man that, I can keep by my side.
Nowhere on earth except in European countries are men expected to be with one woman.
I mean, okay, then like this is a question.
Here's the other
to
thing
put-
too. You got to remember, ladies, like we are very different. Most men would have sex with most women, whereas most women don't even see most men as a viable option at all. Does that make sense?
True, but
So by nature, because you said, oh, women are sexual too. Yeah, with a minority of men. Women only like a small percentage of men. This is why the average guy is invisible to the average woman. Even average women want above average men. If a girl is 5'3", 120 pounds, 130 pounds, and is average looking, she's still going to want a man who's exceptional. Even though she might not necessarily qualify for it, she's still going to have higher standards. So, I mean, you could say that, but the reason why it's such an issue when a girl has a promiscuous past is because you have no temperance. That's what men don't like. You have zero temperance. And I don't want to be with a girl that's been with a bunch of dudes. If I've had sex with a bunch of girls, I've proven my value. If you've had sex with a bunch of dudes, you've lost your value.
Yeah,
because
but
it is not easy for men to get laid.
Standard.
Well,
we don't make
but
the
that-
rules.
hold on.
That's that double standard where it's
That's
like
life. Can you hold on? You can get on a yacht tomorrow, right? Just for existing as a woman.
We can't.
I have to pay for the yacht.
Or a podcast.
You can get on a podcast right now. Nobody knows who you are, but we have to create this podcast.
Well, that's why they have. That's why they have.
That's the reality.
That's
There's
why
double
they
standard
have
everything.
ladies' nights and not guys' nights.
Thank you.
Ladies free, ladies this. That's why every.
Because we're not equal. That's
There you go. I can fuck a bunch of bitches and you can't.
Thank you.
There we go.
We're not equal.
We're not the same.
That's what I've been
The
trying.
reality is this: women live life on easy mode. Men live life on hard mode. So we get hard mode benefits. In other words, if I have sex with a bunch of girls, people respect me. I have a certain title. I've done something in the world to be able to accomplish that. You can't just fuck a bunch of girls and have no type of talent or skill. You have to be somebody to be able to do that. Women, on the other hand, you can fuck a bunch of dudes. You lose value because you were given your value up front. I had to create mine. You live life on easy mode, so you don't get hard mode benefits. That's the reality. All of you could be on a yacht tomorrow with a billionaire. I can't. I have to go get the yacht.
Yep. Or network.
I have to add value to get on that yacht. You don't have to. You just exist and have titties and a vagina. You get on that yacht. Me, on the other hand, I have to either buy the yacht, bring some value to someone that owns the yacht. I'm not getting on it unless I am a somebody.
Yep.
So we can't play by the same set of rules.
But
Hey.
you shouldn't really think that old women just walking around with titties and ass out, just waiting to be invited on
The
boat.
point is,
some of
here's
them
the thing.
actually work.
I understand that, but you're
True.
capable of doing it, which is my
Okay.
point.
Yeah.
So
Agreed.
you have that ability. No one's coming to save me. If I'm a loser smoking pot in my mom's basement, no man is going to come in and make me rich and marry me. A chick won't even look my way. But you, on the other hand, let's say you decide, fuck this shit. I don't want to work anymore. Someone will come and rescue if you're pretty enough. Men don't get that privilege. So for you working, it's elective. For us working, it's mandatory.
Yeah, that's why most women will put their daughters out before they put their sons out. Most mothers put their teenage daughters out before they put their teenage sons out, because they know at some point a man will come along and rescue their daughters. But not many people will rescue their sons, let alone a woman.
That's a good point.
So more mothers make it more available for their sons to sleep on the couch, for the sons to move out and come back, compared to the daughters.
I would argue in 2023, women have more rights and privileges than men do, and they live an easier life than men do, because men have civilized the world to a point where men and women are equal, where women don't even understand or have a feel for a need for men. You can get by in life without having a man around. You can deal with men from a more elective standpoint. I want a man versus I need a man. It used to be I need a man, but nowadays it's I want a man. So if you want a man, guess what? You're only going to pick the best guy because you have the luxury of picking the best guy. That's why so many girls, end up dealing with the top tier men, which is cool. Guys just got to raise their game up, but you can't sit here and say, oh, it's a double standard when y'all play the game on easy mode.
I think when women realize the difference between alpha males, beta males, and sigma males, and the difference in their leaderships, I think women become acceptable with sharing alpha males.
Facts. It's been that way since the beginning of time. I agree. Yeah. The thing is that, if it's the right guy, you'll accept the cheating. You'll turn a blind eye. You'll turn into Stevie Wonder. You know what I mean? If it's the right guy who's taking care of you, has money, is attractive, etc., you can't do anything about it. Other women want him too, and there's not enough of him to go around. There's more pretty girls than there are successful, attractive men. That's just the game.
It don't make it right, but that's the world we live in Western culture.
Yeah.
If you go in other cultures, it's worse.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, it's
and
worse.
I look at it like it's 100% fair, because when a girl's 18, the world is her oyster. She could go anywhere she wants. She could do whatever she wants. She's able to get on yachts, be in a private jet, go to exclusive parties, rooftop situations, etc. Things that a man would never be able to do. So the guy turns 35, 40. He finally has the money to be able to do this. You want to sit there and tell him, oh, you're having a midlife crisis. You can't do that shit. I had to bust my ass to get to this point. You know what I mean? Like, that's like a trust fund baby telling a self-made millionaire, hey, you should invest your money like this or spend your money like this. Fuck you. You didn't work for this money. I had to earn my million. You just got it. If you wasted it away and you're end up 35 years old and you want to get married now, well, I'm at my peak. I just made my million. So I don't think women understand that like when a guy finally has the ability to have sex with a lot of girls, he's going to do it. Like he just is. And a woman is never going to sexually satisfy a man by herself. Sorry. It just doesn't work that way. Men want new pussy all the time. You're not that special.
Prior to today, no one married for love. It was for benefits.
There you go.
And I think the problem with today,
Negative.
too many relationships are based around how I feel or how we feel compared to
duty,
benefits, and rewards. It's a reward with marrying the right person. It's benefits with marrying the right spouse. Because at the end of the day, it's not about feelings. It becomes a business partnership. That you two sign a marriage contract, and it's just like a business. Some days I'm gonna wake up and I may not feel like I love you. Some days I may wake up and not even like you from what you said the day before. But do I still stay here? Do I still hang in here? So what else keeps me in a relationship other than feelings? And I think that's what we should be asking ourselves, because it's more to it than just what I feel and what we feel.
All right, so I'll hit the chats here, and we got 18,000 of you guys watching on YouTube, pretty much, and then I think we got like another 10 or 12K on Rumble. So shout out to y'all. Yeah, we got almost 14K. All right, so we got over 30,000 of you guys watching right now, man. Shout out to y'all. We're being CNN. All right, if you knew the stats about your biological clock, older single boss babes, and menopause, what age would you get married / start a family? Myron, hit them with the facts.
Nah.
No? well, I'll make it quick. By what age do you wish to be married? Boom, shoot.
20,
you a lesbian, who cares?
20.
All right, what about you?
It doesn't
matter. All right, my bad.
Knowing what I know now, much earlier,
Much
obviously.
earlier? Yeah, you're 33. Your eggs are fried. All right, what about you?
No.
What age do you want to be married by?
At least 30.
30? Okay. You're how old now?
27.
Do you think you have more value now at 27 or 30 years old to get a man?
30. Shit, 30.
So let me rephrase that because you got triggered by the question. Do you think you are more attractive to a man right now or when you're 30?
I mean, I could do things that I think would boost my attractiveness.
Such as?
Botox?
No.
BBL?
No. Go to the gym.
There you go.
Okay, but what if you went to the gym now at 27 versus 30? All things equal, would you be more attractive now or at 30?
I guess no.
Okay, so why wouldn't you try to find a guy now when
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm getting doxxed, tribe.
We're all getting doxxed.
All right, let's wrap up anyway. A lot of folks got triggered. I think a lot of folks left. They weren't feeling it. I don't know. I don't know what to tell anybody. I share what I think is interesting and or triggering to bring up discussions to get to some understanding if it's there to be had. But go ahead. Final words, panel, take over, or just take over and talk for a bit if you want before final words. And I'm going to eat.
Oh, well, if you're going to eat, we got to talk a little bit because we got to get the proper final words from Paul when he's properly nourished. So I'll start with a quick little assessment of what I saw here. The good thing about watching these things here in this panel, I'll say first, is that we discuss them from a different perspective. When people just go and watch them in a vacuum, then it's hard to take and discern the parts of it that are really functionally true or accurate or valid. That being said, I noticed that the good thing about this presentation we watched is seeing a lot of young people there exhibiting things like logic and working on facts. The only thing I'd say they're devoid of is the wisdom, which usually comes of age and experience. And that's where, when we observe it on a panel like this, we have the wisdom of people like Jackie and Wizard and such, to contribute into the discussion. And so, yeah, I find it valuable, Paul. And if the audience didn't find it this time, perhaps they will as we kind of get into the swing of this, because I like the direction you're moving it. And I think it's going to be very valuable to a lot of people out there, whether they realize it now or not. And I yield.
Very well said. And with that, I'm going to get out of here too. I've been off and on today because I've been working on my backup channel. So I'll post that down in the chat section, and hopefully everybody will wander over there when I'm struck down. But I'll be back on the regular channel next Friday or this Friday. So we'll see everybody then. In the meantime, pay attention to my Facebook page. I also have a backup Facebook. Don't have much information on there, but the information on there is very valuable. I open that up again, and hopefully you'll see that generate as well. Meantime, God bless. Remember, I love you, but I don't care what you think about me. Have a good day.
Salute, Wizard.
Yeah, I thought that was it was interesting. Like I said before, I don't relate to a lot of what they said. It's lacking, like we had mentioned, the spiritual level of things wasn't even brought up at all, let alone other than the contract of marriage or what the relationships really are. So I have trouble connecting to that mindset of where they were coming from. And it's almost like kind of embarrassing. It was a little embarrassing for me to listen to or watch.
Yeah,
just
in a way.
on both sides, not just the female side, but the male side also. Just like the lack of, I don't know the word. I can't even find the word. I don't want to say integrity, but just the lack of, I guess the expression of the use of the language was very just. I don't know. I just.
Yeah, well, there's an extreme lack of awareness that has, all types of levels to it, I guess. And this might be more extreme on some levels, but I think there's also, there's some good worldly points in there that point to something that I'd like to talk more about, which again is the nature of man and woman as we're created to be, separate from the culture and society. But yeah, I think that even if folks have awareness of what a man is as a man, or even what a woman is on some level, there's always a projection game that goes on from both sides. And that's what I'm trying to get down to.
Yeah, it was good though. And who was the man speaking? Is that?
Oh, I don't know who the other guy was who does that show, but the African American gentleman, as they say, who was sitting across with the chain was Charleston White. That's where I found him.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Jackie, what I get out of this is that there's the uncomfortableness that you see, that kind of embarrassment you feel, is the struggle that they're going through, because they have been appropriated into all these artificial semblances of culture that aren't really true or valid in any good sense for them. And they're coming to that realization. As you see, we say they're young, but it's a little late in the game to come to that realization. So it becomes an existential struggle to them at this point, because how can you self-actualize when they're still worried about shelter and food and things like that in a sustainable context? So what we talk about here is basically is first establishing, your the rights based on truth, to have that self establishment first, to be able then to self-actualize and grow with a community. That can't happen until you have some kind of confidence, a rational level of confidence with your shelter, your food source, your security. They're exhibiting the deficiencies of that. A lot of it also comes from the lack of a depth of learning anything at a young age. I always thought that the worst thing I've seen about the the digital culture now is the fragmentation of attention, whereas there's no depth of contemplation, where people don't learn things very deeply. And not by learning just even one thing deeply, whether it's, studying insects or stamp collecting, I don't care what it is. But once you learn something deeply, you learn the difference between opinions and facts. And that applies in everything.
There's also a layer of what I perceive, which they do it to me. So I just look at what's done with these people. These people. It's easy to talk about knowing yourself and what you wouldn't do when you've never really been in extreme positions. But funny enough, when you find African Americans who have no money, have no job, have nothing they can point to for external validation and think they know themselves, they come to know themselves on a certain level you may have never looked into, right? It may all still be subconscious for many folks out there, and they've brought a lot of the subconscious to the conscious. The way they talk about it may not be the most therapeutic or functional, I guess, for a healthy conversation. As far as Marshall McLuhan and others, as they say that it's nonviolent communication. Yeah, it's common sense. But again, common sense is not common. A lot of these folks have lived a very privileged life. They've had money, they've had titles, they've had validation and ego enabling all across the board. They don't know what it's like to go sit in a box and have nothing and nobody. And then watch what a girlfriend does who loves you, right? And then watch it happen all around you to everyone around you, and then have to realize, okay, there's something beyond this love thing, right? There is a worldly aspect to who and what we are. And yeah, we can talk about the spiritual component because, like Jackie's saying, these aspects are usually missing from these presentments, right? These type of cultural presentments, even if there's some good information in there or some interesting conversation, there's no sort of otherworldly perspective or information. It's all just, we look around, we observe, we report, and that works sometimes. And other times it's very slippery slope to making to having a misconception, right, of what's actually going on, and then making that the rule. Oh, all men are this way, all women are this way. Well, you're picking up on a tendency and experience that you're experiencing, and we know if we change ourselves, we change our experience. So that's, I think, the part they're missing. They've never really done so deep looking at themselves and reconciliation. They're just pointing out things that they're seeing that may or may not be true, but we're not reconciling it, right? And I find these in the inconsistencies in what people are saying, because they'll be right on the money, then go, okay, this is how it applies, and it doesn't connect to me, right? Like saying you have a nature, then we dishonor the nature to please a woman. How is that going to be empowerment for you, respectable for you or the woman? It's not. So it's not real love. Sounds good, feels good, makes sense on some level. There's an idea there of value, that what you value, you don't want to lose. But using the fear of loss to mitigate that loss and not be genuinely and authentically yourself, whatever that looks like, whether it's monogamous or polyamorous, like they like to say. So, I like to ride the gray area in a lot of this stuff. I like to show the differences and the similarities and kind of, meet the one truth that I see that everyone's sort of missing because they're, shooting over it, if that makes sense. So your thoughts?
Yeah, and illustrate where the true lines of discernment exist. For example, in some Eastern cultures, to express love to your mate or your companion is to never say "I love you" or anything like that. Is to maybe fold their laundry or cook a special dish for them without saying anything. It's an expression like that. Is the same thing, but you would never.
Well, how about eating pussy, tribe? I know you're big on them orgies, but wink, wink. It's just a joke. You're a filthy animal. You like to appear to be civilized and sophisticated, but what more deeper and genuine expression of service and love could there be than a man pleasing a woman?
Exactly.
Intimate ways.
So yeah, it's an expression that doesn't require that burden of someone saying "I love you" and then you have to say, "Oh, I love you too" or something. There's no burden of exchange of imposition like that. It's a true expression of an unconditional love that goes beyond words, but it's still communicated all the same. So these
how about standing on rights and freedoms and principles? What is that not good enough for you? Because I didn't do that for you, right? Is that not A good enough expression of an action space of love, right, is like caring enough for yourself and women and children to stand on something and give your whole beingness over to it? Or I don't know, are we talking people pleasing, right? Because again, true love to me looks a lot different from people pleasing.
Yeah, and it's a struggle. Listen, all the times I've taken if I allowed to say that, mother-in-law, when she had problems, I'm there to be counsel, but I still give enough coaching where they can do it themselves. My wife, the same thing. It's stressful to them. It'd be easier just to say, go up and do it for me or this or that. But once they have a clear understanding of where the principles lie, where they're not in any kind of bad position here, right? That they're the ones being wronged, and it should be very clear, and you can honorably present it. I mean, I've known this for a long time. The fact that we're talking about it here in these practical ways for more people to do and to hone our skills even better is the other level that's going on here. At the same time, what we're watching on this presentation here, Paul, is what you're saying. A lot of people are making not just the wrong connections between things, but the inappropriate level of precision. So you're looking at just certain actions out of the context of how they're being done, and they judge a character based on those few actions. And you can't judge, the substance of somebody based on a few actions they do at one point in time. Those characteristics may change, but the substance of that person doesn't. And we're all the same, really.
I think there's a lot of neoteny, dare I use that word, in the sense of a lot of immaturity about general common activities, right? Sexuality obviously being one of them, where you have grown men and women, sometimes twice my age, who act like they're not involved in the same activities and then some. Like the politicians come out and tell you they're evangelists. They're like some of the most honorable, patriotic people. You find out they're fucking children. They got whores and prostitutes. It's all bullshit.
Well, it's neoteny would refer to something where it's a suspended state of a lengthened point of childhood or youth. But these people seem to be arrested development. They're literally fixated at a point, and they're not going to develop into adulthood at any point. In other words, their genitals will never drop. They would be botanically called a sport, and non-viable offspring.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Is an arrested development of sorts where this childhood has been carried on into adulthood, where there's certain things mommy and daddy talk about that are inappropriate and taboo, and we don't, we want to know, but we don't really want to see, and but we really actually do, and all this subconscious sort of getting in our own way, right? Where we can't even talk about a lot of this stuff without the overly pious religionists and Republicans and middle of the road, mediocre, obscure folks getting triggered and emotional. So I verify there's some power there. Why are you so triggered and emotional if you're secure in your life and your beingness? You're not. Rather than focus on your insecurity, you want to focus on your reaction to what I said. Kind of silly, but again, I guess it's very subtle. It's very clear to me at this point that the subconscious is making most of our decisions, and we only become consciously aware of a lot of this shit maybe after stuff happens. I mean, the jails and drug facilities wouldn't be full of people if folks were self-aware enough to not mismanage their own life and affairs. It almost seems a lot of folks, maybe over the last 3 years, only became conscious of certain realities after they destroyed themselves and their families and their life. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there's a supreme insecurity pretty much everywhere. We could argue what it is or what the list of things are. And it seems folks don't ever really become self-aware until after something bad happens, because they're not pursuing true awareness while everything is going good, so it seems. All right, let's wrap up. Let's get the hell out of here.
Sounds good. All right, I'm going to head down. I just, FYI, I didn't have any patients today. I'm just on call, so I have a phone if they need me, if I get a patient, which I don't have any, just to put the chat at ease. So I get to just sit here and babysit for the night. So thank you, Paul, for letting me up and sharing the video and comments with y'all. And Tribe, we'll see you next time. And you guys have a great night.
Thanks for the good conversation, Jackie.
Sure, boy, it was fun. Bye-bye.
Salute. All right, it's gonna be fun trying to get Pineal back. So we might as well. Oh, here he is. I guess I'll leave you with him, Paul, because that could be a little work in progress here, getting him dialed up. on that note, yeah, it's been a great panel. This is a good topic here. I get it's a little bit hard for people to catch on to, but
give some final words because my thing is acting up here. I'm gonna come back in and have a back and forth with Penile Power. I'm sure he's chomping at the bit.
Okay, I'll have a back and forth here, and you get back, get your stuff straightened. Penile, are you back yet? Are you enjoying the flooding weather?
How's my sound?
Sounds good, and then you just shut it back off. One more time. One more shot. Nope, still muted. There you go. You're good.
Weird. That's so weird.
We're getting doxxed.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, yeah. No, I was just gonna say I usually would never watch anything like that. You know, I would never watch any whatever Fresh and Fit, I think they're called. I watched it before, but it was interesting listening to it and actually taking the gems out of it. Despite the overwhelming majority, like Jackie said, being completely void of any substance or spiritual depth, or you know, and then you kind of reciprocated what she said with, yeah, just it's hard for me to watch that kind of stuff, and it's ironic that that's what. Garner's 30,000 live viewers. It made me think. My last relationship I got out of a few years ago. It lasted a few years, and it took a long time to get over it. You know, the no contact thing definitely helps as far as, you know, I'm sure people with experience in this can tell you, but it ends up really still leaving a lot of things unanswered and questions unaddressed that you kind of have to soul search to really find answers to. And so I found some listening to this kind of in a way, and it presented me a question like, what would have happened in that relationship had I actually come forward and said, hey, you know, your best friend is very attractive to me, and I think you know that we're both attracted to each other. You know, what would happen if the three of us, you know, had somewhat of an agreement?
What's with all that noise?
Take your hand off the mic, and it'll help. I think you're rubbing on that thing as you swing around.
I'm on the wrong headphones here.
Oh man.
All right, how's that?
It doesn't matter. This is the point. It doesn't matter what would happen when you start practicing being yourself authentically and being confident in that self and generating results in yourself and in the world. Everything else is how we're going to deal with it. How are we going to manage it? What's the benefit here? You're not overly invested in another person as your source of completion. So I get it. We've all done it, and that's what we learn from. You know, we don't completely get distant and cut off and lack empathy by any means. But you just understand that we can unconditionally love pretty much everybody, but we can't unconditionally trust and respect everybody because they're not trustworthy or respect-able. There's a good chance we're not that. Most folks are not that, so it would make sense they're with someone who's not that, right? So what made me special and unique at that point where somebody wouldn't give me up? Nothing. What made her special and unique at that point that nobody would give her up? Nothing. It's exactly the point. Why are we together when we're nothing special and unique and not creating nothing and doing nothing and trying to find completion with each other instead of ourselves? So when I realized that about myself and about her, and I created a new life and a new lifestyle and beingness and character within myself that was truer and honored me and was more action based, right? Doing and creating something, then I get those results. So would I have liked it to have gone different? Would I like to still interact with the being on some level? Yes. Do I know that what's meant to be is meant to be? Yes. Is she still in my life on some level? Yes. Do I love her and care about her? Yes. Am I going to co-create with her? Probably not. She has another being and a child, and she still probably doesn't get how life works to the level that I would need to do anything with her, right? And that's most people, man or woman. So why do our genitals even come into it? Why does love even come into it? Because we were sold the story that that mate and that love and that feeling and that chemistry was going to be something that's going to complete us and a source of validation and success. It's not real. There's nothing, you know, Sean, you have to really be real with yourself. There's nothing about you in that relationship at that time that was worth not losing. Right? And I know that sounds cold. It's like, but again, we could love anybody, clearly. Or we wouldn't be in love with a bunch of bozos half the time. So, when you really look at yourself and that being, what is so special and unique and valuable in that self and in that relationship on both sides that it needs to continue? That there's nothing else out there for you and that being to experience more and better of, or just something different and learn and grow. Everything that happens exactly what's supposed to happen. If you stayed in that relationship, you might not be here talking to me and learning more about yourself and life.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you there. I agree with that 100%, and I see it as a growth. It was totally a growth in all senses of the term. It was a growth experience. So that being said, I mean, obviously there's things that I look back on and miss, but it's more so the work that went into it and the fruits of that investment that I missed, that could be, of course, rekindled with anybody. But at this point, I'm definitely embracing a different outlook, not just from the influence I've gotten from being in similar circles and on panels, and kind of getting to interact with other people who are looking to deprogram themselves from
Hey, bro, you're buzzing again.
Oh,
you're buzzing again.
Fuck you. Anyway, man, I need to get a better.
The point is, pineal power. You got to be real with yourself.
Surprisingly,
you gotta reconcile the real world with the otherworldly, right? So there's no woman, I don't care how much they love you, is gonna put up with, nor should they, you sitting around all day with Ian and the rest of these slaves and not doing nothing, being nothing, create nothing, influence nothing. So you could be that kid who's on there running his mouth and probably do it better. At some point. It's a long game. You ain't one of these pretty bitches that just gets to be loved because you exist. So yeah, it's a cold world, man. You want to be, it's really not, because as a man, when you work on yourself, just like with a woman, a lot of those women on there are insecure and egoic because they haven't worked on themselves. When you really know who and what you are and what you're not and what you're here to do on some level, and you start applying that and excelling at it, you don't need these motherfuckers and their validation. You may want them. If they don't need to be there, you let them go. There's no real attachment and codependency because you feel good about who and what you are and what you're doing. That's true self-care. So I'm telling you, you're not going to respect yourself ever till you have a purpose and somewhere to be every day that's generating you some form of living. And if you love what you do, that's really where the power and key is. It's not just about being some schlub who works somewhere and hates your job. Now, with that said, you go work anywhere at the diner and find something to love about it. Show up every day, you touch the people, you give them some good food, right? Some good understanding, and you learn to network and communicate better. You can find stuff to love what you do, and anything you do, you're with the power. But again, you and the woman next to you are never, I know because I was it, you're never going to feel as good as you can feel not generating some kind of living for yourself, not being able to go where you want and do what you want, not being able to cover your needs and be self-sufficient and sustainable. So whether that looks like you building a fucking house, getting a piece of land, whatever it is, right? We forget about the woman, the validation. I'm not going to be okay still being at my father's house or my mama's house. She's dead, wherever, living off somebody. I'd rather be in a tent, So if I'm in a tent pursuing more self-knowledge and freedom and love and spiritual understanding and giving everything up to be given everything back, I'm still living in meaning and purpose, right? If I'm fucking living off my father because I wanted the comfortable, nice things and don't want to fucking work to get it, that's a problem for me and everybody else. So there's women who might see you kind of romantically in a mystical way if you're living in a tent, if they think that you're onto something and you're going somewhere because of the way you live and present. Either that or you're a crazy person, right? But, I think you get what I'm saying. A lot of it is an internal space we generate that carries over to people, places, and things. You believe, better yet, know who and what you are, other people are going to be inspired and respond in kind, right? where when you're the value and you know that and you feel powerful and you're living in a powerful, meaningful, purposeful way, you can't help but to be attractive to some being at some time, right? Plus you're, a good looking guy. I don't mean to, make you uncomfortable, but you're a young guy. You're a handsome man. The women are always on you down there. They never give me any attention. They're always giving you hard eyes, wanting to take advantage of you because you're submissive. But that's part of the other problem is the women are going to give you more attention in some ways because they see you as a safe bet. You're just friendlier and nicer. You're not a threat to them, right? I don't mean that you're not violent. I mean that there's nothing there that puts forth from you that you have an objective standard for yourself or them that they're going to have to meet. So they go, oh, we just like Pineal. He's cute. He's a nice guy. He's our friend. And then when they stop getting benefit, they're out the door. And you're probably sitting there still loving them.
That's what did it though. It was 2020 in a lot of ways that it was 2020 when the quote unquote relationship was a crash and burn. And I see, and a lot of people dealt with something in 2020. There was definitely something there with the whole scam and everything. It totally
2020. That's number counting. Clear vision. Whoa. What's that? You hear me coming back on this thing now? Like a monster. It's like, you gotta listen to this back, man. You're something else, Sean.
Well, Pineal, look, put it this way, man. I can see what Paul sees here. You do have some semblance of talent, and that meant that you have some kind of obsession that you can stick with something, right? And you can deliver a result at the end and have some validation of what you're doing. And you've got the discipline to do it because you've done it at some point. Now, whether you've abandoned those kinds of skills or not is up to debate. But I think what we're trying to show here at this panel, at least, and what I always try to do is show the parallels of these principles we speak of here and where it leads. It's all about getting
triggering. I think they're still back at the we're past that, so they might not see this. I don't know. No, it's not about that. It's not about
Florida.
Every one of these female egos triggers exactly the same way, and they tell me there's no value here. Triggers exactly the same way, like your mama, right? Just showing that they're insecure. What? Men are all about just trying to get new pussy? On some level, that is the nature. Did you not hear what was being talked about? On some level, the next one is the best one. And then there's the feminine side of who and what we are, which is like you. I can't believe you fucked her. Right? Like, so we have that side of us where, like, if we look back on it, reflect and go, okay, we probably should be a little bit more selective for quality rather than be looking at quantity. I don't do this. This is what your brothers and fathers all do, and my father and all them did. I've been with 4 women in my life. So clearly it's not all about getting some. Quite the opposite. My search for truth and self-actualization and realization and working on myself took me away from getting some. Still does. So yeah, you might want to get better at listening and not just getting triggered and taking one statement out of context and verifying your insecurity. Sorry, you're probably not that special and unique. See, now I'm going to trigger ego more like the guy did. You're not special and unique. Mel OKC. You're I guarantee you, if I go to interacting with you, there's nothing that you have or do or be or can give me or offer me or share with me that I can't get anywhere else. I would bet 99 out of 100 times you're a basic white girl with the same internal feeling structure that's been put on you, the same trauma from men. You think you know something, and now you're going to tell a man how to be a man from a woman's perspective and won't even listen to what a man is telling you about their nature at sometimes, some places with some people, when it's not governed by some level of principle and ethic. Your thoughts? Grow up.
Yeah, Pineal, you're in South Florida, man. You got really no excuse if you wanted to. If that was all you were about, you wouldn't even be here talking now. So that's kind of that's
gonna be Dick's wife. Where's Dick? I'm gonna insult him. That's Dick's wife, right? Dick's out at the beach, and he has to like keep his head down because he already knows what's gonna happen when he looks over at one of them women's ass cheeks, one of them 20-year-old women. When he goes to check him out, she's gonna go, Come on, grow up. Right. And then it's like, you got to remember, oh, that's right, I got a mama. And I can't be a man and express in any way that's going to upset her delicate sensibilities and trigger her ego and fear of loss and not being good enough. Right? Isn't that a shame?
So that being said, Pineal, if it's going to be that easy, if you really want to set all aside, then why not just take the other side of it? You know, just put a lot into yourself and into building up your worth and your value, right? And build a ship that you get to choose, man. It's up to you to choose at that point. They're going to see the potential. What do you think, Paul's story? I mean, I got to say there's certain parallels that I saw early on with me because I started at the bottom too, man, with nothing. And you know, the whole patterns of success come with these principles we're talking about here. And there's a long time ago for me, and I can just see the trajectory Paul's on. It's going to be even faster now because of the state of technology and such. He's no fool to this, and he's bringing a lot of people along. I'll tell you this much:
numbers are down lately, though. Numbers are down. Everything's down, right? So we might be going through a transitional period. Folks who got completely disenchanted by Talcott. That's why, you know, every once in a while the spirit shakes me up and has me looking at different things or, bringing a new topic or energy or focus and seeing where that goes, right? It has to be authentic to me. So if I'm interested in it, if I think there's something there, I'll go into it. But, yeah, like you said, man, I mean, again, there's production of results. It's a long game. And it's a journey rather than a destination in a lot of ways. By virtue of that journey and that process, it will lead to opportunities and destinations. We don't know where that is. Doesn't really much matter because I'm doing what I love to do. As long as I can still maintain my lifestyle, have everything I need and then some, that's success for me. I'm not interested in what anyone else says. How many of these slaves like Ian and the rest would love to come on here, broadcast, and be able to have everything they need and then some? They would love it. Right. So I'm thankful and grateful. I don't forget where I've come from. I don't forget where the fuck I'm at. I remain humble with humility. And then I just put my dick in people's face sometimes to trigger their ego and pimp and mac on them because I love to see them twist in the wind. And that's how it's supposed to be. If they're not hating, you're not doing something right. They were hating on Jesus. I mean, they were hating so bad they had to kill the motherfucker. So no matter what store you go to, when somebody's getting to something in some way that nobody else likes because they're not compromising their soul, they're going to hate on you. So that's a good thing. But again, what concerns me sometimes is when I see large drops in numbers, I go, maybe I lost myself with Talcott because they all say I'm egoic and narcissistic, but I actually wind up caring for the motherfucker and want to work with him and see where it all goes. And then I do 5 months, hours a day with Talcott. Just fascinated by him and his presentment and almost like sitting there waiting at any moment for there to be a change. And everyone goes, this is going nowhere. We're not coming back. A third of the people go, that's it. They're telling themselves for weeks, we swear we're not coming back. Then one day it happens, right? A third of them just leave and don't come back. And maybe I get them back a month or two from now. When they check back in, they go, God help us. We hope he's done with Talcott. They check back in. Maybe I've moved on. He's not in my life anymore. They come back. Right. So they'll always come back. They love me. I love them. But it's conditional sometimes whether they're going to watch or not, you know, because of what I'm doing, what I'm up to.
But what you're saying about the journeys is one of the things I've discovered along the way is some of the people that have become my best long-term friends are the people that I literally started from working with, you know, and you develop trust within that work environment. There's a good benefit from that because that way you could filter out a lot of people you can ultimately trust. When it really comes down to it, fiat's the best thing to test people's trust. And if you can work in an environment that's mutually beneficial to everybody based on that level of trust, you can really find true friends from that later you could go on and develop other enterprise. And I found that to be very fruitful about the journey of working in certain environments along the way. So it's important to be in the corridor, so to speak, or to be where the action's happening, whether you're part of it or not, because you're going to pick up a piece of it one way or another, or good associations and friends along the way.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to, you know, again, because most of my life I didn't have a set career path or a committed direction. Now that I feel like I have that and I'm generating results, obviously I don't want to lose that, but then I have to be aware, well, what's meant to be will be, right? So if I do what appears to me in the moment to be true and correct or just interesting, and there's a result from that, I could learn from that and change that. I could still just follow that impulse and see where it all leads long term. But yeah, ultimately, man, based on what I seem to know about myself and others and life in general, even if it's just the legal lawful aspects, I don't see why I couldn't always have a position with some people somewhere, even if it's just being retained as some form of counsel, right? Or a few bucks a month, if I had to do that. If someone sees value, and I know what they'll say, oh, here he goes, trying to make a living again by serving something and giving some kind of, service or understanding or value in a way they're not used to, right? If I sold them a $300 pair of Nikes made by slave children, they'd be all for it. But I give my whole life over to a purpose and understanding that changed my life and other lives, and they can't figure out where the value is that I should be compensated for. And again, I'm not entitled, man, because again, the other side of me out of the ego is this is not my knowledge and understanding, right? I don't get any credit, and I'm not entitled to make a living off of sharing knowledge and information. If I think I am, I'm probably going to lose that.
Man, that's so true. And that's all right. So what Wes Watson was saying is that you have to give away all the stuff you learn because it's not yours. And if you don't, then that's going to come back in a bad way. And the more you give away, the more you're going to get as far as that kind of that knowledge of power. So of action and results. So I've found that a good way to pay forward and everything now. And that's one action I've implemented into my life now because of that. It's really put my focus on to doing that. A few other things, the patience, like the monk, the Buddhist monk seeing another monk. He comes up in the morning, he sees another monk sitting in his prayer space, and he says for about 20 seconds, he wants to strangle that guy and just kill him. But he has to just realize that, wait, that internal feeling is wrong, and he has to correct that before he goes over there. And as he gets in tune with himself, it takes less and less time to stop that feeling. It's going to come, but you have to know about it and control it internally first. That's another thing with the rage and anger and such, where I'm trying to develop with that, and I see Wizard doing the same. These are, you're not going to get this sometimes if you pay someone like Wes to tell you this. I hate to say it. When we sit on this panel here and go over it with the diversity of input, you see it at a whole nother level. It takes another dimension to me, and it becomes even more applicable into our lives, more actionable, and better results are going to be seen easier. So when you talk about getting paid and compensated for what you do, there's probably a multitude of ways you could do it. I mean, you're talking about going into therapy sessions and group sessions. I mean, I've seen, in other work I've done before, I've actually worked with some of these places, but in different business contexts. There's a guy there, a psychodramatist. You ever heard of that position? So he works in group settings, a psychodramatist. He's the one that takes the then and
like re-envision like trauma you go through and has you work through it and shit.
No, he takes the then and that back into the here and now, and then tries to build a future of what the future could be after recovery, on that path to recovery should look like. So he does it through like you do here, through a drama sequence, right, in a group setting, and he also works individually. But a psychodramatist, and it's a certified court approved position, and they travel around different what do you call them, recovery places, and they do their work just like a chiropractor would, or they have traveling practitioners that go through those places. The states pay a lot for them. There's real estate. The best investment you can make is a recovery center, because the tenants pay a fortune for their little tiny room. You get all these big tax breaks.
Yeah, it's too much, man. It's too much. Again, this has to be like so authentic and organic that it's just me doing this 7 days a week for however long, could be 5 years, right? And then at some point, there's an opportunity that gives way. So I'm long game. I'm about the ethic. It has to be that way. If not, it'll fuck me up. And then I guess when, everyone's ready, something appears, like always. When the student is ready, teacher appears. When the being is ready, opportunity appears. And listen, many opportunities have already appeared. I just don't take them because I don't want it. Right.
Well,
so that's what gives me power as well, is turning shit down. Maybe it's ego, but I love opportunities coming that I can turn down because I'm walking with something that I believe is beyond that. So that's where I get my source of power and inspiration from, is going, at one time I'd have done anything to get to $1. Now I got folks begging me to give me fucking money just to push their shit for 45 seconds. And I don't even entertain it, because why would I? Right? You send me something that I'll use, and when I deem that it's good and quality and not toxic and gets results, I'll fucking don't need to push it. I'll just be using it on camera. Dummies. Like Ian says, dummies. How he says it. Dummies. Right? So if you were smart about what you do and you think there's value here because motherfuckers trust me and are going to buy something, you'd send me some shit and let me use it for a month. And then I would get to enjoy it and replace something else with it. And then I'd be using it on camera and talking about it. That's better than your bullshit scripted promotion. But you still don't get that.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm kind of getting at here, Paul, is that what you're doing is, I'm not saying you go around as a psychodramatist. I'm just saying that there's probably people watching this broadcast are wondering, what are they going to do with their lives, and realizing what they're learning here they could turn it into that. You could generate 1,000 psychodramatists out there helping people, bringing your game to all these recovery centers. That's all I'm getting at, is that there's a lot more value here than a lot of people will give credit. And I see it just passing by and people not noticing. And it's kind of, to me, I can't say it's humorous. It's a bit frustrating in a way. But there's a lot of value here, Pineal, and you should pick up on a lot of this. You're in an area of a great opportunity too. And it's a shame to think that, you couldn't make yourself the most attractive person around there, and you don't have to stretch out through social media for that. Just look in your own backyard. You're muted.
Yeah, dude, and that's why I want to learn some more about the sprouts and the microgreens, because like Z, man, I would definitely want to get into all that, man. I definitely would love to be. That's a great side. That's a great hustle. Period. Not forget side hustle. I mean, microgreens are supposedly like fucking huge, man. So, that's something I would love to get into personally.
Yeah, I was actually gonna get into a business with that a long time ago. A friend of mine but he's passed away, so it never occurred. But yeah, you could do it easily. There's people here that do it though. There's places in South Florida that actually do there are a few places that do sprout. They provide to a lot of different places, different kinds of sprouts. Growing what's it called? Mushrooms, another good thing. If you can grow certain kinds of mushrooms, if you can get that down. There's this one mycologist I knew. He was actually a mycologist by trade. I mean, by whatever his studies. And he supplied all kinds of edible mushrooms. And he had a contract to do some special kind of mushrooms to some restaurant in Disney. I don't know if they're morel mushrooms or something, but he could grow them. But he ate a few too many of the magic ones, and he kind of like flipped out, and we never heard from him again. But very lucrative, though. Easy job, lucrative. You grow them I think you have them in just a small room or something, or a large room, but you don't need a lot of electricity to do it. So yeah, it's a very lucrative trade here. Mushroom growing. It's like
what do you do? You just do sprouts? Is that all you?
Sprouts or kitchen gardening. Yeah, everyone can do that. And yeah, that's great. I should do a video on sprouts because it's so boring to everybody else unless they want to see it. And then my channel will be the place to see it. The channel of the ultimate boring content. Rich and boring. To some.
No, man, that's health and wellness. I mean, that's a booming. I mean, maybe right now it's a little bit not what it was as far as YouTube goes, like it was back in maybe 2015 or something, when organic and all that kind of stuff was like a trending thing that was like virally trending and booming, But the health and wellness sector will always be, there and relevant. So.
Well, as long as people are alive, I think health and wellness is relevant, isn't it? Yeah. So, anyways, yeah. we got a lot of good ideas here. I think we got too many ideas to digest at once. So I think you need to start to sift those out and see if you can come up with a good direction to start going, Pineal, and I think you'll be successful in whatever you start doing if you keep the good attitude. You're in the land of opportunity, land of milk and honey, streets paved with gold. and this distinguished gentleman next to us. Greetings.
That's good stuff, man. It's quality broadcasting.
I'm not that good at reading lips, but he was saying something. All right.
Up here, man. He had
It's time
something
to
to
wrap
say.
it up. Time to wrap it up, Pineal. Good conversation. Great topics, Paul. It's let's say Monday after a holiday. That's probably why the numbers are down. So I wouldn't take it as any kind of actionable data today. Let's see what tomorrow brings. On that note, I'm gonna head out and sign off.
Someone wants Talcott 0.5. See, first they say they don't want him and they leave me. Then when we don't have him and he gets triggered and runs out, they can't live without him. I can't live with him, can't live without him. So now I'm going to Talcott at 0.5. Just for Lieberman. Even though he always complains about Talcott. See, he can't give it up. He's hopelessly addicted.
Are you going to run for president, Paul? Is this your new presidential pin logo here on the upper right?
No, that's my brand. Like live without fear.
We can't write you in as a write-in candidate for president.
No, I won't go. I won't show up.
We'll get Jack to start a petition. Get Paul Unslaved elected.
And I think that's why I was raised up this way. The divine my path as a child, it kept me it was different than many others.
I think I came in the wrong time.
Kept me from getting brainwashed until
All right, I'm gonna get out of here.
right
I'm gonna get out of
time, I
here. This is
think.
strange. Strange.
Anyway. So, Mr. Smith, we're here alive today at this time, and there's enough signs, right? There is enough signs that something divine, something terrible, something is happening, right? And that means we're a part of it. That's kind of where my mind has been going the past, even more so the past few days, is I keep waking up every day. It's like, well, shit. I guess this adventure's continuing. What might happen today?
Smith's like, what the fuck?
World?
It's definitely a psycho.
And
I can't even talk. I'm altered. My consciousness is altered. It's a
brother.
psychedelic experience.
He's not even gonna let Smith talk either.
I am literally, actually, I am in position right now where
That sounded crazy, man. What the fuck?
financially compensate
Oh
people
my
who want to share their
god,
talent, time,
that's
and
too
efforts
much, man.
towards helping me figure out what to do.
Too much.
That's part of what this broadcast kind of was, is a surrender to freedom. We become free when we accept full responsibility for us and what we want and what we need. I am free. I've got a lot to offer. But so far, I haven't figured out how to communicate what it is that I feel I have to offer. Maybe kind of like you, man. Hey, maybe we're in the same boat together, right? We are, right? Hey, every day I wake up and part of this.
So Talcott just said he has a lot to offer. He just doesn't know how to convince you of that. I don't know exactly how to language this out. I got a lot to offer, and you just don't know it yet. I'm gonna get really good at letting you understand that verbally.
Today, this was part of. I was gonna vent. It just blows my mind, dude. Everyone I know, they just want to keep going on with their jobs, keep making excuses about why they should avoid me. And it's like, what? You guys are so silly. People, man. Hey, people. I used to let people drive me nuts. Now I'm just seeing them for entertainment. They're just part of the experience, man. It's not a healthy way to take it. Well, okay. Let's come back into some of the numbers. Some of what you know, what you're passionate about. You're seeing these connections, and do you believe it is? Well, I have my theories of where the numbers and stuff come. Do you have your conclusions? What do you think?
I mean, so I think some of it, like I said yesterday, could be a group of small people with small.
All right, I'm done. I can't handle it. All right, I'm checking out. That's it. Let's go. Final words. Agent of Chaos. Tribe. Penal power. Out of here. I can't handle as much Talcott this late in the night.
You can't stop the Talcott. The Talcott is unstoppable. It's unbreakable. It's unmovable. It has unlimited force, unlimited data, and it will destroy you. All right, guys. I love you guys. You guys take care. Be careful out there in the metaverse. Peace.
All right.
All right, you're safe to go, Paul. Once again, fabulous broadcast. Great ending here with the. I like that backdrop there with Pineal with the Talcott 0.5x. Till next time, salute. Oh, by the way, did you get your AC for the trailer?
Yeah, now I got to try to build some kind of mount for it because it doesn't fit.
Okay. And you already got your battery for the solar and all that, right?
Yeah, I got everything that I need until I put it all together and see if I need more, but I should be good to go.
Cool. Any if you I'm not gonna give you unsolicited advice, but if you need any suggestions or any product recommendations, I'm always there to to give you some because I work with that stuff all the time. So,
all right.
What's his name? Tom, isn't Tommy certified in that stuff too? Maybe you should talk to him. Limit Tommy.
I'm certified, man. I certified myself.
The psychodramatist. All right. On that note, Paul, $1,000 an hour, or 45 minutes. Someone was saying down there in the chat. That sounds pretty good. I didn't realize it was that much. That's pretty good. All right, guys. On that note,
who's doing $1,000 an hour now?
The psychodramatist that goes around from recovery center to recovery center.
Oh yeah, wow. I mean, that's quite a living there. Okay, sign me up. I'll be a psychodramatist. You know,
well, you are already. What are you talking about? I was saying you're training them, Paul.
Well, let's go then. Folks got to pick up the pace here. I'm nowhere near.
You take the.
You know what it is? I have to get a piece of paper that says that officially, huh?
I don't know. I mean, it goes on referrals, I think, really, if you can get the results. It's like this guy had a good spiel when he just talked. He was good. He's like, yeah, I take the there and then into the here and now, and then build a vision of what the path to recovery could look like, or whatever he gets. He had it down the spiel really good elevator pitch. And yeah, you'd want him there if you heard him talking. Same with you. I mean, if you deliver something like that, these places, they're hungry for that. These people are I saw what they're doing there. They're feeding them cereal and doing all kinds of nonsense there. And then there's a few people that come through there and they make the real changes in the backdrop of all the other nonsense that goes on. And yeah, a lot of people are making money, but there's extra money to pay for the real people to come in to bring the real results too. So anyways, just something to consider. On that note.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll look into becoming a or I already am one. Yeah, I'll look into that.
Psychodramatist. I'll send you some stuff on it. It's interesting.
Yeah,
all right.
Don't bother. I want nothing to do with it.
What's that?
Just off the name alone, I want nothing to do with it. I refuse to call myself a psychodramatist.
You'd have to come up with your own name for it and charge $2,000 for 45 minutes.
I let them call me a psychodramatist, right? Coming on YouTube and acting like a crazy chimpanzee, but. As far as a professional title, I don't know if I could pull that off.
Yeah, well, for if you just have to do it for 45 minutes at a clip, I think you could. But for $1,000, But that's neither here nor there. On that note, guys, great panel. I'll leave you there with Pineal to finish it out. It's been a long broadcast. You hit your 8-hour mark and then some, so you're doing OT now. Salute, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Tribe.
Peace, Tribe. Yep. All right, y'all. Miss Paul. Yeah, it was a good day today. It was chill. So a different feel for sure than usual. I didn't know what you were coming with the thumbnail, but who is this Charleston White guy again though? Really quick, is he an athlete?
No, I basically just was a community activist and then went online and triggered everybody, and now he's in the room with a bunch of slaves who talk cultural bullshit most of the time. If you watch some of his stuff, he's got different understanding and presentment. Again, he's an inspiration in a sense in certain ways, but I don't agree with him by any means in all areas. So, there's various inspirations in the world, but I tend to disagree with the majority of folks because they don't have a real enduring understanding and practice, it would seem to me. So there goes my ego making extremely bold and grandiose claims, it would seem, that I know more than them about life. Your thoughts?
I mean, you do, admittedly, in some ways. I'm not trying to, like pad your ego or anything, but people who are realized in universal law and law in general are more realized in many ways. So, there is some truth to that. But people will paint it as a negative.
Yeah, I think trust and equity and all the different aspects of law leads one back to certain philosophical and spiritual principles that can't be escaped because they're part of self. All right, get the hell out of here. I'd love to continue.
My fault. My fault. I missed part of what you said. My sound shitty. My service is shitty. StreamYard sucks.
All right, get the hell out of here. Go to DoorDash and get better equipment so we can have a damn conversation one of these months.
All right. All right. Peace and love.
All right, we love you on Enoch Power, one of our favorite contributors, of course. Thank you, folks, for being here once again and being part of my life experiment and experience, bringing you different aspects of things that inspire or trigger either myself or usually others that lead to myself and or others talking about life and our experiences and maybe bringing some value to you, maybe just some entertainment, whatever that is at this point. So with that said, I'll be leaving now. I look forward to seeing you folks back again 7 days a week. I will be here for some indeterminate amount of time, whether short term or long term. So whether I come on and do an hour or two or 8 hours like today, I wasn't expecting it, but yeah, it's part of where I have to be and what I have to do. It's part of my process. And again, it seems to work for all of us at this time on some level. So with that said, I'll be seeing you folks back tomorrow morning at some point, I suppose. Oh, no, I'll be traveling tomorrow again. There's different work obligations and other things that are coming up. So not sure when I'll be coming on tomorrow, but I will be here maybe in the morning. If not, obviously the afternoon. So yeah, look for that. All right. Peace and blessings. Much love to you folks. As the wizard says, don't really care if you like me or not, if it's not founded in some aspect of self that is pure and true, right? We're not here to like and be liked. It's not a popularity contest. It's not an affinity group. It's not a cult. It's a way to a way, if you will. So thank you for the folks who continue to contribute and support. You are angels of sorts in this realm. Dare I use that term? Not the demons and aliens type of angels, but you get my meaning. All right, I'm out of here. Thank you, brothers and sisters. That's my official sign off as Talcott. Much love.